is spun. Followers drink that sweet Kool-Aid. In the chat they fight and rage. Is it Amy? Is it Maggie? Whispered lies, they sound so catchy. Money flows like river wild. Brainwashed voices all beguiled. Animal cults dancing in the night. Lost in stories shining bright. Mystery leader smoke so thin. Who's the one that holds the sin? Kool-Aid mixed with liquor's glow. Followers entangled woe. Every story holds no truth. Fighting for her glance aloof. Will they rise? Will they see? Break the spell of mystery. Is it truth or just a game? Wrapped up in a false name. Subscribers lost in digital maze. Drowning in a foggy haze. See the leaders twist and turn. Blind devotion they have learned. Ooh, 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 Kool-Aid mixed with liquor's glow. Followers entangled woe. Every story holds no truth. Fighting for her glance aloof. Will they rise? Will they sleep? Break the spell of mystery. Is it truth or just a game? Wrapped up in a false name. Subscribers lost in digital maze. Drowning in a foggy haze. See the leader twist and turn. Blind devotion they have learned.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Good morning, good evening, good night. How are y'all? Thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like. Coming in, or going. Do that. 3 Dot Dave. Do I have something to hide? I don't. No. Mm-mm. No, nope. Not an open book, but I'm kind of cracked a little bit. Yeah. Cracked open. Thanks for being here, 3 Dot. I was just watching a movie. This woman said, those of us that have been hurt the most often have the greatest ability to heal. What do you think? Good question. We'll talk about that. Melly Joe, hello. Hey, honey, thank you for coming in. Lolly and Pops. Everybody listening while I'm laying down for the night. You have good rest. Have good rest and sweet dreams. Fall asleep, but leave the live running. Every viewer is precious. Oh, 3 Dot Dave said precious. I love that. Pink Fan. Hello. Joyce, we were talking about you the other night. We hope you're well. We think you're off in wedded bliss. Hope you're well. You're a newlywed. Always leave it on. I wake up at some point and start listening again. God bless you, lollipops. Rose Petal, you're at work, but here listening will get you through the night, honey. Get you through the night. I hope it's a good night, good, peaceful night for you. It was me in the bushes, but I walked away from the computer when you're calling. Oh, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. Linley Okie, wow. You didn't think I'd be talking. Why? I always talk. I talk too much. I'm sure people get tired of hearing me talk. Why didn't you think I'd be talking? Tell me what's going on there. But good to see you. Okie, Okie girl. Melly Joe. I was super excited today when I got the mail because for the first time ever in my whole life, I got something from Australia. And Melly Joe sent me the most beautiful card, birthday card that she made. And Melly, I just loved it. And I was super excited. I was touching that card and I was like, she touched this and it's from Australia. It's like from a whole different place that I've never been to. It means so much to me and it's a beautiful card. And I thank you so much for thinking of me. I love it. Good morning, RC. The Godfather's in the house. Are us men allowed in here? Always allowed in here. SA, hello. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Thank you for coming in. It's been a minute, SA. I hope you're well. I hope everything's good over there in good old Pakistan. All I heard was music and thought is she going to talk? I'm so glad you're talking. Yeah, I always play an intro. Lunch Lady, who's one of our mad mods here, wrote quite a few songs for the channel and put them to AI music, and so we have our own music now. I love it. I love the green color, Melly Joe. Absolutely love it. You know this girl. You know what? Any color green. It used to be when I was little, it was Kelly green, like that real bright, bright green, was the color that I really liked. And believe it or not, my birthstone, of course, it's peridot. It's that light lime green color, and I hated it when I was younger. And the older I get, the more I just love any color green. It just pulls out to me. So it's gorgeous. I love that card and I'm so grateful. So thank you so much. What did everybody get into? Thank you, Peak Fan. Yeah, that's one thing Lunch Lady and I have in common. We're both green fans. I'm not sure who SA is, but that's a strange call sign. Yeah, SA is from Pakistan. He's a really nice guy. He's got his own channel. He's a really nice guy. We actually found him through some vile people, but some people say I'm vile, so I don't know. Am I? Might be. At times I am. Yeah, at times I am. What did everybody get into today? I want to know. I want to know. 14 people here, y'all. Please hit the like. I'd appreciate it so much. So I had a friend reach out to me today, and I've known this girl. I was in her wedding, God, you guys, 30 years ago. And I just happened to click over to my private Facebook, and I haven't been over there in a couple of weeks. And I went over there, and I'm glad I did because this lady who I've known for quite some time, she reached out to me, and she, for whatever reason, I didn't get the whole thing, but I got enough to understand what was going on. 15 likes and 15 watching. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Um, she reached out to me because she decided to do her Ancestry DNA. And she knows I have done it and that it changed my life. And so she reached out to me because she found out that the father that she's always known to be her father is not her real father. And just she told me that she had not told her parents yet that she knew, and she asked for prayer, and she's struggling with different emotions, of course, you know. And she told me, she said, I'm not upset that the person that I thought was my father is not my father because he SA'd her when she was 5 years old. So she said I could never stand him. So I'm not upset that he's not. In fact, I'm glad. And she said, but I don't know how to go about finding now that I've got this information, I don't know how to go about finding my birth father, and I don't know how to tell my mom. And so it got me to thinking, whenever that happened for me, whenever uh, I went on that journey that was just handed to me. I had no intent of going on the journey. It just got placed in my hands literally, and I was told to spit in the cup, and literally it was all done for me. Um, uh, the person of course, I would have never been scared to tell my mom because I've asked my mom my whole life who I was. Um, but the person that I was scared and I didn't want to hurt to tell was my stepdad who raised me. Um, and, I've always known he wasn't my biological father. And we've always known, I mean, I remember a time before him, even though him and my mom got together when I was 3, but I remember a time before him. I remember living with the man who I was told was my father, and I always thought that he wasn't or that I was switched at birth. But my dad raised me, and I didn't want him to think that because I found this new person that they were going to be able to take my dad's place. And so about a week after I found out everything, I saw the pictures. I knew when I looked at that man's my bio father's picture. You guys, I felt it was like I went home. That has to be what home feels like. And I saw me, and for the first time in my life, uh, took me 49 years to find him. I was 49 years old, and I finally looked in the face of somebody who was me, and that was the most awesome experience. So about a week after that, I called my dad. He lives in Tennessee. I'm in Indiana, and I was like, I got something to tell you. Well, the last time he got this kind of call where Leanie was saying, I got something to tell you, and I don't know how to tell you, was when I was 14 years old and pregnant, right? And I just told him, I was like, I want you to know that I found my bio dad and it's not that other guy. And he said, well, honey, we've always known that wasn't the other one. We just didn't know who it was. And I was like, well, why didn't you ever tell me you knew for sure? And he said, it wasn't my place. It was your mom's place. I told your mom to tell you. But your mom just swore up and down that that was your father. And he said, and it wasn't, I was picking and choosing my battles in my marriage. And I felt so relieved because I didn't want to hurt my dad. I mean, he's not my blood father, but he's my dad. Mary Jane Doe. And he told me this thing. He said, look, he said, I'm just going to be honest with you. He said, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if someone came and knocked at my door and said, hey, I think you're my father. He said, because you have to understand, back in those days, he said it was the woman's job to protect herself from getting pregnant. He said, times have changed. He said, now should be the man's job and the woman's job. He said, but back in the day, like when you were conceived and earlier, he said men didn't worry about that. The women did. And so he said it wouldn't surprise me at all if somebody came knocking at my door. So I understood where my friend's coming from. And then I just got to thinking, have you guys ever thought about it? Have you ever thought, and I'm not trying to cause any problems in anybody's family. Believe you me, I'm not. But I think we're all just around the same age, maybe within 10, 20 years of each other at the most. But we're all like 60s. I was born in 69, so I'll say 60s, 70s, some 80s if Richie drops in here. Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever thought what would happen if I took that test? Like, would I find out things I didn't want to know? Have you ever thought about it? Lynn, did you document your DNA journey on your channel? I've talked a little bit about it, just like what I just said here. The whole thing, no, I haven't. Maybe one day. My parents, actually, when I say my parents, it's my bio dad and my stepmom. They are coming up for my birthday. They'll be here on Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that. But we have a really, really good relationship. I mean, he once he realized it wasn't a joke, he agreed to take the DNA test. And the scary part of the whole thing was before I had gotten in touch with him, I found out he's an identical twin. And identical twins have what? Identical DNA. The thing that saved me was there was a family member, my mother's little sister, told me when I was like, because I asked everybody that was anybody that was in the family, I was pulling them off to the side. Hey, you know who my daddy is. I mean, from as long as I can remember, I'm pulling everybody to the side. Hey, I mean, it just was ridiculous. And when I was about 13 years old, her and my mom were fighting. And I was at her house one day and she was like, I'm going to tell you about your real, I mean, she just popped it out there. I didn't ask because I had already asked her many times. She's like, you know who your father is, knock it off. But she was pissed off with my mom. And what those painted ladies did was when they were pissed off at each other, they started slinging dirt. Well, she started slinging dirt. She said, I'm going to tell you who your father is. And I was like, woof, you got my attention. What? What? And she said, I don't know his name. I don't remember. Well, they're the painted ladies, right? Of course they don't remember. She said, but your dad was very tall. He's very, very blonde like you, very light complected like you. He has really big blue eyes, and he was in the service. And that I hung on to that for all those years, right? Hung on to it for all them years. Talked to my mom about it. Even told my mom what her little sister had said, and she's like, oh, God. I drove my mother nuts, you guys. Nuts. Looking back on all of it now, because of course my mom was gone when I found my bio dad, my mom was gone for less than 5 months. So my mom had passed. 5 months later, I found my bio dad. And so she never got to know. But looking back over all of it and trying to connect dots and stuff like that, I don't think my mom knew. I think my mom knew by looking at me that I was not the person she raised me to be, but I don't think my mom knew who my father was because I come from a long line of big-breasted, loose women. That's why they're the painted ladies. So mom never knew. She passed. Three Dot Dave said the system wants us to give our DNA willingly and for shits and giggles into the databases. Listen, we're going to talk about that because Look, I realize there's some dangers to giving up your DNA. I realize that. But at this point in my life and my experience with it, I think there's more good that can come up from it than bad. Yeah, boobs, just big boob, mouthy, sleeping with everyone, women, very loose women. I love them women. So, and they got it from their mama. So I got it from my mama. But anyways, I think there's some really good stuff that can come of it, like solving crimes. I was watching a documentary yesterday, you guys. The very first familiar DNA that was ever used in a court case was to find the serial killer out of California. And she did it on she just did it like I did it, right? She just submitted her DNA. She actually got a DNA test handed to her, just like I did. She got it a free gift. She went ahead and did it. She had no clue that her dad wasn't her dad. Well, she found out her dad wasn't her dad. And then the next thing she knew, she had 2 cops on her doorstep, you guys, because their DNA hit the database. And uh, uh, that's how they found is it the Green River? I think it was the Green River serial killer. 40 years later, you guys, 40 years after he committed all them murders, because she took her DNA, uh, they were able to find him. So, and I mean, the Idaho 4 case, right? They ended up finding Brian Koberger's because his dad's DNA was in the database. Or they might have got away. He might have got away with it. Aussie True Crime, hello. Sorry, but they've been had your DNA, all of us. Um, what you mean, RC? What you mean? Golden Gate Killer. Yeah, that might be it. Justice Jane, how are you? That might be it. Anyways, but they ended up finding that guy because of that, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. So whenever I found my dad, I was horrified that the worst thing you want to hear, Aussie True Crime, thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but thank you so much. Wow, that's so nice of you. The biggest horror, besides the fact you find out that your father isn't your father, not for me, it wasn't for me, it was like a light shining down on from heaven for me, but for people who just have no inkling. The second biggest scare is that he's an identical twin. Breeside, thank you for coming in. Hi, honey. And I had to remember back what my aunt had told me. And luckily, the other twin, his identical twin, you guys, never went into the military. And his identical twin, so I figured out around the time I was conceived, his identical twin was married for 2 months. And my bio dad was actually working in Jacksonville, Florida at the time I was conceived, and my mother and her trashy sisters used to keep I-95 hot going from Miami, Florida up to Savannah, Georgia, running them streets. Uh, and my mother loved military men. So that's how, because of my aunt, my mom got into a fight. That was how I was able to, really determine, even though, you know, his twin was like, no. and he wasn't on the road. So utilize your common sense, Leanie. Um, well, I could think of different ways they could get your DNA. But if that was the case, RC, and I would love to discuss it. If that was the case, then a lot more um, crimes would be solved right away. Because if they have all of our DNA already, or if they have everybody's DNA already, then that would be real simple to start solving a lot of the crimes. What says you, RC? I want to know. So I know I didn't have to, but I love it here. Oh, see, True Crime, you're so kind to me. Thank you. Thank you for being a good friend. This- So my question is, Army vet, hello, honey. So my question is, what are the pros and the cons of it? What if you've got your DNA submitted? Uh, how would you feel about if detectives walked up to your door and said, "Hey, this uncle, this male in your family, we need to find out who he is, but he's a mass murderer." Uh, or what are your qualms with not ever wanting your DNA in the system? RC, I would really love you to come up if you want to and talk to me about the DNA thing. I agree, Mary Jane Doe. I agree. Listen, my father, my bio dad he's one of 13 children. Can you imagine? So I met him in May for the first time. I uh I went to the family reunion in August. Y'all, I've never been so overwhelmed in my life. This is your uncle, this is your aunt, this is your cousin. My God. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. I gained two sisters, um, nephews, nieces, and the sweetest, the this woman. The other thing I was nervous about, you guys, after telling my dad, was how my bio dad's wife was going to react to me. Um, naturally, and I couldn't be mad at her if she was upset. How are you going to be mad at that? Um, the good thing was before he ever met her, so he didn't cheat on her like my mom cheated on the dude she was married to, right? Um, and he never knew. He still can't believe me. The man racks his brain constantly. I've shown him pictures of my mom. I showed him pictures of me when I was first born with my mom because my mom would have kind of looked like that still. And he's like, "Honey, I have no memory of her." And he's like, "But I was young and drunk and hitting the bars all the time with different women." Okay, RC, just let me know when you're ready, honey. I would really like to discuss that. RC says the government is about 2 million people strong, employees. They can't possibly check 100 million people's DNA and they wouldn't spend the money to do so. Ah, good point. I wonder if my bio dad's wife knows about me. Oh, Mary Jane Doe, did you do your DNA to find him? Or have you always just known? Aussie says my mom gave me up as a baby and we found her like 25 years later, but she still disliked me. I can't please oh, Aussie True Crime, I'm sorry about that. See, I know a lot of people because I got on a Facebook group and I just can't believe how many people were turned away by their birth parents. It's so sad. Three Dot says, thank you very much. If we could keep the likes and viewers similar, let's go. Mary Jane says, my bio dad doesn't talk to me. Wow. See, that's so sad. Because my dad, I call him my dad, my daddy, my bio dad. Uh, I had gotten in touch. It was his niece that was my cousin that was doing their ancestry, right? Because, like I said, they're a huge family, and so that's who I connected with, right? And then my sister gets a hold of it, and she done narrowed it down uh, to who my dad was, and she had already pulled up their Facebook show. She had all the pictures there for me. Gave me the picture. Could not freaking believe it when I looked at the picture of him and I saw me, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's him! It's me! It's him! It's me!" Um, but he had two daughters, and he was married to the same woman. And I was like, "How? Am I going to break up a family? Am I going to cause problems? Am I?" I was so scared because I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do that. And so I sent an email to his niece, which would have been my first cousin. Sent an email and said, "Look, I'm matching up on your DNA, and it looks and one of the brothers is my father," even though my sister had already figured it out which one it was. Mary Jane says, I found him through a friend who is no longer here. Her aunt is married to him, and I met his brother, and my brother put my car insurance in his name, which is also my dad's name. Wow, that's crazy. Aussie said, it's all good. Family is what you make it, and my husband and kids make up for it. And plus, they taught me who I wanted to be as a parent. Wow. Wow, you're a strong lady. So, anyways, about 4 days went by. My sister was on vacation, and I just couldn't stand it anymore. I was like, these people aren't opening their emails. Like, I gotta know. I need to know what's going on. And so I Facebook messaged both of the sisters. I mean, what could I do, right? And I didn't tell them who I was. I opened my Facebook up to public so they could get on and see that I'm a real person and not a scam. And I just said, hey, and I gave them my name, and I said, I need to talk to one of you or both of you. It's, imperative. It's very important. Can you please get back to me? I left her my phone number and told her my Facebook was open, that they could, take a look at it. Well, about 2 hours later, I got a message come through from the youngest one. And oh my God, there it all started. There it all started, you guys. And I ended up talking to her mom that night, right? Because she called our dad and she was like, you have another daughter out here. And he just started laughing. Well, he don't he he was busy watching Netflix. Okay, so he had no time for me. So I didn't speak to him at all. But I spoke to his wife, and she was like, well, so and so, my dad said, if your mother wasn't in Florida during this, blah, 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 then there's no way he could be your father. And I was like, oh shit, here we go. Well, of course my mother was there. That's where we lived. And so, and I was like, yes, ma'am. I didn't really feel like answering. I just figured her daughters could handle this shit, because I had told him, I said, look, if he doesn't want to give me the DNA, will one of you guys do it with me, because we'll match up as sisters? And they said, yeah. Well, then he ended up calling, because you can imagine there are 13 kids, right? So they're all these different ages. Well, he's the youngest. The twins are the youngest in the family. And his sister, by the time they were born, he had siblings that were already grown and married with children. So their children were like brothers and sisters or cousins to my dad because they were the same age. So they used to play pranks on each other, and he kept thinking that one of them had played a prank on him, was playing a prank and had set up the girls and his wife into saying all this stuff to him. And so he called him and he cussed him out. And he's like, "Look, it's not funny. Like, don't do this, blah, blah, blah." And he said, "Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about." So for 2 days, he walked around and he's like, "I know you guys are just pulling my leg." And then the next thing they know is a DNA. I sent him a DNA thing. And I was like, "Somebody needs to take this for me. Thank you." And then his wife was like, "Look, I think she's serious. I think this is your kid." And they looked at my pictures and my kids' pictures. And uh, my sister came over to take the DNA, and he said, "No." He said, "If that's my youngin'," he said, "I'm going to take the DNA. It's my responsibility." He just stepped up, you guys. And thank God, it came back in 2.5 weeks, and that he was my father. And ever since then, like he's glued to me. I mean, we're glued at the hip. We really are. I mean, he is just, if he doesn't hear from me, he's calling. Um, I snuck into Savannah one. That's the other thing, you guys. So I raised my kids in Savannah, Georgia. A lot of y'all already know that. Guess where he was the whole time? The whole time I raised my kids. He was right there, 20 minutes away, and I never knew it. Never knew it. So one time I had surprised him and I caught a plane and I went down and surprised him. I've known him now for about 5 years, and walked in. I'd never snuck in or out of his house. So I was like, I'm gonna sneak into his damn house, trying to relive everything. I walked in and woke him up, and bada bing, bada bang, everything was good. And we all go to bed. And then the next day I woke up and come out and they were cooking breakfast. He said, "Little girl," he said, "I'm gonna tell you something." And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, um, "I'm so glad you're here and I love the surprise." He said, "But don't you ever let me find out that you come to town and anybody's picking you up from that airport but me. It's my responsibility to get you to and from the airport. You don't ever stay the night at anybody's house. Don't ever look for a hotel. This is your home. This is where you need to be. I'm your daddy." And that's just the way it is. I think Ellie downplays the databases so people keep giving. Ellie is using it fluidly. You think so? You think so? Wow. Hello, Spirit Time. Good to see you. Thank you for loving up on our Aussie true crime and showing her what a family really is. So another time I was down there, because usually they come up here once or twice a year. I go down there once or twice a year. So we see each other about 4 or 5 times a year. And we were going through old pictures and stuff, and he was showing y'all, he handed me this picture of this old car. It was in I don't even know what it was. It was just one of those old big old land yachts. It was green. I was excited that it was green. And he said, "Here you go, honey." He said, "This picture probably should mean more to you than it ever will me." And I was like, "Why is that?" He said, "Well, you were probably conceived in that car." Because he told me, he told me he does not remember ever like going to hotels, or he definitely never went home with anybody or anything like that. He said, "We would just go in the car." And I was like, "Oh my God." But it's so cool that, we have that type of relationship. And so I've got the picture. Listen, I wouldn't put it past that mama was banging boots in the back of that car, on top of that car, on the hood. Okay. I know who I am. I know where I come from, and the apple doesn't swing very far from the tree. He is amazing. He's a Pink fan. He's so amazing. And his wife, uh, I mean, I'm her kid. Like, she was like, "Look, you came before me." She said, "I'd have still married your daddy if he'd have known about you, and you'd always been in our life." And I'm telling you, it has been the greatest. It helped me so much with the passing of my mom. Nothing, you still grieve, you still struggle, but it gave me something to look forward to. And my only wish was that my mom could have known. Not that my mom would have known, you guys. And I don't hold nothing against my mom. I love the stories I tell about my mom. I love that my mother was a hooch. I love it that her sisters were hooches. I love it that my granny was a hooch and that her mother before her was a hooch. I just love hooches. I'm a hooch. And damn it, had I not gotten married, I lived my life way wrong. But anyways, God. Y'all, I walked the damn line. I walked the line. So I'm guessing the generational curse there is broken because I walked the line. I didn't, man, but it would have been fun to be a hooch. It really would have. For me, it would have. You've never heard of banging boots before? Really? Banging boots. Um, so obviously, I'm for 100% for uh DNA. And in fact, I told as many people that would listen to me at the family reunion, the first one I went to, I was like, look here, all you criminals. Don't be doing no shit wrong because we're all in the database now. And if they come to my door, I'm giving your asses up. I'm a hooch. You know, I'm a hooch. I love hooches. I get along great with hooches. Ancestry DNA claims to be able to tell your ethnicity. None of them explicitly offer tell customers their racial makeup. There's one simple reason for that. The science just doesn't exist. Wait a minute. Lulu, cooey, girlfriend, cooey. We're 30% confident that your DNA indicates ancestry from Okinawa, Japan. That's not the same thing as saying someone's 30% Okinawan. Snail trails. Three dot Dave, you know. Army vet, mine does give a breakdown of the percentage of at least the land base that I come from. Um, and I will tell you this. Never mind, I won't tell you that. Not now. Maybe one day. Can't give everything away for free right away. Um, yeah, I because those are fractions estimates. It's saying that your genome is a certain percent estimate the representative of a certain area. Um, yeah, but at least you know part of. But listen, so it's not just if we're talking ancestry, you just don't take your DNA pie, if you will, that gives you 20% of this and 35 of that. You actually trace through the census, and then you find where those people came over from, if they did in fact come over from somewhere. And so you could pretty much will figure out, uh, you know, the closest to your heritage. Vaginal residue for real. Oh, that's so gross. That sounds worse than snail trail. Vaginal residue. Maria G, hello. Good morning. Girl, you know, let me get that bleach and wash rag out. You know it. Already had a bleach in that kitchen. Yeah, so you have to that's how you use the genealogy, is that you trace back through census all your people, and you can figure out where you come from, you know, pretty good ways. Pretty good ways. So I'm going to let me grab my coffee. I lost track of time, of course. Ashley, good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. Um, let me grab my coffee off of the Keurig. And anybody that wants to come up and talk about um, DNA or their experience with Ancestry, you're welcome to. If you don't believe in it, I want to hear. If you don't like the idea of having DNA out there, I know there's a lot of people that don't. They don't like it. They're scared of what the government can do, you know. And look, they're proving what they can do, right? They're proving it. It's kind of that part is scary. Your third leg is getting bored. 3 dot Dave, I cannot give you a heart on every time I see your name. I'm real sorry. I mean, I'm good, but I'm just not that good. And you don't pay enough money for me to give you a heart on every time I see your name. Honey, you got to start throwing some Benjamins up, because I don't give that shit away free all the time, honey. No, no. No, no, no. And when I start becoming you know, when I start doing my 900 number, 3 dot, you could start calling me there, and I'll make sure you keep a heart on for a while, depending on how much money you're throwing at me. What's the panel link? Let me go get my coffee real quick. Ashley, I would love to have you up on panel. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna put on a tune, a great tune. Get your toys out, 3 dot. We will do it together. Oh, God. I'll be right back. Sickening. Y'all take care of Dave. Somebody keep him going. Pet him somewhere. Pet.
Yeah. This is a smoke break song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along. Go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song. Lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't write them to be alone. That's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song. Everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee. This is the beefcake song. He needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house, so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song. It's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Lee. Hotbox that cigarette. Your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget, because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. chat. Great host leading. Hot box that cigarette. Your song is over yet. My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken. LL Cool Mom out. One chicken. LL Cool Mom out. How? Outbox. That's the only words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken. LL Cool Mom out. Whoa, come on. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. God, I love me some coffee. I'm drinking lunch ladies coffee and it is so good. Mel, Mel, whatever. Hello. Hi, honey. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Slap it, flip it, rub it down. Yeah, do it yourself. God gave you two hands. When one gets tired, start using the other. Let me know when it's over. I'll throw a party. I am better off without her. I have an awesome family. I made some awesome friends. Aw, I'll see true crime. Oh, honey, listen, let me just say this real quick. And yeah, well-behaved women have never made history. Let me just tell you all this real quick. Aussie True Crime reminds me of this. So I believe in generational curses. Um, and I believe unless they are broken, that they continue on through the generations. So my now people who were here for the live that I did in my guest bedroom, which is totally decorated to honor those that have gone before me, and especially those four painted women. Um, uh, I did a live from in there, and we kind of talked about my life a little bit one day. And so my granny, my mother's mother, the day the day that her mother had her, she didn't hold my grandmother. She never held my grandmother. My 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 grandmother's father held her, and she didn't nurse her either, which is fine. Don't get it twisted. That's not what this is about. So uh, about 3 days after Granny was born, her mother came out of the bedroom, and Granny was like in this box thing or whatever. She set it on the dinner table. Her husband, my great grandfather, had come home from work. She set it on the table when he walked in, and she looked at him and she said, "I'm done. Um, I'm leaving." She had already packed her stuff, you guys. She picked up her two suitcases and she walked out. Now, my granny's father was in the military. He was a military man. And he didn't know what the hell he was doing. That was the only child they had, right? He's a military man. He didn't have a choice. He couldn't just call in to work. Hey, I got a kid now. He had two sisters who I affectionately call the Baldwin sisters. They're not, but that's who they remind me of. Making the recipe. And he gathered my granny up. And the two sisters lived together. And he took my granny to them and he said, "Look, their mother left. I've got to work. I got, long story short, those two women raised my grandmother. His sisters raised my grandma. Um, my granny knew her mother's name, which which uh, was my granny's middle name. She gave her middle name to her, which is also my middle name, which is just weird. Um, and so my granny knew her mother's first name. and what used to be her last name, but nobody knew if I mean, she just disappeared. She disappeared out of Miami, Florida. That was it. No one heard from her again. Um, but then, you know, my granny got older, and in her 60s, her oldest daughter, my mother's oldest sister, found her mother. She was living in Fernandina, Florida, or somewhere right there. And they didn't call or anything. My aunt took my granny to her house. I don't know how she found it. I don't know anything about what went on. She took my granny to her mother's house. Her mother was in her 80s at this point, right? She hadn't seen my granny since she was 3 days old. And my granny and my aunt knocked on the door. And my aunt said that some younger lady answered the door and they asked for her mother, but they didn't say who they were. And she came to the door, and she just stared at my grandmother. And then my granny said, "My name is such and such, and I'm your daughter. I'm the daughter you left when I was 3 years old." And she said that her bio mother looked at her and said, she didn't even open the screen, you guys. She talked to her through the screen. She looked at her and she said, "I don't have a daughter." And she shut the door. And so I'll say true crime, that reminds me a lot of what you say you went through. And I asked my aunt about it, um, you know, if they had ever tried to connect again, or if her mother ever reached out to her or anything like that. And she said no. She said they saw that she just kept watching the papers and stuff, and she passed away like 4 years after that. And Granny didn't go to her funeral or anything like that. She was always very close to the aunts that raised her, Aunt Ruby and Aunt Gracie. And that was their names, Aunt Ruby and Aunt Gracie. And I mean, she saw her dad every day. Her dad would come over every day and have dinner with him. Her dad never remarried, you guys, never had another child, never remarried. My granny was the apple of his eye, but he knew that she was going to need a mother and a parent that was home. And I think he did the best thing he could have done by his daughter. So that happens to a lot, and it's very, very, very sad. Welcome back, RC. Leanie, think about viewer retention, dildos. Mhm. Well, we'll have a sex talk live, Dave, soon again. Soon. Why don't you hit me up and we'll do it again? That'll be great. What will be said next? Yeah, I didn't find out until after my granny had passed that she had found her. And it was funny because my granny wasn't there when I was born. And so she called my mother on the phone. Word, I guess, had gotten out through one of the painted ladies, her sisters, that what my name was. And I was named after my grandmother, after her mother, who was named after her mother. And my granny called bitching my mom out, and she was like, "I can't believe you named my grandbaby after that woman, blah, blah, blah." And she was like, Mom, I named her after you." Granny shut the hell up and come to the hospital and saw me after that. I guess she forgot that was her name too. What's up, Martin? Good morning. I live with my dad, but he is a bikie, and I was left everywhere till my dad went to jail when I was 3. My nana then looked after me till I was 11, and dad took me back. Then I was awarded the state at 14. I'll say true crime. We got to do a panel together someday, girl, and discuss your life. I do think that sometimes people think that they're no good to be around their children, and they think they're making the right decision by staying away. That's true. Absolutely. But here's the difference that I feel like. Look, I'm all for it. I'm all for adoption. I'm all for, if you feel like you cannot be a good parent, give it, if one of your family members is willing to raise your baby, do that. Do that. But you know what? When the responsibility's over with and you're already in your freaking 80s and you cannot acknowledge at least that you spit that child out, um, now I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you. Done. All right, I'm going to drop the link. I think Ashley wants to come up and RC if you want to. Would like to discuss this. There you go. There's the link. Come on up. Let's have a discussion. You guys hit the like for me, please. If you haven't subscribed, do that. How many? I don't even know how many. I don't even know how many subscribers we have. After the sex live the other night, we may have lost a couple. The sex live. Oh, we lost one. Damn it. 25 likes. Wow. Thank you so much. We're halfway there, y'all. And only one person said they can't be bothered. I love it. Ashley, you're on camera. Is that okay? Okay. God, you're beautiful. You can't come up here, Ashley. You're too pretty. Ashley, get the hell off my panel. You ain't coming up here, girl. Stealing my thunder. I'm just kidding. Come on.
No, I will definitely.
No, turn your camera back on. I'm just messing.
No. I'm shy. I don't like to be on camera.
Oh, you're shy, girl. Don't you be shy looking like that. You're gorgeous.
Thank you.
Gorgeous. How are you, honey?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm well. What's
That's
going
a sad,
on?
sad story, though. Ugh.
Which one?
The one you just told about, especially after all those years, and you still can't just acknowledge and say, yes, I'm your mother. That's just horrible.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, I think hello 3. Dave. 3. Dave, meet Ashley. Ashley, this is 3. Dave. Yeah, like I said, I'm
Sorry,
all for
Hi. Nice to meet you.
I'm all for adoption and things like that, but it's not hard to at least say yes, I'm your mom. I don't feel like answering any questions. It's good to see you. Carry on with your life. You know what I mean? But to
Especially
say,
so many years later. I
yeah,
mean, good Lord. She's not asking you to be mother dearest now.
right, right.
Been there, done that. Girl, I'm grown up. I don't need it. But geez.
So, do you have a story about DNA? Have you ever
So,
done it, or do you think about doing it? What do you think?
I have
so
an idea about it.
I would love to, because my grandpa was purchased off the side of the road.
Come
Did you
on,
say
tell
your
me about
grandpa was
that.
purchased on the side of the road?
Yes, that is the family story, is that he was bought off the side of the road by a wealthy uh rich man and his wife. And my grandpa looks exactly like Ricky Ricardo. I mean, like,
Wow.
identical. But I was reading, somebody in your chat was saying, even though they say that they will tell you your ethnicity, they actually don't. And that's what I wanted to know more than anything, is what was his ethnicity?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they give you like the areas where your DNA kind of like came from. The groupings in Europe or whatever. But I don't think it actually like. I guess if you were like 100% something, you would like be like that. But I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of like a mutt.
Yes, exactly. But I would love to know what all my mutt is,
Yeah.
because we don't have any background on my grandpa. There's just nothing on him. We don't know the family that they bought him from, apparently. I kind of think he diddled the maid, maybe. I mean,
Ah.
I just think it's all fishy, the
Wait, I
whole
want to go
story.
back to your grandpa getting bought off the side of the fucking road.
Yes.
That's crazy shit. So like the family was so desperate, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'll sell my son."
Yeah, apparently the story is that that he had tons of siblings and he was the oldest out of them all. And the white man that they called the colonel, they called him the colonel. He offered to buy my grandpa, and the family
Mm,
accepted because that they were I guess really poor. Now that's
mhm.
the story, but see, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe the maid he diddled the maid, and that's how they came about with said child.
Well, so is this your mother or your father's?
My mother. This is on my mother's side.
So I think it wouldn't be that hard to figure it out, just from what I know about how DNA. So you just need to get your mom's birth certificate. Is your mom still living?
Yes.
Oh, then that's even better. Need to get your mom's birth certificate and make sure that because they have to put the legal names on those, especially back then. E- It's easier now to, not do it. But was he married to her mother?
Yes. So which,
Ooh,
but see, this is what's so weird is that the all the he was even in the army, and but yet that wasn't his legal name. Like that wasn't.
he was probably using the name that the colonel gave him.
Yes. So, and also like I don't even know if there's even a social security because you can't even find like my mom tried to get like his school records.
Mm.
She tried going into the army. Like how do you get into the army without a social security?
Yeah. So I think in the Social Security is probably a Social Security card he got through the colonel as well. I think what I would do is do the DNA because maybe somebody from his original family, all those siblings, if they were large,
Hmm.
maybe your mom has a cousin out there, and that's how you'll be able to connect his real name. It's
Yeah.
probably the only way you're going to find his real name.
And it's not even like I really concerned about his real name. I just want to know more about the whole
Hmm.
background, like where he really was. He really purchased off the side of the road. I
Right.
mean, what? I mean, it's just he's
What
just a
what state
mystery.
is that? What state is that?
Well, he was purchased apparently in Texas, I want to say, but the colonel lived in North Carolina.
Do you have like a
Um,
general like idea of the year
The year of what?
that your grandfather was purchased?
Oh no, no, no! I we don't. There's nothing on the adoption. It's just
But
basically the story.
your grandfather is not that far away, from you. So I mean, you have to figure you know his birthday a bit. Was he, in his teens?
No, he was young
Oh,
huh.
because he would never talk about any his past, his life, anything like that.
Mm.
He was a very mysterious kind of guy.
Well, I mean, I think that's their age too. You know, back then they didn't talk about their stuff. RC says Social Security didn't come out until about 1935. At the time, it was voluntary.
Oh,
Wow. Wow. So he probably did. I know that my husband's stepdad joined the military. He did not have a birth certificate because he was born in the country in Oklahoma and they didn't issue birth certificates back then. He joined the military and got a social security and everything without a birth certificate.
hey, just Grammy. Good to see you. Hit the like.
see, same thing. He there's no birth certificate with
Hmm.
him at all, and even his school records. You can't even they can't even find his school records.
Right. Hey, Just Grammy, good to see ya. Um, yeah, and a lot of people think, well, this can't happen in today. No, it doesn't happen in today's day and age, but it does happen that generation because his stepdad did not even get issued because nobody could prove it. His mother and his father were already gone. His brothers and I think his oldest sister had to swear that he was born in that house and he was issued a birth certificate when he was in his 70s.
Wow.
I know. I know it's crazy. It's crazy. Man, that's a tough one. I think I'd still, girl, I'm telling you, I think I'd still do it. I think I'd still
Yeah,
I
do
would
it.
too.
I like the saga. I mean, if you can find more out, that would be great for the show. You know, that's a, that
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
gonna
you're bringing up some great stuff.
yeah, I'm gonna need some content on that, so we'll do it together. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, I need the content. I'm just kidding.
I
Yeah,
would
it
definitely
not as much content. It's just like a saga. You know, like
if
it's part one, part two. Let's go.
I promise if I get to figure out anything, I will bring it to you. I promise.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. Do you have a channel?
I do, but I don't really. I mean, I think I've gone live twice, and let's see, I've been on YouTube for so long, and I've only been like twice. I think I have a few videos. I'm not. I'm more of like a supporter.
Well, girl, support over here. Listen, I need all the support I can get. All the support I can get. You support right here all you want to. So, wow, that's
Yeah,
just
can we?
interesting.
Can anyone
Isn't that
find her
interesting?
channel and give the link? That would be cool.
Hey, three dot,
Yeah,
three dot. You sit over in the corner and coagulate.
I feel like I'm kind of always in the corner.
Okay,
That's kind of
well,
my thing.
shut the fuck up. I got this. What do you? How do you think this rolls when you're not here, Big Daddy?
Big Daddy.
How do you think it happens? And RC, I see what you're saying. She's gorgeous, so I should shut up. Fuck you. Fuck
Oh
you.
no no no.
We're just playing. RC, the men here,
Hit
the men
that
here are mean to the girls
motherfucking
that
like,
love.
bitches.
So there's Maria G says, so there's many that don't know their date of birth. That's true. That is true. I mean, their days could be off.
Yeah
Years could be off. It's so true.
yeah.
Um, and I want to say probably the generation of my mom and the baby boomers, I think it'll probably end with them. But like we just talked about senses, right? You That's how you work genealogy is through senses as well. And how many years did I tell you guys I didn't I mean to this date I've never signed a census. Never. Because I wasn't given the government that much control of where I live. What do you care how many people live in my house? You paying the mortgage?
Yeah, I don't fill those out either. I don't.
Yeah, but see, imagine had like my grandfather not filled it out. It's wild because my grandfather his family came from England, and my mom's father came from England and from the Bahamas. And
Oh wow.
I would have, yeah, yeah. There's a big story about that. Nobody's going to believe me. So I'll wait until everybody's drunk or high, which will probably be an hour. Give them an hour. You'll be able to tell. You won't be able to understand a damn thing anybody's saying if you're sober. If you're drunk or high, you guys talk like a baby talk. You just understand each other.
Goo goo gaga,
It's
goo 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 goo.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Hold
I'm
on.
sitting here going, what the
Do you
fuck is
remember?
being
Hold on,
talked
Leanie.
about?
I want to ask you a question. Do you remember the boy that was found in like the Las Vegas suitcase? Do you remember that
Was
story?
Are we talking about a boy or a man?
A boy. It was a young boy, maybe like 4 years old. You
No,
know,
I
he
never heard
was.
of that either. Oh, that's
You
awful.
guys not remember that?
I don't.
no.
I don't remember that one.
And I
Dave,
thought it went
you're
months and months and months. Like it felt like 6 months. And he was a John Doe, right? But they had DNA. This is where I'm like going, this is exactly why the government doesn't want you to think they have access to those databases. Because if it was me, if I was like a CI guy, I'd be like, yeah, take the DNA, find as close as you can to, you know, DNA, and you can kind of find out who the mother is of that child, you know? So it
yeah,
just seems weird that it took that long for, something to come up. And finally it did, and they kind of were tracking her down. But I mean, I feel it's weird, like they don't want us to think about like willingly giving our DNA into these systems. I mean, if you're all good, you've never committed a crime, you're not gonna commit a crime, then yeah, go for it. But I mean, I think that they want this access to kind of like the ancestry of everybody.
Thank you, Pink Fan. No, I had never heard of that. How long ago did that happen? I know you're much older than me, so was it
Um,
20 years ago?
oh yeah, that was it was 100 years ago. No, that was like 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago.
Where
So
was
what ended up
I?
happening? What happened with what?
It
Why?
was a suitcase that was it was labeled Las Vegas, and there was a black child in there that was like maybe like 3 years old that was just left on the side of the road and
Oh
deceased.
my God, that's terrible. Oh,
That
he was
is.
deceased. That's terrible.
Well, yeah, and I can't believe you guys don't know about that.
I
And
don't.
what I was like always thinking in my head was going, if we have these databases out, I mean, I could like take the DNA off out of that suitcase and put it in Ancestry, and I could find a close relative to that boy, you know? So, I
Right.
mean, how could it be that they're not doing that? And that's where I'm going, they're playing games and not wanting to, like, advertise, yeah, we're using it, it's ours. It's as much a game as it is just it's the government's, you know?
Let me ask you, Dave, are you in the database? Nobody cares, Dave. Just answer the damn
I've
question.
got I've got 3 of them on my shelf, and I've yet to like do it.
Oh, oh, swab it. I want to ask chat something really quick. How would you feel? We're just putting a little funny in here. How would you feel if you all did an ancestry and you find out that you are a sibling to the person you can't stand the most on YouTube? Would you stop? Would you get
Aussie
off
True
YouTube?
Crimes remembered that. Yep.
Pink Fan says in April 2022, the remains of a 5-year-old boy were found in a novelty. Welcome to the fabulous Las Vegas suitcase in southern India. Wait a minute. I have heard of this. Wait a minute. It was the wasn't it the his old babysitter or something? That mother moved around a lot, right? She was going all the time.
Yeah, I think they were on the run. They were like,
Yes.
after they kind of like, said, hey, we're looking at these people, and they were like going into San Francisco type area. They were kind of
Yeah.
in California for a little bit,
And then
but I've never heard the ending to the story at all.
the lady they did an interview with the lady who used to babysit him, and she was bawling through the whole. I remember that now. She was bawling through the whole interview.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, and she said that oh yes, I remember now. RC, listen, it's a good thing that we're not related, because then you couldn't be in love with me anymore.
Well,
Listen, I ain't from Kentucky or Alabama or whatever. No, I'm just messing with you. No, but
I was like watching the first Office, the show The Office, from like the
I got you, Dave. Yes.
yeah, and he's like, what's your favorite fantasy or something like that? He comes in kind of like off cold. And he's like, well, it would be I guess sisters, lesbians, and I would just like watch.
Oh my God. So Ashley, where do you hang out on YouTube? What do you like?
I like drama free, and it's hard to find good channels like yours.
Well, gee, thank you.
So I appreciate your
Drama
channel.
free.
Dave, what the hell up?
But yeah, I like laughter or just good interesting topics.
Oh, well, I think you're beautiful.
So thank
And
you so
I
much.
think we should drop you, not because you're beautiful, but I always drop
Yeah, what am I hearing here? I hear a little bit of this going on. Let's be
Dave,
honest.
Dave, get the hell off my panel. Um, and yeah, if you want us to, we can drop you. It's the only way I can pay you because we run a very cheap, low budget kind of program here. We're cheap asses, and but the least I could do is drop your link for you.
If you'd like to,
And
go
Yes,
ahead. I
Dave,
I
let's
always love
go.
that. But I'm not. Yeah, if you'd like to, that's fine.
that'd be fine.
I'm not
But
some
yeah,
Mel
like
it's
Mel
big
or
fine
Mary.
content
because like
provider.
I think shorts are a great way to like build your channel. You find a little snippet of something you dig, and then throw it up as a short, and it
I
does it
should do
does
that. I
drive
should
the
do more
channel.
of those. Yeah, I've been on YouTube for so long, and I have hardly any videos whatsoever.
Well,
But
Lini would not like be against you using her content, so you could like take this what we're doing right here, and you could use it up like as your shorts, and your
there you
videos.
go. There you go.
Y'all, there's Ashley's link.
Because
You guys
Lini's
sub up
cool
to
as
her.
fuck.
I try to be. Pink Fan is putting the rest of um that story in there. I remember that now. Devon Anderson on charges of murder, neglect, and dependent resulting in death and obstruction of justice. Anderson was arrested in Arcadia, California, March 2024, but an Indiana judge later ruled her incompetent to stand trial and committed her to a psychiatric facility. All right, guys, there is Ashley's link. You guys sub up to her.
Yes, Mary
We'll,
Jane,
we'll
thank
get
you.
her to start. We'll get her to start putting up some videos or something, or start a live or
Help
something,
me
so I
out.
could go and hang out.
Yes.
I need someone to go live so that I can hang out. And don't mod me. Don't ever mod me. That's the only thing I ask. Don't. I'm a terrible mod. I'm terrible. And but I love going into people's chats, and there's nobody I can go to right now. Uh,
I like
uh,
see I learned of your
Pink
channel
fan sub.
through Shift Happens, the food channel.
Shift happens.
Yeah.
Yes, I
That's
haven't seen
how
her in a minute.
that's how I discovered your channel, because she knows like I hate all the drama and crap that goes around, and so I'm like, anytime you find a good cool channel, please let me know. And so that's how I got your channel.
Oh, that's so nice. I haven't seen her in a
Well, check
minute.
out 3 dot motherfucking Dave. No, it's just 3 dot Dave. Any way you want to type it.
Dave, but 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 Dave is a channel hopper. See, he's not doing anything on his channel either. Are you, Dave?
I am. I've been like, I paid attention to the Trump shit, and then I did a little thing on Kamala.
Did you really? Oh, can
I
we
did.
drop Dave's?
I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be relevant.
Oh my God. Can we drop Dave's as well, please?
Yeah, I'll definitely subscribe to anybody that subscribes to me too. I always
Well,
return the favor.
Pink fan subbed right up.
Dave does Dallas.
DJ, hello, long time no see. Dave has some videos. I watched one.
Well, hey, at least you watched one. One's better than none.
So, Ashley, can I get in your business? Because that's
Of
what I do
course you
here.
can. No,
Okay,
please
good.
go
I'm so
ahead.
excited. I love it. Are you married?
So that I will not. So I won't ever talk about if I'm married, if I'm not married, if I'm gay, if I'm straight, if I have kids, or if I don't have kids. Those are the only things I won't talk about. But everything else is all good. It's just because
What else is there?
there's crazy ass people on YouTube though, and I've seen
No,
people do horrible things.
girl, I'm right. No, no, no. I am right there with you. That's why I don't show nothing but my
Thanks, Mary
picture.
Jane.
That's it. Um, yeah, y'all sub up to 3 dot and go check out his 3 videos.
I've got
3
like
dot
30.
3
Come
dot.
on.
If you start doing porn, more people would show up. That's what
There
I'm
you
gonna say.
go.
Well,
Um,
there's a couple.
oh, then I will check it out. All right.
God, I
Um,
just recently got my first dong showing of on somebody's live. That was traumatic.
you got
Boing,
porn bonged?
Well,
boing.
I didn't, but no, it's worse than that. So
Oh, tell me.
I was up on a cool panel having a good old time, right? And all
Yeah.
of a sudden, I didn't even know it, but he had ended the live and I didn't know. And I'm sitting here just talking on about, good God, who knows? Farm animals, who knows? Right? I'm
Yeah.
just yapping away. And all of a sudden, he's like, look down, look down. I looked down and he was whacking his goddamn meat.
What channel's that so I could go to?
I. I don't want to. I'm not gonna say. He ended up actually taking his channel
Can you
down.
can you put it in private chat so I can go check that out?
But I
And
was
next
like,
time, if and
I
next
was
time if you're on a
shocked.
panel and that's happening, come over here and get me real quick. I'll shut this bitch down quick. Go hang out with you.
I didn't know what to say. I was like, so like, oh, what the? And then
He did that
he's
so
like,
you
what?
would see
He's like,
though.
what do you think? What do you think? And the only thing that could come out of my mouth was neat. I just said neat.
Oh my God.
I didn't know
Are
what
you
to do.
how well did you know him? Like,
Not like that. And I
no, I mean,
still,
like, did you, what I mean by that is like, had you been in his channel for a while and
no,
what?
not maybe a couple months and mostly chatting and, but, and a few times on the panel, but I had hopped down off the panel before it had ended, but he just flat out ended it without even saying anything. I didn't know. And I was still yapping away. And I didn't know that we're behind, or what is it, like in the
Yeah.
basement or whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden he's like, look, look, look.
Girl. I mean, I make fun of stuff like that, in a joking kind of way, but I don't know what I would have done either. I don't know what I would have done or how we reacted. I don't know. Um, that is nuts. Miss Cindy, hello. Oh, that's
Yeah, and
crazy.
Miss Cindy, hi.
Wow. Um, is he someone that's been on? I won't ask you his name. Is he someone's been on YouTube for a while though?
He's on and off, but yeah, for some
Um,
years. And it sucks because you would like it. You would love his sense of humor. He's so damn funny. And just, I was disappointed that
yeah.
because now I felt all awkward and shit going on.
Right.
I'm like, damn it. And he had a lot of amazing people that were in his chat. I met so many really cool people. And then I started feeling like really awkward going there,
Right.
you know?
Right. Does anybody did you tell anybody in his chat or
No,
ask
because
if
I'm not like that. I'm not, I'm gonna, if I have an issue with you, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna do that shit where you put it on YouTube. I'm not like that. Even if you've done something horrible or if you're an asshole to me, I'm not gonna make a big old YouTube thing about it. If it bothers me that much, I'm gonna try to address you.
right.
But
Mobile mechanic.
No,
Hit that
good morning,
motherfucking
mobile.
like.
Good morning, mobile mechanic. No, what I mean is like, do you have someone that you could trust that knows him as well and just say, hey, you ever known this dude to do this? Is this what he's about? Does he do this
he
to women?
is.
Because that's
Apparently
a
he is.
predator. That's a predator and it's not cool.
But
Now,
I guess a lot of people let him slide with, like, it's because he's so personable, I guess, and a lot of women have just let it
Hi, DJ.
slide. I don't know, but no, I'm definitely not the first, probably nor will be the last that happens to.
Well, Ashley,
um,
I think you sound like a kind of a cool person. Are you cool?
kind of.
Kind
He
of.
said
Yeah,
kind of.
she sounds cool. I don't think she's questionable. She's actually pretty cool. So let's
Huh.
go. Freaking,
Let's
cool is cool.
It's cool.
So, do you do true crime? Do you like that?
I like like the true crime, but I don't like the drama. The people, there's so
Right.
much drama in the true crime community. Holy shit.
Why do you think that is?
I don't I don't know. It's weird. And they are like brutal. They're savages.
Mm,
They'll get into like your jobs, like take you to
mm,
court. I mean, it is next level insanity. And
mm.
then like the whole true crime is like never really even discussed. Like the
Right.
it's all
Ashley, the best thing you could do for this channel right now is call out the channel that is that
No.
bullshit type channel.
well
No, you know we're not going
they're
to do
not
that.
they actually aren't on anymore anyways. They took their channel down because they wanted to self work on themselves. And I think he should. I think he does need to work on
Well,
himself.
it sounded
Well,
like he was already.
we have a he. So
Well, we
Well,
knew
it
it was
was a
he. She said
I
it was
just told you
beating
they
his
whacked
meat.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on, Dave. Keep up, honey. Keep
It
up.
wasn't a strap on that
so
was
did
getting
you get?
whacked off.
So the name is there. Do we know the name?
No,
We're
I don't
not
think
going
you
to
guys.
know the name, Dave. Stop. We're not putting her
No.
Well, I
on the
was thinking
spot
like,
like
okay, we
that.
have a dude, so that's 50-50. We're
Just
No,
winging it down.
I've never seen any of you guys over there in the chat or anything. So I
Dave
don't
gets around though. Dave, just go through your playlist later and figure out who's on and who's not anymore.
Dave gets
Um,
around.
um, Pink fan, grifting off the backs of babies is sickening, fuckery and bullshit. I'm gonna agree with that. I'm an
Thanks, Mary Jane.
100%,
Yeah,
hundred
I'm not
percent
cool
agree
with
with
the
that.
grifting. I'm not. Yeah. Now, if you want to just tell and describe like the story, and I'm cool with that. But when people are just
I
making
t-
money off of it, I have an issue with that too.
well, I think if you're gonna grift, you just come right out and say that you're grifting. Like
Yeah.
for me, I would just be like, guys, I'm just gonna grift this right here.
Right. Give me
I
your
never
money.
ha- I have never yet, but I want to. And we also catfish here. Did you know that, Ashley?
No, you catfish.
Oh, honey, hold on. Yeah. Oh, yes. This channel's all about catfishing. I'm not gonna lie. And I tell everybody. Hold on. That's me and Mags. Yeah, here you go. See, we're still catfishing. We
Oh
cat
hell yeah.
see
Hold
everything.
on, Leanie. Can you define catfishing?
Uh yeah, I'm hoping to get either a good lay or good money with that body right there. How about this? All of my mad mods have bikini pictures. If you look in
I
chat,
know. That's what
yeah,
Shiv told me. She's like, she's got a great channel and all her mods have bikinis. I'm like, oh, that's perfect.
yeah,
That's genius.
it's just what we do here. So, but at least we're honest,
That's genius.
We're just
Yeah,
like, look,
just
we,
tell it what
we
it is, and I have
yeah,
much more respect for that.
yeah,
Honestly dishonest.
right.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, totally catfishing, y'all. This is not that's my face, but it's not my body whatsoever. Whatsoever. I
Hit
don't even think it
that
was my body before
motherfucking
children.
mic.
Harassing families is horrible. You are correct. That is correct. That's not off the back of missing kiddos, Lena. You ask for nothing. I don't ask for anything. I don't. I have a good time here. All I ask is that
You
people
ask for
just
likes all the time. You kind of like got that from
50,
me.
only 50,
Please
only
hit that
50,
motherfucking like.
only 50, and I stop it right at 50. After I hit 50, I don't say another damn thing about it.
Let's
And
go
where
back to everyone take away your likes.
Oh
while they steal your mods, hun Leanie. Listen, Martin, honey, they're always going to be my mods. Some of them may go mod for you, but they're always going to be my mods. So, uh, my mods have loyalty,
How long have
honey.
you been doing a channel?
The 12th will be 6 months.
Oh wow, so not too long.
No, not at all. I mean, I've been on YouTube. We're past July. July was 2 years, and I sat in the bushes in Krama.
Oh, in the comic, yeah.
Girl, I was going from this channel. This channel's talking about this person. I had to put that on hold to run over to that channel and
To
check
see,
out that person, see if they're really about what that person said they're about. And then I'm running to.
isn't it
It was
crazy though?
terrible. I was blown, but it was like one of those, like you can't turn your head
You
away.
can't stop
You
looking.
can't. Yeah,
Yes, I got caught up in one of them myself, so and
the
I
whole
understand.
screen was wrecking, and I'm like, I'm here for it. What's up? What's happening? And then I just got sick by it. I just was like,
It's just too much. It's just like,
yeah,
okay, enough's enough. And
there's
these
got to be
people will be
something.
fighting over the same shit for over 3 years now. Some of these
Right.
people, 3 years.
You're exactly right. You're
You're arguing
exactly
over the
right.
same dumb shit. Come on now.
Yeah. And then when I saw him go in real life, like
It's
uh
crazy. Yep.
showing up to people's jobs, calling
Yep.
people's jobs, showing up their door, putting out pictures of their houses as they're driving by, calling kids at
Yes.
schools,
Their
calling CPS.
families.
I was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh my God, does this really happen? So I was
Crazy.
like, I got to get the hell out of here. And I ended up somewhere in the middle over here. And that was that. And then but what I was able to do with that information was decide what type of channel I wanted and what I wasn't gonna put up with. 31 likes. What up? Thank you. DJ, did you hit the like? Mobile, did you hit the like, honey? Is it wrong that I keeping those images in my head for a later date? No, mobile, you do you, honey. You keep those images. Go ahead and print you out one and stick it on your refrigerator, baby. Take your pick. Go ahead. I'm all about loving the men. Go ahead. Go ahead. Um, so it's kind of hard because there's a ball of things that you're not wanting to talk about, and I respect that because usually when people come up on panel, I always tell them, whatever you don't want to talk about, let me know, and I will not broach those situations. But now I'm just sitting here going, what am I going to ask her? I'm not going to ask her about her job. I'm not going to ask her this, anything that'll trace back to her. I get it. I get it completely.
Well, any kind of topics you want to talk about, I'm down to talk about anything. So
Yeah.
Miss
And
Cindy, thank you
please
for
don't
hitting
talk
the like.
about my penis.
Dave, Dave has a love of Dave has a love affair with this. Have you ever seen Dave in chat before?
no, I don't think I have. But I mean, aren't most men in love with their penis? I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know one
but
that isn't.
Dave
Let's
is
go.
Dave Dave is infatuated with his. And it's an obsession, and you must be obsessed with his penis as well.
Is there
But
a
just
name for it? Do you have a name for
um
it?
Dave, do you have a name for your third leg?
I guess it's called veiny.
Who?
Veiny.
Beanie?
Veiny, like VEINS. Or no, V with a Y? I'm not sure. There's like veins in there somewhere.
Never mind. No. Oh, veiny with a V. Gotcha. No,
Veiny.
I will tell you this, Ashley. Dave let us all know that his is as thick as a Coke can, and I told him he's not getting laid and he's not getting head because there's no way anybody's touching it, and I know
No,
better.
you know, this is the weird. I have a weird reoccurring dream that I get a dong stuck in my mouth. Like I'm curious
Hello.
why on earth and what do the dream books have to say
Hold
about
on.
that?
Oh, hold on.
Please.
We did dreams the other night. Let me look that right up for you. I'm your girl. What
it
does it mean when you
it
get a dong
swells
stuck in
up
your mouth?
and it's like stuck and I'm like trying to yank on the damn thing, like trying to get it out, and it's just stuck in my mouth. And I've had that dream I can't tell you how many times.
Called Kismet.
I don't know if that's in the dream book.
Hold on. I'm figuring this out. I look up everything.
I did have a dream recently that was like all about flooding, like big time flooding, which is kind of weird.
Flooding? That's definitely got to be in
Flooding.
every book.
It says you dream. Well, it
We like
doesn't say
we're running up
dick
like
or
a
dong.
skyscraper type thing. We're like trying to get to more levels, and the water was kind of like kept rising. Kind of freaked me out.
It doesn't say dick or dong or dildo or anything like that. So I just put in what does it mean when you dream about things being stuck in your mouth? It could symbolize a need to express yourself or communicate something important, but feeling hindered or unable to do so. It may also reflect a desire to remove or get rid of something that is causing you distress or holding you back. Overall, the dream may leave you with a sense of frustration or a
Mhm.
need for release. Girl, you release. What?
I'm
I
always in
need,
that mode.
I
I
need to
have a
release.
need to release.
RC. RC says, but do you wake up short of breath?
I wake up choking. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, this is Ashley, y'all. Ain't you
Hi.
glad she showed up?
Cool shit. Hit that like. Subscribe to Ashley. She's like, if you guys go back like 10 minutes, she's in there. Subscribe.
Oh my goodness. So Dave, while you know what, Dave, this will be great content. Can you go ahead and pull down one of those ancestries and let's do it together on right here on my channel?
You want me to pull down my my box?
Yes, and I want you to
Yeah,
swab
okay.
your mouth or spit in it, and let's get it moved along. Hakchua on it. You know. Leanie, wait a minute. Leanie, please read my last comment. What did you say, babes? Let me see.
I literally
Yeah.
have 3 of them right here in my hands.
Okay, hold on just a second. Your last comment was, hey, RC. Hold on, honey. I'll find it. Is Miss Ashley single? Everybody's single on YouTube, Mobile Mechanic. You know that. Everybody. Nobody has responsibilities and nobody's married here. I would love to make her my future ex-wife.
Damn, I gotta be an ex?
Listen, stand in line. Stand in line. All right. 3 dot. Which ones do you have?
My son did it, so one of them's expired, so he used that one.
Did you send it off?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, good. So what brands or do you have?
Ancestry. Both. I have 2 like brand new Ancestry sitting right here.
All right. So if you're gonna do it, will you mail it off tomorrow?
I don't think so.
What the? Why?
I'm
What are
a
you
like
scared of?
I've got that conspiracy thing going in my mind, going, no, don't do it. It's weird.
But what happens
Maybe,
if your
I feel
dad's
like
not your dad?
the amount of like infinite or like finite, I guess, information I could get doesn't like weigh out how I'm handing the government my DNA. You know, I don't know how that works. I guess it. You know, you think it's weird because it's like it's just spit, right? But it is my DNA, and
Yes.
you know that I feel like it's private.
Yes, but you also let your son do it. So what does that
Well,
say?
no, I didn't let him. You know, he's a free spirit. So yeah, go for it.
Did he mail it off?
Mhm.
Can I ask
Yeah.
his age?
You
If you
can.
don't want to tell me, you don't have to tell me.
No, you can.
Okay.
Mother, though, hold on. His mother actually didn't know her father, so she did it, and he's a mystery, like how Ashley is talking about. Like,
Oh wow.
actually, you said like you found out some stuff on that, right? I was trying to dig for my ex and was trying to figure out like who her dad actually is, you know, and yeah, she totally wanted to like put her back against the door. She doesn't want to hear about it, you know.
Mobile Mechanic says he is 6'7". Lord have mercy. And
That's
300
tough.
pounds. He said he doesn't wait in lines. Mobile Mechanic, I'm just saying we play fair here, honey. We play fair. Mary Jane Doe says, three dot, that maybe you'll find some long lost children out there. What says you?
That is possible. Actually, when you think
Oh
about
Well,
no.
it is possible.
I'm surprised you found someone to ride the can, but tell me
There could,
about it. I
but I
mean,
figure my son actually because he kind of like fucked the scenario that they would like go, yeah, okay, I see you, you know, as my brother or sister. Then all of a sudden I'm like, fuck, he got me.
but Dave, if you've been promiscuous, shouldn't your children be able to know who their dad is?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, then spit and
Yeah,
let's
if I
get
have
it.
children out there, you know, I'm down, you know, to be, you know, I accept that.
All right, then let's go. Spit and let's get it mailed off.
Hawk Tua and let's do
Hawk
this.
But
Tua.
like I said, my son's already out there, so I mean, if it was out there, then they would have like contacted it that
Right.
way.
So they've already kind of got your DNA anyways,
Doesn't need
Dave.
me.
Exactly.
Doesn't need me.
Oh God, what a puss. What'd you do wrong, Dave? What'd you do wrong that you don't want no one to know
Yeah.
about?
Are you
We want to
hiding?
know.
Moitus. There was a lot of moitus.
He won't even show
Moitus.
he won't even show us his picture. None of us know what he looks like.
Oh really?
Yeah, Dave, you're hiding
My
something. What
DNA
is
is
it?
all over crime scenes across America. I have to like protect myself.
DJ says, I'm giving my DNA by court order only. Wow, really? Martin, there's someone on YouTube called Hawk Tua. Martin, you have to look up where that came from. It's hysterical. It's
Yeah.
hysterical. Um, I I want to know if RC's ever given up his DNA. RC's got some strong sperm. He's got twin daughters
Oh wow.
that he raised on his own.
Oh wow. I
He
commend
raised his
him.
three he raised his three kids on his own. Martin, what about you? Maybe you've got a couple kids out there. DJ. See, for women, we don't have that problem because if we've got kids, we actually spit them out of our bodies. So we know, right?
Well,
You
that's the weirdest
men,
thing. Like when you have like when you're having sex with a girl, right? And they like grab you around your ass with their legs, and they want you to do it. That's where it's like, fuck, dude. I mean, that's where I'm like, I could have got fucked at one point.
Oh Lord.
Dave, all the more
My
reason to go
genetics
ahead
are
and
so
spit.
strong. The females want my genetics.
Oh my God, you sold sperm. Mobile Mechanic, you sold sperm? Oh, you got to get your DNA tested. You
Oh
probably got
wow.
50 kids.
Hey, maybe more than that. Shit. He's got a whole tribe, maybe.
Oh, oh wow. See, I think if I were a guy, Ashley, truly, I think I would very quickly go and give up my spit.
Well, how much do you get for donating sperm?
Yeah, how much do you get?
I'm
We want to
curious.
know.
And how
You
often
might
can
have
you do
kids.
it?
It's kind of like
Never
plasma,
looked
honey.
into it.
Um, DJ, yes, you could have children out there. I mean, you're a guy, you just don't know because you don't actually have to like fully ejaculate into a woman to get a woman pregnant. It could be pre-cum. And you know y'all ain't pulling out
Yep.
that fast,
Yep.
Dave.
No. Yeah. Exactly. You know. I don't know.
I
That whole those teenage years, man. I was promiscuous. I was like, yeah, I was messing around.
All the more reason to go hawk to it in that
Mm-hmm.
thing.
And you know what's weird is
Martin,
like I have this like idea of who maybe might be the
Oh
one.
no, you have a feeling. You have a feeling. So this could really be a thing.
Yeah,
are you?
there was a few chicks. It was like, you know, I that could have maybe they because they disappeared hella quick. So it was like, and then they came back with a kid, and I was like, oh shit.
Martin says, yeah, but when a guy does that, he has to sign an agreement that he will stay out of the kid's life, don't they? I don't know.
So
I don't.
I
I
think
don't
they have to
know.
stay out of the light, but they can sign something whether like if the kid later on, like after they're 18 or something, wants to know or contact them, like I think you can mark down if you agree to
Yeah.
that or disagree to that. I could be wrong though, but I think I've heard that.
According to Leanie, please, do you really think men
Well, I
don't
think that the whole
understand they
DNA
aren't
thing, you know,
responsible?
the whole ancestry and that whatever other one, right? Those ones, it really takes away the being anonymous.
Anonymity
Yeah, it takes it away.
of,
So I mean,
of
it really does take away the whole concept of just being able to like run away.
anonymous.
Yeah.
That's true, but then, I mean, you're basically only signing a thing that you can't contact them. I mean, you can't help it that you've done your ancestry and bada bing, there he is. Um, DJ, I listen. Um, really, do you think men don't understand and aren't responsible? DJ, accidents happen. I know I had 4 of them. Oopsie. Um, and I
Well, I
use
think
the
hold
pull-out
on, let me
method.
like talk to DJ
Dave, I
right
am
now.
not, no, I'm not done talking, Dave. You see how this works? DJ, I'm
I
not,
hear
Dave,
how
I'm
you
not
want it to
done
work.
talking.
There you go. Mute him.
Uh, so I had 4 accidents, DJ, and 3 of them I was using the pull-out method. So it doesn't always work. You have pre-cum that you cannot control. You can't control it. Sorry. Now, if you're talking about wearing condoms, condoms break, or they could get a little hole in them, or you could have so much juices flowing that some of it could come out through the top. I mean, I don't know. And if you're like Dave, there's no condoms out there that fit you because you're the size of a Coke can. Okay. So there's that. Dave, now you could tell DJ something. Um, Dave's busy spitting in the
Dun, dun,
vial.
dun. Wait, DJ said, what, according to Lena, please, really, do you think men don't understand and aren't responsible? I think most men, especially in their younger years, are just,
Young, dumb, and full
they're
of cum.
reckless. They're reckless.
Hmm
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree to that. And so are girls. But like I said, we know because we spit them out. Don't be a hater, dear. I'm not a hater. Ain't no hater. I just think as a man who has been promiscuous, you should uh get your DNA tested. Now, I know RC will come up here and whip my ass over saying that. I understand that. But um here he comes. I'm going to
But
get my ass kicked.
wouldn't the mom, if they wanted him, the father in in their lives, they would have told said father that you're I'm having a baby. I mean,
Well, my mom didn't know. My mom didn't know that whose kid I was.
well,
And
I can understand situations like that. Yeah.
and a lot of I guess I don't know. A lot of them I don't know. RC, here comes RC boy. He's going to hand it to me. I feel it. Hi honey, how are you? Let me butter him up first. RC. Hi honey. You okay?
I'm fine. And by the way, she's gorgeous, and you need to shut up. Anyway,
What's going on, RC? Good to see you.
what's up, Dave?
All right, give it to me, RC. I need to know.
Well, you
Give it
guys,
to me, RC. Ooh, ooh.
the way it works is like, again, it wasn't an insult that I said common sense. You got to utilize it. We have to
Oh, I
all
didn't.
utilize our common sense. We actually know the answers that all this shit is bullshit. Seriously. Anybody who fills out a DNA thing and goes ships it off, go, hey, by the way, guess what? I just found out that I have ancestry in South Africa.
Well, we all
Uh,
do. We all should.
my thing is, at the end of the day, they didn't actually prove it to you. We found a relative of yours, this and that. I would accept that before you just tell me that. I
Have
might
you
have
ever
come
done it
back.
though? Have you hold on? Do you know someone that's done it?
I know a few people who've done it, including family members, and the
And have you
best way,
noticed that they have found like cousins?
yeah, it's like who said earlier, mud. Like we're muds now all of a sudden? Get the hell out of
Mutts.
here. We're DNA, we're humans.
But I mean, if you like, so let's say that you're like a kind of alone in the world, right? And you know, as an advocate for the system, that would give you an ability to find blood relatives that are out there. You know,
Okay, let me put it this way. We've all watched forensic files, FBI files, forensics, all these TV shows, they talk about DNA, all this crap, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You ever notice that sometimes they just can't find a dead person's relative at all? So they claim.
that's what I
What's
was
the
saying about the boy in the suitcase.
right? So what's the real reason for that? It's a
They're not
fact.
divulging it because they're using the system, right? Let's say
Uh,
there's a rapist or something. They get his DNA. They can easily find really close to. They can find like somebody that's living right now. Have it be Leanie, right? Not just to say it. They could find that Leanie's because she's in the system, right? They could find that this person is related closely to her. They know the piece of the pie, that finite slice, and he's related to her. So I mean, you really define it down.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Do you truly believe that a government of just 2 million people, which not all the people is expert on DNA, they collect DNA, et cetera, et cetera, it's just the government. Are they able to really go out and track down everybody's DNA? Do you know mathematically that is impossible? The money's not there.
Well,
The
that's what I'm
man,
saying. Like people
the man,
like willingly like
hold up.
participate in these databases, right?
Let me
And
finish.
the FBI is using those databases. So like
I'll
if
get,
you're like a weirdo and they got your DNA, they can find you through your
I'll get
familiar.
I'll get to that point. Let's utilize common sense here. Common sense tells me, right, that the government is mathematically is it's not possible to do the work, right? When people find other people through by way of DNA, it depends on who they looking for and why. Let's take a murderer, right? If that guy who murdered, say, 20, 40 people, if he never spent a day incarcerated or never got locked up, there is no DNA, okay? But if he signs up for a DNA ancestry program or whatever, do you know how many companies are actually doing that? Now, this is where it gets interesting. People don't realize that even the government has to go outside, but are they willing to pay the money? This guy said, "Oh, listen, can you run this through your system? Like you could create your own damn ancestry company, Dave, and you're gonna charge people if they come. Hey, listen, can you put this in your system? Well, we're gonna have to
Well,
charge you two
that's
hundred
kind of how
dollars.
I feel like the FBI or whatever, the CIA or whatever, whoever's investigating shit, they actually like go through the process of going through Ancestry and like are able to use that information as their information.
Right. And then when you talk about the privacy, right? Do you believe that all the ancestry companies out there would willingly give up, you know,
No, I think that
information?
they basically, I think their whole, I think that they have to give it up.
No, they don't.
The government, it's as much that's why I feel like they don't like advertise that I can take the DNA and put it in a database and figure out what's going on. They don't want that to happen because they want as much people doing it as a goof. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
It's like
again,
it's like fun,
you're,
but it really
you're
is.
missing my
They're
point.
handing it. We're handing it over to them.
No, but again, manpower, mathematically, is not possible. We got 8 billion people on Earth. You think like if a guy's looking for a murderer, let's say some guy's a serial killer, and they go, we're going to track this motherfucker no matter what. You know how much money it would cost to reach out to all these data systems around the world who other people own or control? Okay? Do you know how much time that would take?
No, I don't.
It takes a
I think you're
DNA
wrong,
sample.
man. I mean, if they have blood, if they have what they think is
No,
the
no. The
perpetrator's
thing
blood,
is, it's already
they put it
there.
in the database and then they get the familiar
No.
DNA.
The government's database does not include all the private companies out there who don't, go along with the government. They
Dude, I'm
go, no,
telling
we're
you right
not doing
now.
this
I mean,
shit.
I don't know if you're being in denial, but those
No, I'm not. I'm
are
not in denial.
accessible.
No, I'm not
Totally.
in denial. You know why? Because what you guys are
So you're
failing to
saying that
understand.
Ancestry has like this lockdown on my information is so private. You can't get there like as if it was like an iPhone. No.
My thing is, again, watch these.
Uh-oh, RC, we lost you, honey. Give him just a minute. Hi, Amanda. Go ahead, RC. We missed a little bit of what you said, honey.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Dave, we don't have a choice but to hear you. Keep going, RC. Welcome back, Ash.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So again, my thing is, people are not thinking about mathematically. It's not possible. The FBI is what, 7,000 people in a world of 7 billion. Now let's talk about the mistakes that our FBI have made, police departments across the world, and in this country especially. Have they not? We got some DNA. We got some fingerprints. Even when it comes to fingerprints, didn't the Supreme Court say that at one time people used to make a case? Well, we got 3 indicators on this fingerprint that this is the guy. And then boom, what happened? They found out later, hey, we just locked up a guy that not only confessed to it, but his fingerprint not only matches the 3 indicators we locked up this guy for, but he has 9 more that's a perfect match. This is the kind of shit that happens. And again, with that, it brings lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. And it has happened. People just don't pay attention to it because they believe everything the government tells us. Oh, the ancestry bullshit. To me, it's bullshit. My thing is, in forensic files, they tell you, they go, you know what? We can't connect this dead body to nobody. You know what they did? They tried DNA everywhere. They entered into the data system and said, and did you know that the prison data system is different than the FBI's data system? The data system for DNA in the prison system is to find out if you're incarcerated. Then they have another entity that finds out were you locked up in a certain state or the whole country for that matter. All different data systems. It costs money for them to interact and make requests for everybody else. Mathematically, if you got the money, okay. If you don't have the funds, guess what? Most cases are unsolved because the resources run out. And what is the commander or the captain of the precinct or the head guy in the detective bureau says, listen, we got nothing, move on to the next case. So it just goes into the cold files and it sits there. And then if somebody should get locked up and then a new, what do they call it? Cold case. detectives,
Yeah.
right? They come
RC,
along.
are you saying that
and
hold on, are you saying that these Ancestry.coms and those other ones are fake?
no, I didn't say they're fake. I'm saying my
So
thing is our government does not have access to all of these ancestry companies.
why would you not think so? Because you can like anonymously put it. I could like take this little thing. I've got a couple of them sitting right here. I could like take DNA, stick that in there, pretend it's mine, and have
Yeah,
that come back, and it would tell me who I'm related to, right? Whatever DNA I put in there, it could be a dog.
yeah, but if you send it to one company, what makes you believe all the other companies have it? Or they're going to acquire it, but you pay one company to have it done. So
No, you
magically it's
basically
going to pop
you're
up.
accessing Ancestry's DNA
But the
database, right?
ancestry database is not run by the governments, what you're failing to understand.
That's
They
correct.
don't run all that shit. These are
That's
They
private
don't what?
corporations. They're all private corporations, unless the
Right, and you
government.
think that they're not accessed by government?
If they want you bad enough, they can access anything.
Hell yeah,
But if
dude!
they want you
The
bad
moment
enough,
that
but if they don't know where to find you, how do they find you?
they find you through relatives.
But again, if your relatives don't take or send the DNA, this not even though it's not there. But guess what? Every time you take a blood sample, the government or the medical institute has your DNA. You think
Okay,
HIPAA? You think HIPAA is a safety protocol for you, the
what's HIPAA?
individual? HIPAA. You don't know what
I don't
HIPAA
know
laws
HIPAA.
are?
No, I don't know HIPAA.
HIPAA is the doctor who takes your medical history, et cetera, puts it in a file, and it's just for him. It's for you, between you and your doctor. It's information and need to know only. That's it. It
I
doesn't
don't
leave
know. I
that
feel like
office.
you think that there's more privacy than what's real.
No, the thing is, there are rules, regulations, and protocol. If you get caught breaking any of them, the same government that'll tell you, yeah, we share it. Guess what? But if you do it that way and you give it to me without protocol or permission, somebody's going to jail.
Yeah, nobody goes to jail when they break that kind of shit. That's what I was
Yeah,
like saying about
but
the
the
boy
thing
in the
is,
suitcase, right?
how
All they
do
had to do is
you?
get his DNA, put it in Ancestry, and find close familiar bonds. And then you then have the slice of the pie of that grandmother.
And
Anyone
again,
that like it participated is going to be close to that DNA. You know?
hey, listen. If you're so set up that that's actually real, how come you don't send your DNA in? Even though they probably have it already.
Exactly, because they have my son, so they have me. I mean, I guess I should. I mean, my grandmother was kind
No,
of like anonymous. She was like from like
even if your son didn't send it in, you don't think they have yours?
no, they didn't until then.
No, that's what you believe. They already have ours.
How?
Simple. Okay, this is a news story, right? Pay close attention. We expect 45,000 people will come down with HIV. Suspect, or do they know it? And this is a news report. They just called out something that hasn't happened. But they're claiming that in year 2021, we're going to have 45,000 extra HIV patients in the city of New York. How do you think they figure that out? Magically? They're mind readers? No, they took your blood by way of the CDC. They don't say nothing because they have to ask you, hey, would you be okay if we take a HIV sample? If the patient says no, they do it anyway. And that's how they're able to come up with what? A potential numbers of new HIV patients for the next coming year. Therefore, that tells them we're going to need more funds. Nobody questions, well, how the hell did you know there was going to be 45,000 plus? Because they already knew. And the reason why I say this is because that shit kept baffling me when I used to see it on the news. Year 20. Oh, we got another suspected. It's going to be 18 more thousand HIV people coming down with HIV. Next year, it went up to 25. Then it went up to 41. I'm going, how the fuck do they know this? So me, I used to work in a medical facility. So I asked the doctor. And the doctor looked at me and he laughed. And he says, well, think about it, RC. How do you think we do it? And he goes, and it's interesting you asked that question. It means you're paying attention. Yeah, I want to know. What's your answer? You know what he told me? He says, they do it all over the world. They take your blood sample to find out what people are carrying certain diseases so that they can prepare themselves to treat them. So in other words, they know it's coming.
I'm hitting the wrong thing. Did you mean that they do that when they're just like doing a simple blood draw?
Yes. Yep. It's as simple as that.
I mean, I did have like I gave blood at one point. So you're saying it's like at that time they like said, okay, we got his DNA.
Yeah. And don't you ever hear about like if you go into the journal, medical journal, when you read about that, they've been working on this disease. What is the magic word they like to use? Well, we follow 45,000 people for a period of 25 years. And this is what we discovered. Follow. These people did not give permission for them to be followed, but they were followed anyway. If you read the medical journals, it actually is self-explanatory. They want to know what's going on in a society to better prepare for it, whether it be diseases or cancers that are people coming down with, HIV, anything. And then they try to prepare themselves. And what do they do it? By using us. You can go into any search engine and find out how many experiments have the U.S. government, just the U.S. government, has done on unsuspected U.S. citizens. Get ready for a rude awakening. Not only does our country pop up, but foreign countries. They've done it in foreign countries. They went into other countries and utilized their population to try to figure out shit, maybe in a good way or maybe in a nefarious way. But we do it. And we're not the only country who does it. And when you read about it, you go, holy shit. And what's the common denominator? Not only veterans hospitals, private hospitals, city hospitals. It is there. Read it. And this is how they figure out what's either, you would think if there were decent folks left on this planet, you would think that they're doing it for the betterment of mankind. No, I think they're trying to cover their asses too to try to figure out how much poison did we put into the American or any society across the world, and what are the reasons.
So you're saying that they're collecting this information so that they can find a way to kill us slowly?
No, on one way,
like
find out
lower our
what's killing.
lifespans.
One way, find out what's killing you, and then maybe try to treat it, and then again follow the money. You get my drift? Follow the money. What does the doctor say? Take this for this and this, you'll feel better. Take this for that. When you go back to the doctor, you go, hey doc, this fucking
Apple
shit
a day
is fucking killing me.
So let me ask you this, RC, are you, and I want to ask everybody this, what they think about it. So it's getting more, DNA is getting more and more used throughout the court system, because for a long time it wasn't, you weren't allowed. O.J. Simpson is what the first time DNA was brought to court. Did you guys know that? It was allowed by a judge in a courtroom. was O.J. Simpson, right? It's being used more and more because it's really up to a judge's discretion whether they're going to allow it in the testimony of their courtroom. Um,
I didn't know that. Wow.
yeah, yeah. So, how do you feel? There's people that are against it.
Well,
How do you
it's
feel about
simple.
that?
It's simple. Let's say a friend of yours got murdered. Why should they come after just you when this is your friend and you've been in their house multiple times and they go,
Mm.
well, you was the last person that saw them. How the fuck do they know this? Unless they can pick up,
Well, RC would
again, they
be
say
like
DNA.
blatant
Well, you're
blood,
present. They found your
blatant blood.
hair.
I think.
Eh,
Hold on, Dave. I can't hear him. So let him finish talking and then you talk.
And
Yeah.
Go ahead.
again, it comes to what do they call those cases? We have a lot of evidence, but then there's that word. What's that word, ladies and gentlemen? Circumstantial evidence. So in other words, you really don't have any fucking evidence. Oh, you
Yeah.
found his prints in the house. Well, of course, he's his best friend.
So
Well,
But if
again,
that's the,
okay, RC.
again,
Let's say a knife was involved, right? And the perpetrator, the murderer, got cut in the process. There are multiple blood on that knife, right? So then they define that yes, the murdered is there, and then there's also the murderer that's there. That's how they find you.
yeah, well, if the person's blood is on a knife, that's not circumstantial. That's
Yeah.
No,
actually
that's
evidence.
facts.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's the
I
difference.
think you definitely. I think if it's on the body, I think DNA on the body or on a weapon, I think that should be used. But like you said, like on a coffee table or something like that, no, because yeah, like you said, if a friend that would go over there, why and their DNA, of course, is going to be all over. So
Unless
Put,
that
put it this
person
way:
like never has been there at all. So that
DNA cannot.
actually like is a kind of, I guess it would be circumstantial, but I mean it is actually prevalent.
Yeah, but the
but
thing is, you have to prove it.
a weapon
See,
and on the
and that's why
actual
you go to
body,
court.
I can see.
Listen, we had a guy in Texas who got executed, even though the prosecutor himself went up to the judge and said, "Hey, Your Honor, we fucked up." And you know what the judge says? Sorry, he was found guilty by
I
12
hate
of
those
his
stories.
peers.
I really do.
Okay,
I
so
see
my
that all
thing
the
is,
time. Hi
and
Irish. It's
again,
like
how many people have gone to jail because, oh, well, we got on the fingerprints, we identified, oh,
Yeah,
we got DNA, but yet these
circumstantial.
people had a relationship. So, of course, there's DNA's in the fucking house, as well as a woman.
let me
Okay?
jump into chat really, really quick. Let me jump into chat really quick. Good morning, Irish Jesse. Good to see you. Amanda, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Maria G, also, I think it was Mary Jane Doe. Yes. Talked about the pandemic word, and whether it was, where do we think it came from? And Maria G says definitely man-made. I agree with that 100%, and I think anybody with half a brain will believe in it too. If not, come here, I'll punch you in the face. You'll
China.
remember. um, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for bringing in your friend. Everybody, bring a friend. It's Bring a Friend Day. Thank
Bring
you
a
so
friend
much.
and hit that.
That
I,
motherfucking like.
I said it
So
from day one.
so let me ask you this. We've got, I don't know how many, I haven't done the research on it, but we've got all these people on
We've
death row.
got
You
not
guys,
enough likes.
Dave, shut the hell up a minute. Um, so we've got all these people on death row. You guys heard of Scott Peterson, who killed his wife and his unborn son, and they've got a piece of tape that was never put in for DNA. The judge went ahead and said, "We'll go ahead and test it for DNA," because even though he's not on death row anymore, that got, for whatever reason, I don't remember now, got reduced down to life. Um, what says you about the prisoners? We've all heard the stories. We talked about it here, um, about innocent people being put up on death row. What says you about the government putting some money together and going ahead and DNA testing all these guys if there's any DNA to test.
What do you mean, the
Well, I'd like to
government?
say it
You
sucks
know,
because there's hold on, there could it be that some kind of powerful person is protecting themselves and framing someone? That's where it's like, that's how these people, they're protecting themselves. That's how they get on death row, and they like are sitting there forever. And like, for what was that? There was a movie about like this dude that was like in there for like 15, 20 years.
Oh yeah,
And
they're always there for 20. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
dude, framing. I mean, you think about like, there's, cops are human, right? If they're protecting somebody, they can frame you like as if they're like, oh yeah, I'm looking in your car, and hey, there's a friggin' pound of coke. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not like they're like invincible or like so honest. They're gonna like, you can be framed, and you can be put there forever.
yes, humans will frame you. Cops will frame you. And again, it's because they make mistakes. Some of them do it out of
Some,
nefarious reasons.
yeah, some blatant.
Some of them will do it because I want another notch on my belt. It's human nature. And that's fucked
Okay.
up.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring it back around again because I think there's enough men in chat, and all kidding aside, I really I really would like to have an answer to this. Don't you think that men should do their DNA? Now, hear me out when I say this. I'm not singling you guys out, okay? But I am. And here's the reason. For people like me who waited 49 years to find out who my father was, all that time, he lived 20 minutes away from me. I did not know it, neither did my mom, because she was a hooch. And who is protecting the rights of people like me? I have the right to know. Now, you have the right to know, to say, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. You stay on your side, I'm staying on my side. I got a good life, you get a good life. Sorry, I'm not there for you, whatever. You know what I mean? What you've got is just going to have to be enough. But don't you think that as a man, you owe it to those possible kids out there, if for nothing else, but for medical reasons? Listen, when I had my very first back surgery, I went in for 2 emergency surgeries on my back. The very first one, the doctor came out and said, "What accident have you been in?" I said, "I haven't ever been in an accident." And she said, "The only way you get this type of damage to your spine is through a very bad car accident, train accident, something like that, or it's hereditary. And we need to find out if it's hereditary because your back's going to keep deteriorating. Or I could just go in and fix it right," which we had to go in and fix what was wrong then anyways. But she's like, "I need to know if we're going to keep doing this every so often." Well, I didn't know because I didn't know who my father was. All I know is none of my family had back problems. I was the only. Then lo and behold, I meet my dad, and the whole fucking family's had back surgeries after back surgeries. My dad was disabled when he was 40 over his back. And since that time, I had been put in for another emergency back surgery. That's just my life. That's what I'm going to be looking at. So, what says you men about this? I mean, there you could possibly be kids out there that have the right to know, am I predisposed to a certain type of cancer? That was one of the first questions I asked him. I was like, does your family have cancers in it? Or do you have heart problems in your, I want to know. What says you guys about it?
Well, my grandma died when I was just born, so of breast cancer. So yeah, it's out there. You know,
But that's
I
not my
think I missed a
question.
little bit of your story on. So you did the what, Ancestry or something,
Yeah.
24andMe or whatever. You did that,
Yeah.
and you found your dad, right?
Right.
And was he welcoming?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So he was
That's not
excited.
that's not my question. Listen, don't turn this back around on me. I just want a yes
I'm
or
not
no
trying
answer.
to. I'm
And I'm
trying to
not going to.
understand what's going on.
Well, I mean, I can explain that as soon as my question gets answered first. If you say no, DJ is very honest with his opinion on it. He says no. I respect that he has that right to say that. I'm not putting you guys up against the wall and going to hate on you for however you feel about it. So I'm asking you guys on panel, how do you feel about that?
You
Well, I'm
finished, Dave?
actually. Go ahead, bro. You wanted to
Oh,
go. If you want
no,
to
go
go.
ahead. You go.
Well, my son already did it, so I'm like kind of already there. So like it, I kind of like willfully did it. So it's out there. If anyone wants to find me, I am like on the books.
Right, but what I'm saying is if your son had not done it and we were having this conversation, what would your answer be to me? Do
Well,
you
I'm
have
telling
a
you, I've
moral
got two of
do
them
you
sitting right here on my fucking thing. I haven't done. So
so do you
I'm
feel
I'm
like you have a
I
moral
question.
obligation?
I just I question government. I'm not a fan of putting my DNA out there. However it's going to be used. You see like science fiction. Who knows how the frick it gets used. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Mm.
it weirds me out. To put any information out there that can be used against me.
Like I said, you don't feel any moral obligation to a child you may have out there.
I haven't
Well,
thought about it that way.
let me introduce this. And this is for you, Lenny. Did you always knew that your
Yeah.
father wasn't your father?
I didn't know it, I felt it. And I asked everybody who would listen to me if they knew anything from as long as I can remember, very, very far back. I always knew as a young kid, 3, 4, 5 years old, that I didn't, that's my puzzle didn't work. My puzzle piece did not fit. And I was different. I looked different. I felt different. I wasn't treated. I was the baby girl. I'm still the baby girl in my mama's side of the family. It wasn't that I wasn't loved, but I could feel it. There was something missing in my life,
And,
and
and when
go
and when
ahead.
you approached all the people, your family, on
Mm,
your side,
mm.
they said what to you? Stop it, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Shit like that, correct?
bunch of liars.
No, I mean, they just told me that who I was raised to believe to be my father was my father,
So you didn't
and I
actually
knew
get
it
an
wasn't.
answer from any of them at the end of the day. You
No,
finally did, but
That so
no,
resembles my son's mother. You know, that she has
except
no idea who her father is right now.
except for when
Still,
ex- except for when I was 13 years old and my aunt and my mom were fighting and my aunt pulled me to the side and said, I'm going to tell you everything I know about your father. And I was like, wait, what? Because I had already even questioned her. And she's like, that's your father. You know who your father is. But now that she's pissed off at mom, she's going to air the dirty laundry. So then, of course, I went straight to mom. And she was like, she's just doing that because she's mad at me. So that's not true, blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you this, and this is another reason why I think my mom honestly did not know who my father was. Um, because my oldest sister did her ancestry 3 months prior to my mom passing. My oldest sister was told from as young as she could, as old as she could be, that that was not her father. She always knew. My mother was always very honest with her about it. And she did her ancestry about 3 months before my mom passed. And so my mom was able to tell her about her father.
I'm sorry, Lee. Did you say that you just recently found out who your father was
5 years ago. 5 years ago.
doing this by doing ancestry?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
hmm
and the
So
thing
it
is,
helped you.
the thing is, all I would have to say is that what are the odds of finding the ancestry place? Because apparently there had to be relatives on the other side that did it, right?
Right.
So,
Right. His sister and her
right.
daughter were doing Ancestry. Right. That's how I
So,
found him.
so the thing is, was it the same system? Like the same company, the same
Hmm.
people? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That,
Right.
okay, that is, you know, I could see that. But let's say you chose another ancestry company that had nothing to do with the company they chose. Unless these two companies shared their data, you probably wouldn't have gotten an answer yet either. And that's very possible. And that's what I'm talking about. There are too many
Oh, I see what
people
you're saying.
online. There are too many people online advertising this shit. That doesn't mean they're all connected because they're not.
Let
They're
me jump
just
in
not.
chat really. Let me jump in chat really quick. Maria J says, "I know many girls that tell the bloke they're on birth control, and they weren't. They just wanted a baby." That's true. A lot of girls have done that, and some girls have trapped guys like that as well. Mary Jane Doe says boys need to be taught that they are responsible for safe sex. That is correct. Boys and yes,
Yeah,
I
both
agree.
both of them.
Pretty too many times we're only teaching the girls. The boys and the girls need to be protected, and not so much. This is what I told my boys. I was like, look, it's her job to protect herself. Can you protect yourself? Because you
Yeah.
don't need to be a daddy, and you don't need to be bringing home no STDs, so she can protect herself and you protect yourself. How about that? um Amanda said, I lost two aunts the same week in 2020 to lung cancer, and the other auntie has battled breast cancer twice. I'm probably fucked, and it terrifies me. Amanda, here's the good news about that, honey, is you know that it runs in your family. The only thing you can do is pray a whole lot, and make sure you're keeping up with all of your appointments. Every, I don't know how old you are, but at some point you should be going in every year uh,
And
to have those.
with that, I would you could probably even go in more frequent than that, just
Yeah, you could
because of
probably
how
go
it
in every
runs in the
6 months.
family.
Now,
Yeah.
there's another conversation that you can unite with this conversation we're having right now, which is how many of us actually pay attention to these lawsuits by way of commercials on TV everywhere, different channels, this and that. I mean, we're down to like if you took this certain medication going back 30 years, 35 years, and they turn
Hmm.
around and say, if you took this medication, guess what? And you came down with breast cancer, then there's a lawsuit. So, in other words, are they blaming ancestry, DNA, or the medication? And the
Mm.
fact that they're able to
Good
create
question.
lawsuits one after the other. If you took this
Mm-hmm.
medication, guess what? See, and this is what I'm saying when I like to have conversation with people who have open minds. And that's what I try to, you know, present myself. Listen, I'm not just going to accept everything a government tells me or even a doctor sometimes. Because even the doctors don't fucking know. Are they aware that the medication they were peddling to certain people at a certain time in our lifetime was going to come and bite us in the ass 2 or 3 decades later? And the answer to that would be no. Did
No.
they find out? Yes. And that's the purpose why you see all these damn commercials. Hey, if you took that, I mean, for God's sake, they're blaming baby powder for what? Think about it. And how long men been
Well, I've
using
heard that
baby powder? Okay. And again,
I've
a
heard
lot of
like
it,
yeah, the
uh,
baby powder actually like when it comes to like women's vaginas causes some weird shit.
you see what I'm saying?
Uterine cancer, yeah.
Yep.
So the thing is, if they're able to
You know,
connect this,
introduce something
yeah,
and you get something.
and they're able to connect this shit, and you got to say to yourself, Jesus Christ, I've been using baby powder since I was a teenager, and you're 70. Oh, that answers
Mm.
a lot of questions, but it also puts a lot of doubt in what? Listen,
Well, I mean,
humans are dying
we're in
because
this
of the,
environment where information is power. You can ask Google any question you want. You get kind of a general good answer. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm.
mean, we are in an environment that is all knowing. You know,
yeah, but you're
this is
also in an
unheard of
environment,
in human
you're,
history.
you're also in an environment that, guess what? Even Google lies to us now because other people are in control of what? Information. Don't put that out there. Man, that shit is in the search engine. Take it out. Take it out. We don't want the people knowing that we might have been responsible for this and that and this and that. Environmentally, oh yeah, we're killing ourselves. And you know who's killing us the best? It's the intelligent, stupid people. Y'all get it? The intelligent, stupid people who create shit, make up shit. Okay? And that's the way it works. That's the thing. And then you think about that. Wow, I'm not allowed to grow fresh fruits out of my fucking garden. It's my garden. It's my property. And the government's telling me, no, you can't do that.
Right.
Why? Because you're taking care of yourself better than they could ever. This
Oh,
is
that's
what
a whole new.
pisses me off. You
Ooh,
know what I'm saying?
RC, we could get into it.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Lini, what I'm trying to say here is that we have forgotten how to connect the fucking dots. There's a reason why this is happening, that is happening, this and that. Yeah. Connect the dots. Listen, it's simple if we pay attention to the delivery of the language. They speak to us like we're fucking retarded and they get away with it. Oh, no, you can take that. It's not harmful. I mean, talk about the blood pressure, and I can't name it and I won't. But there's a high blood pressure medication. Then they take it off the fucking market. Then they put it back in. You know what their excuse was? Well, it kills 6,000 people, but it helped 3 million. Oh,
But I mean, when it comes to blood pressure, I think that it is a matter of blood thinners. And when you talk to Google and says, what is a good blood thinner, a natural blood thinner, it's crushed garlic. So I mean, there's a lot of good things about the world we're living in.
And how many people trust to do their own fucking research and say, let me find out if there's a natural solution to my condition. But a lot of people won't even bother. Hey, doc, what do you got? Or this
that's what I look at is the natural solution.
And we just
medication.
go with it.
Whatever's the current med that they're trying to push or that's on market, and they're hustlers.
Exactly. This whole world's a hustle. I want people to understand that. Everybody's hustling in this motherfucker.
Right.
I don't
mean,
take
it really
any
is.
medication for
they
nothing.
want to get you stuck on a certain thing where you can't get off it. It's that way you're always paying, like you're paying a monthly payment on the car.
Yeah, control mechanism. They control our lives. We may think we have freedom. No, we don't.
Don't the doctors get some kind of a kickback if they promote, if they actually write the script for the new medication?
And
push the Viagra.
Ashley, check this out. Many years ago, they said that doctors were doing just what you just said, right? And you know what the government did? Oh, we're going to put a stop to this shit. Put a stop to what? That they would, get some kickbacks going on vacation for free for hustling? Does that mean that the hustle actually stopped? No.
Yeah.
They went after the doctors. They say, hey, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to collect money, this and that. They turned it into a favor when it should have been more than that. It should have been about ethics.
Yeah.
Coming from our doctors. Did they complain about that? No. But they made a law about
it. But there was this history of overprescribing of Vicodin, painkillers. I mean, that has really pushed the I don't know.
My thing is this. I'll say now, give back the floor.
Heroin. I think it really pushes the heroin addicts.
If they're able to experiment on unsuspected, the word here is unsuspected. And they've done it before and they admitted it. I tell you, I'll ask you, am I supposed to trust these suckers? No. I don't trust any of them. I really don't. I'm like, what? They've done it.
Yeah, I kind of focused on vitamins and minerals and shit. That's really life's blood.
You had a U.S. president who apologized for what the fuck they were doing to what? Is that all people believe they did something to somebody? They've been doing it for hundreds of years. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Look around yourselves. We've seen shit in our lifetime, especially our lifetime, the age group here, 40, 50, 60, 70. We've seen shit in our lifetime that our grandparents never saw, never experienced, et cetera, et cetera. Not to say that they weren't sick, but when grandma says, hey, I'm going to make you some chicken soup with some herbs and some whatever, that shit worked.
Yeah, there's a reason grandma's doing
Because they
that.
knew exactly. They
And
knew
they didn't
better.
have Google.
Exactly. Exactly.
And the news,
Let me jump in.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go ahead,
jump
man.
in chat really quick. Good morning, Lulu. Cooey girlfriend. Maria, that is solid advice. I just want to go back up here. I understand many people don't like going to the doctor, but you can't ever be too safe. And if you have children, it's our responsibility to look after ourselves so we can care for our children. That's solid advice. Amanda, big hugs to you, honey. PTSD is a bitch to deal with. Like Maria said, do it for your son. Do it for your son and your future grandchildren. And congratulations to your boy for going into law school. I think
Hi,
that's
Bubblegum.
awesome.
Good to see you. Hit the like.
He's my miracle because he's only 27 weeks when he was 2 pounds and over 6 foot now. Yes, that's amazing.
Wow.
Bubblegum, welcome. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Y'all, please hit the like. We try to get 50 every time we go live. Once we get 50, I will shut the hell up about that. And then I'll start
Can anyone
bitching.
tell us what the likes are at the moment? Anybody?
And then I'll start bitching about something else. Right, RC?
Yes, ma'am. That's what you're good at.
RC, how old are you? Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 68 years old. And I'm no high blood pressure, no heart problems, no diabetes. I got nothing wrong with me. Why?
God, you're better off than I am.
Because
I'm 46 going on 96, and you're better off than I am.
Yeah, but you know
Oh,
what? Sometimes it's a matter of mind over matter. Positive thinking will save your life.
Oh, yeah, I believe
that's
that.
true. That's true.
Okay?
Let's hear it for the Godfather, y'all. Woo!
I'm
Preaching
serious,
that
Wishful
stuff.
thinking. Let's go.
I see why you call him the Godfather. I get it.
Yes,
I
he's the
could give a
Godfather.
fuck about most people's drama. When they bitch, I look at them and I'm going, Jesus Christ, you're only 40. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is again, positive thinking will help you go a long way, make you feel good. You wake up and you go, oh shit, another fucking day with these damn humans.
Hold on. Are you saying like you don't take anything, like no vitamins, nothing?
I don't even fuck with vitamins.
So what do you just like? What's your diet like?
My diet, if I tell you my diet, you go, are you fucking crazy?
No, I want to hear your diet.
I
Let's
gotta hear it.
give me your daily
I
food.
I eat junk shit, and I eat anywhere from one meal to a meal and a half. You know what the half is? Coffee and crackers. That's when I first
So you
wake
don't
up.
eat like any like fruits and vegetables?
Don't touch them.
Oh my
Don't
God.
touch fruits and vegetables.
Nope.
All right, so you're eating like McDonald's?
Don't touch fast food either.
Okay, so you're eating protein.
I eat protein powder because I love my Haagen-Dazs chocolate ice cream. I make those 2 or 3 times a week. That's my protein. I eat
So
a
you're
couple of
eating
eggs a
protein
week.
powder, and so
Yeah.
other than protein powder, what else are you doing, like food wise?
Food wise,
Chicken?
I eat pork chops every couple of weeks, maybe 2. I eat chicken once or twice a week, sometimes not at all.
So
I
you're
eat rice,
alternating like chicken
beans,
and pork.
pork. Like I said, every 2 weeks I maybe have a pork chop or two. Sometimes I can go a month without eating pork chops.
What type of uh is it whey protein? Whey?
Yeah.
Now,
And it so you're
Well,
taking like
actually,
you're drinking shakes, like these
it's
whey
way,
protein shakes.
yeah, it's way organic. Is it organic? Do I believe it's organic? No, I have to take my chances. But I can tell you this: it doesn't make me
I
sick like
wasn't
some.
questioning that. I'm just trying to like figure out
No, no,
your
I'm
diet.
just right, and that's my diet. I drink plenty of
And
water.
you take
Do
no
you
minerals.
exercise?
Say again.
Do you
You
exercise?
exercise, yeah.
No, after my major surgery back in 2013, I haven't been able to exercise, but I'm still fit. I got no stomach.
let me ask you this: how old was your mom when she passed?
My mom,
Mm-hmm.
my mom's still alive, the old bag.
Okay. And what about old Papa San?
Papa Son, I never knew him really, so he died 4 years ago. I have no idea the age he passed away. I can tell you both my grandfathers made it up to almost 100. I
There
have
you go.
aunts
So,
that
do,
made it over to 103,
So genetics
104.
might play a
do,
You
huge
drink
factor.
wine. You
okay,
drink
hold
wine,
on,
like red wine.
Dave. Hold on. Ashley, go ahead and say that because that's where I was going with it. Go ahead, sister.
Genetics.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah, longevity. Yeah, I believe some
Mm-hmm.
people
Are
have
you
that.
Italian?
For me, no, I'm Puerto
Yeah,
Rican.
Puerto Rican. Do you like drink? What do you drink alcohol?
Uh, put it this way, I think that everybody would do a service or justice to themselves and their body if you do moderation, and then once you get to a certain age, guess what? It's time to just quit because some
Uh,
habits will kill you too, right?
I mean, do you eat? Do you drink alcohol?
Every now and then, I have me a shot or
What
two.
type of alcohol?
It'll be Bacardi.
Beer?
Bacardi.
Mind
Huh?
your business,
Bacardi.
Dave. What are you,
Okay.
triple
Hey, I'm
A?
just trying to figure out
What
his,
are you?
because we're, hold on, let me like explain what I'm thinking here. Is that we're all machines, right?
I'm
What
not
we
a
put into our
machine. I have
machines,
a
hold
brain.
on,
I got a heart that
what we put into
I
our
got a
machine,
machine.
we
Bullshit.
are machines. We're all
Suck a dick.
machines. And
No,
so when
no, I'm
he's
not.
saying, I eat this, I eat that, I do this, I do that, what I drink, when I do it, that all kind of like makes it's chemistry, you know?
No, suck a dick. I'm not a machine. I have a beating heart that pumps blood. I have my own brain that nobody
We
puts
are a
anything into him
biological
and
machine that has a
programs it
beating
for me.
heart. So suck a
Nobody
dick on
programs
your
them.
end too.
And I do suck dicks, thank you. And I have a soul. Machines don't have a soul. So eat it.
Thank you, Leni. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, RC, honey. Anything for you, love bug.
You're so
and,
fake,
and
Lena.
and I've been smoking for the last 53 years.
There you go.
See,
Let's hear for
genetics.
genetics. Right on, Ashley. High five, sister.
Yep, you lucky
Not-
bastard. Because my genetics are shit. I'm 46 going on 96. Literally, I have a pace.
Well, I'll
I
be the
have
first
advanced
one to.
systolic heart failure, and I have a defibrillator pacemaker, and I'm only 46 damn years old.
You have a
Damn.
defibrillator and a pacemaker?
Yes, genetics. Both my mom and dad and grandparents had the worst hearts.
Oh, wow. And was nobody on the transplant list?
I will eventually have to be on the transplant list. Yes. So this should hopefully last for up to 9 years. And if not, then yeah, they'll be looking into heart transplant.
Mm.
Wow.
Let me
And
jump
you
in
look
chat
fantastic.
let me jump in chat really quick and then RC can flirt with you. I gotta say hello to the Mad Mods. Two more jumped in. Lunch Lady, Lizzo. Y'all, the British invasion has been happening for about an hour and a half here.
Hi,
Right
Lizzo.
on. Thanks,
Hi,
ladies,
lunch
for
lady.
coming in. I love you guys. I love you. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Carry on, RC. Take over, honey.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, right? She looks fantastic when she came on
So
live.
rude.
I'm going like, damn. But you know what? I
What?
I I gotta tell people, listen. If you think that the shit you're taking or the thing that you're taking may help you, etc., go research it. Go to WebMD. Go
Right.
to Google. Find out what are the
Yep.
side effects of the shit that you are taking, and
Omega
you may
3 fish
figure out
oil, I
that,
think is good for everyone,
yeah,
especially heart health.
you know,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I have that. I take that.
a tablespoon
Hmm.
of olive oil, garlic, onions. Oh man, that'll keep your shit flowing. Cinnamon,
Listen,
great for the body. And
Yep.
again, my
Garlic,
diet, people,
I
it
my
has a
daughters get
byproduct
mad.
called allicin, which is really, really good for blood thinning and, artery clearing.
Yep, you can detox your body, and it works wonders. You can detox your own body. Ain't that some shit? Like a car. You change the oil. You can change the oil in your body.
Yeah. I've always been healthy. Unfortunately, it's just like I said, genetics. My mom and dad and grandmothers.
all I'm gonna tell y'all is I'm gonna hit that little X pill as many times as I need it, and I'm gonna keep going. When I feel like drinking, I'm gonna drink, and by God, I'm fixing to go get me a Dury right now.
There you
So,
go.
RC,
Yes, ma'am.
you have panel a minute. Godfather, I will be RB.
And I sleep any given day. If I pass 6 hours, I get mad at myself. 5.5 hours, my routine. And I be up all fucking night.
If you
And it's
could.
Reenie's fault. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm actually am. I
I
stay up
I
all night because
I've
I'm
noticed the older
retired.
I get, yeah, that's the same. I can't sleep, but sometimes it is to deal with my heart failure because like you get a lot of water on your heart and then it's hard to breathe sometimes. So sometimes I'll have issues with that. So I don't get enough sleep. I know that.
Are you allowed to exercise?
Well, yeah, of course, just to my capabilities now. Just if I overdo it, my body will shut down. I'll swell up. Everything just goes to shit.
Wow.
um, but
Has
yeah.
the doctors put you on medication?
Oh God, yeah, you have to be.
And are they
It.
blood thinners?
Um. Well, I also have two. What the hell are they called? My brain just went dead. In my lung. Is it embolisms or blood clots?
Embolism.
I have two
That's
blood clots in my lungs too, and then so I'm on blood thinner for that. But
right.
I'm on what they do when you have heart failure is they put you on a series of medication that kind of helps regulate your heart, like help take the pressure off of your heart, and they try like they'll adjust throughout the remainder or whatever they that's how they'll combat the heart failures with medications, and if that doesn't work, then that's when they start doing stuff like what I have, the defibrillator pacemaker. But I
When I,
constantly have to have it changed, like my blood pressure medicine, probably at the dose that it is, only works, maybe it'll be good for about 2 months, or not 2 months, I'm sorry, 2 years, and then I notice like it has to get adjusted, like my blood pressure will go way up again, and it just means it's just my heart burning out.
right.
Blood pressure. I mean, a lot of people talk about salt, sodium as being a blood pressure creator,
Hmm.
but I kind of I would like to know what you're prescribed. I would be very curious of what you're prescribed because I know my mom was on something. Especially it was really weird because it was like this, manufactured blood thinner that if she there was no way to reverse it if she had like an ulcer or some kind of like she had to go into surgery where there's some crazy blood thinners out there
There
manufactured
are, and ones that
that
you have
are
to constantly get
scary.
checked. Yeah, mine's actually been really good. It hasn't. I haven't had any problems. Let me get. It is. Let me get all my mini medication. It's ridiculous. Um, like the only thing I notice is like just a small paper cut, and it looks like a murder scene. That's an
So you're
issue.
saying that like you get a little cut and you're bleeding profusely.
Yes, it's crazy. And it
Okay.
can be a tiny little paper cut and you're I just it's crazy how bad it'll bleed.
Let me jump in
This is
chat real quick. Amanda, my doctor is the best doctor ever. I even have his cell phone number because he loves me. Um, the only thing we fight over is I want more blood taken at all times. Um, Ashley, I will tell you, my oldest daughter, is a heart and kidney recipient.
Really?
And yes, and I'm very, that's a whole story in itself, and we'll get into it one time. But um, uh, what seemed like a death sentence uh, was a miracle. And she's 5 years out. Oh
Wow.
God, that just made me emotional. I got to shut up a minute. Hold
I
on.
understand, but wow.
yeah. Just shut up, okay?
Stop it.
In the last week, I don't know if you was here last week, but we had somebody talking. Yeah, men cry too. Shit. I hate it when you people start talking about shit. This get people all worked up and shit. Cut it out.
Emotional. I hate getting emotional, but it's easy.
I would ask your audience too, Lenny, what makes the body operate completely is your spinal cord. I would suggest that some people go do research because sometimes when your back is just a little bit out of line, it can create havoc on your body. And that's scientifically proven. But a lot of people won't do the research. How many people in the
Whew.
chat? How many people in the chat have back issues or back problems?
I'd say probably 80% of people that come in here have back issues. Um, here's my deal. Thanks, guys. I'm okay. I got off before it started. Um, here's my deal. And I was listening to Three Dot Dave. Um, I think here's an issue I have with
Three dot
we
motherfucking day, bitch.
thank you, Dave. Here's my issue. Um, I think people that I'm not putting anybody down much. But I think people who are more like into herbs and things like that, and y'all do you. Believe me, you do you. I don't care. Here's my problem with people that are more naturalists, okay? And I live with one, and he can fuck right off with the rest of you. Um, is that you want to put
Fuck
everybody in a
you
box.
too,
And
motherfucker.
fuck you, Dave. Shut up. Here, you want to put everybody in the box. Everybody does not here again, we're not machines. Everybody's body does not work the same. You cannot treat everybody's body the same. Just because you're oregano and the other shit that you're pouring all over your feet, your vagina, your balls, down your throat, in your eyes, washing your hair with, works for you and is keeping you healthy, does not mean it's going to keep me or somebody else healthy, right? And I think naturalists have that problem. They want to put us all in there. If you just use this, this, and this, by God, you can get off that, that, and that, and you're going
Yeah,
to be as healthy as
not
me. Fuck you. No, we're
true.
not.
That's definitely
Not
not true
true
with
at
everybody.
all. That's why I always say when people talk about being naturalist, I always say, do you? Because you see, I have proven things with the certain medications that I'm on. I tried that herbalist stuff. I tried the
Yeah,
naturalist
right.
stuff.
Team
And I'm going
Rose.
to tell you,
Castor
nothing
oil.
works better. No, 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 no. I'm not called. Hold on. No, no, no. Don't do that here. Don't do it here. I'm not talking about that. And I will say this for Rose. Rose will not tell you. Like she will not look at Ashley and say, Ashley, your heart will get 100% better, honey. Get off all them pills and throw castor oil down your throat. She absolutely would not tell her that. So that's a
Yeah, she
misrepresentation of who
absolutely
she is.
would.
No, she
But
absolutely would not.
there are people out there that do tell and have said that to me before, and it's frustrating because you know, unless you have an actual problem like I have, like I can understand just plain old high blood pressure or something. Sure, of course, try the natural stuff. But when you have like something that is actually failing and there is an issue and a problem, that does not solve,
Mm,
you
Hi,
know,
Rich.
it won't solve everything.
by
Will it
eating
help?
oregano, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Will it help? Of course.
Yeah.
And I do take natural stuff. But see, like I said, I was healthy. I'm not, um, I was extremely active, and you know,
Hmm.
it has nothing to do with that I'm eating poorly or that it had nothing to do with that.
Right. Right. What says you about that, RC?
She cut out. I didn't hear the last part. Sorry.
Uh, it's okay. She said that for her, she has gone through that. Well, people will just think if she just does it a naturalist kind of way that it could fix her heart problems, or because she's living an unhealthy lifestyle, maybe eating too much, not exercising enough, stuff like that, stuff that she physically can't
What do
do
you think,
anymore.
Green Dave? Well,
Dave, we already know. We already
no,
know.
you don't, because I think there's a big problem with. I think there should be a naturalist transition type of idea where people that are stuck on manufactured blood thinners should be able to like transition to garlic and you know things like that that can thin blood just as good as the manufactured shit. I mean,
Negative.
it's natural and it works. So
For some
let's go.
people. For some people, like I said, I knew
All
exactly what
people,
you were
because
going to
we're
say.
all
Wrong.
machines.
Negative. Negative. So
But how
you don't
come
even believe in a soul.
but how come I had the issue in the first place when I used to already take natural stuff like that? So the fact that I even got what I have is already like,
Well, just from my example of like my experience, I chased the garlic aspect, right? And I'm like I've kind of acquired the onion and garlic environment, right? When you crush garlic, you wait like 10 to 15 minutes, and it creates allicin, and that is like this. It goes into your blood and it makes it really thin, right? I have never had a nosebleed in my life until I really, really chased it down. So I know my blood is really thin, because it's obvious
Well,
to
come
me.
here. I can give you a nosebleed. I can give you the nosebleed. Listen,
I've
Dave,
never in my
again.
life,
So
throughout my whole
I
life,
can give
ever
that
had
to
a
you.
nosebleed in my life.
Well, come here. Let me help you with that problem. Listen,
And all of a sudden it's like, wow,
here's the
dude, what
problem.
the hell is going on?
Here's the problem I have, Dave. Basically, what you just said to Ashley was you need to eat more onion and grind it down and snort it and do all this other stuff, and
No, the
you
onions
won't
are
have the
separate, but
problems
I
with
mean
the
they're the
heart.
same like ballpark.
Okay, so I'm
It's crushing
so I'm
garlic.
asking you, if If she would crush garlic, snort onion, do whatever it is you do, is her heart
right?
going to be better? Is her heart going to be better?
Yeah, I think that the flu, it would break
Fuck
down
off,
any kind of
Dave.
clogs. It would go on. This is
You're
what I
talking.
really believe. This is what I believe is that by crushing garlic, waiting a few minutes, like 10 minutes, right, and putting that like on your whatever food you're eating, and don't cook it or anything. Just like fresh garlic, crush it and like put that in your body, you will have thin ass blood. And not only is it thin ass blood, but it's also adding all of the great things that it provides, as in protective.
But you got to be able to take the proper dose or the right amount, and that's I don't know what that is, but at least like the Eliquis is what I take for my blood thinner.
Okay, Eliquis.
That
There you go.
that is what has helped, and the milligrams have been
This is what
right
I'm
on.
kind of trying to say is that there needs to be a naturalist that is able to transition people off and go into a more of a natural aspect to blood thinning. I think blood thinning is a big
Oh,
deal for us.
Dave. Hello, Genevieve.
Whatever,
Thank you for being
Leany,
here.
I mean, you
Dave,
can have your
you're
opinion.
putting
I have
everybody in
mine.
a box.
I know that my mom is
Right.
stuck on a blood thinner that she's scared to get off of because she's been
Why?
on it for so long.
But why? Like what? I mean, I have heard I've heard like Coumadin and stuff like that is a pain in the
Yep,
ass to be on, and
yep.
I understand that because you constantly have to go in and get your blood work taken, and you can't eat broccoli. There's all sorts of weird shit with it. I understand not wanting to be on something like that, but when
And
there's
she
something,
doesn't want to get off because she's scared. She's frightened
but why? Like, what does she think is going to
because
happen?
she doesn't believe that there is actually a person that can transition her off. She thinks if she doesn't stay on it, she will die.
Well, Dave, I just have to say, I think you're a hypocrite. Aren't you going to ask me why?
No,
Don't you want to
just
know?
wanted you to like fulfill your answer. Keep going.
No, I thought you would want to know why. Because when I said that about all those different herbs and stuff, you called out a certain creator's name, and yet
Who?
you're doing the very same thing that you blamed her for.
What
You're
creator?
saying,
Oh, Rose.
Rose.
She was
You're
talking
like
about like
Rose with the castor oil.
yeah,
Okay, but
castor oil,
listen. Let me
right?
finish.
Let me
She's
a
a
religious talker on that one.
Let me finish. Let me finish. And you are a religious talker on the natural way to get your blood thin.
Blood thinners.
So
Yes.
that's kind of hypocritical to say, don't you?
Well,
Don't you
no,
think?
because I actually have looked into it. I've delved into it. I've researched it. I've kind of come to my conclusions. I know what my mom needs to do, right? She won't do it because she's afraid. She's fearful. She thinks that if she gets off it or like it does anything different, she's gonna die. I think that's how a lot of people in their elderly ages are fearful that these 10, 12, 15 medications they're on is like if they don't do them, they're gonna die.
Well, I mean, now I have to step into my doctor role. You see me, Dave?
Oh boy.
See, I
Oh
play a
boy.
doctor on
Thanks,
I play a
Dave.
doctor on YouTube. Yeah, calling Dr. Leaney, calling Dr. Well, here I am. Dave, I'm going to agree with you about that. I do think people are taking too much medication, but you absolutely cannot tell a heart patient who's got a genetic disorder, not anything that she has done wrong. She has a
Or
genetic
they can fix.
disorder that is carried down, or that they could fix any other way, but eventually having a transplant. That, listen, get off all your medications and take this garlic and this onion or whatever it
I
is you're
would
telling her
die.
to take.
I
You,
would die.
you, yeah, you can't. That's
I
what I
would
mean by
actually
putting people
die.
in boxes. You truly do believe that we're machines, and we're not. We're all
Yeah,
different. What may
I
work
think that
for
actually I
me
think that
may not
actually
work
my
for
opinion
you.
is that people that are on like Coumadin, right, and blood thinners, manufactured blood thinners, could actually stop and just do garlic and like transition like that. No problem. That's my opinion.
Well, then I will leave it right there. That is your right to that opinion. Let's move along. Ashley, so how long when did you find out that you had the
So three
same
years
genetic?
ago, so it was 3 years ago that I let's see, I almost didn't make it through the next, like, if I had waited one more day, I wouldn't be here. I thought that I had the C word, and like everybody is saying, like, do not come to the hospital unless necessary. So I was just pushing it off, and basically my body was shutting down. I retained like 40 pounds of water. It was horrible. I couldn't swallow my own spit. I couldn't breathe. I was gasping for air. It was horrible. So I finally, I went in, and it was really awkward because it was when the whole C word was happening, and they you could only get dropped off. Nobody could come in with you, so you get dropped off, and people out in these like uh space suits come out and get you, and then spray some weird shit on
Mm,
you, and it was just really weird. It was a weird time. And I did not have the C word, but that's when they said you are in heart failure. And if I had not turned a corner that night, they would have put me in the ICU, and I would have been on the transplant list. But luckily, once the water, they were able to suck 40 pounds of water out of off of me. It alleviated a lot of the stress and pressure on my heart. And then when they started doing all the tests and stuff, they saw that my heart only worked at 14%. My ejection fracture is only at 14%, and 60% is what it's supposed to be. And mine was
mm,
only at 14%. And it definitely was not new, or it just wasn't what I thought was going to happen. Like I said, I thought I had the C word.
yeah.
And
Uh, Lunch lady, yay, 3 months. Ashley, that's so funny because not funny. I mean, that's terrible. But what I mean by funny is that my daughter, um, she thought she had this was before the C word, and she thought she had a cold for like 2 weeks.
hmm
I mean, terrible cold, like it was turned into pneumonia. And her sister finally told her, "Hey, you need to go to the emergency room. Like you're struggling to breathe, blah blah blah." Well, she went in, and they were like, "Yeah, you have an upper respiratory infection. You got a lot going on." And they had taken some blood from her, and I was at work, which was right down the road, and they said, "We're going to go ahead and keep you overnight." Well, then she called me and she said, "Mom, they're going to keep me overnight." And I was like, "What? Over a respiratory infection?" So I was like, "I'll be right there." So I went up there, and I was like, "What is going on?" And nobody gets to stay overnight because they have an upper respiratory infection. Where's all the meds? Let's go.
hmm
And because she was upset, she didn't want to stay in the hospital. She had a 3-year-old, and they were like, "Well, we see something in her blood that some enzymes that are up, and we just want to keep her for observation." By the time they got her to her room, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. I stayed there with her husband, got her settled in her room, went home, got a call. I'm not kidding you, at 7 o'clock, that they were taking her down to the cath lab because she was actively in a heart attack. And the emergency room did not even catch it. All they saw was that her heart enzymes were up. They did not they saw all the fluid around her lungs, and her heart didn't put it up there. Cardiac came in that morning just to do the round, saw a new patient on the floor, looked at it, and he was like, "My God, she's having a heart attack. Get her to cath." And sure enough, yeah, that's how it all started. Isn't that wild? So
how
just
old is
let
she?
that
Do you mind me asking how old she is, or what?
she was So she's 49 now. Is she 40? How old is my kid? 39? 39. She's 39. Oh God. 49. Jeez Louise. No, she's 39. So this was 5 years ago. So 33.
Oh, so she was really young too.
Yeah, 33,
Hi
34.
Genevieve, if you're still
So,
here, hit the like.
and so that the reason why I said that is just listening to Ashley's story and then hearing her say that and then knowing what I know about my own daughter's story. Ladies, listen, if you've got a chest cold that's just heavy and you feel like you're struggling to breathe, there was no pain. She had no pain. She just was snotty and coughing, and her chest felt like an elephant was sitting on
Yes.
it.
See, I had they said that I had, due to like looking at the scarring, it looked like I had some small
Heart
heart
attacks,
attacks,
right? She did too.
and I
Hmm.
didn't like, I remember now, like my left hand, like I felt weird tingling in my left hand for so long, and but I didn't think that's what was happening until I went through all this and learned more about it. But yeah, the tingling, and then all this, like it was really hard for me to like get up the stairs. Like all of a sudden I'm like, how the
Yeah,
hell am I exhausted going up the stairs? What the hell is wrong with me?
right.
Because never
You were having trouble breathing.
I didn't know
Yeah,
what was going on. And then it was months later, then I ended up.
yeah.
Thanks, Martin, for the update. 41 is not enough.
Genevieve says, I had very good care for my heart issues. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I have a
That
great
really,
heart team. They really are on it.
yeah, and that
And if
helps
mods
a
want to
lot.
drop a
That
link,
helps a lot.
let's do something here.
Drop a link to what, Dave?
Oh my god. Do you want to
StreamYard, motherfucker!
do you want to hear a funny
Oh,
story
Dave,
though?
let me hold on just a minute, Ashley. Let me remind Dave about this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got something for Dave. See, here we go. Dave, there's something for you on the screen. Let me
What is
remind you
it?
how this works. Look on your screen. Let
Somebody
me
looks
remind you how this
cozy.
works.
I don't know. It's
This
weird.
the
Who is that?
title of this channel is
Uh, uh,
according to
uh,
Leany.
uh,
Yeah,
uh.
according to Leany. See, so nobody invites anybody up on panel. I do that myself. So sit back. If you want to invite up on panel, go fire up a live. I'll head on over there. All
It would
right,
be
love
cool
bug.
though. I mean, like
All right.
the more the
I
merrier,
to
right?
whom
I mean,
to whom? No, I
is it
don't
like
do. I don't do.
offensive?
I I don't do large panels. Here's why. I can't even talk to you without being over talked. Could you imagine having one more person up here? Fucking
Sorry, just
Dave
spit a little bit. It's a good
up
one.
here. Okay. All right. So let's carry on. Ashley, I do want to hear that funny story.
Oh god. This story, it was so embarrassing. I literally wanted to just move out of the country or change my entire doctor team, but so I had to go in and get an ultrasound or I don't know what do you call it? My brain, when they
The
like
EKG?
with an ultrasound of your heart. I guess it's an
Oh, the
EKG.
echo.
The echo. There
The
you go. There you
echo.
go. So I had to go
Hmm.
in and get an echo because I frequently have to check like the injection fraction and see how it's working. And so I went in, and it was the first time I had to have it um, done. And like before, they did some stuff like when I was in the hospital, like during it, but then like this is like the checkup type stuff, and it was completely different. The table, so you go in, and the table, it has like a part where they take it off so that they can do the ultrasound while you're laying on like your left side. And
Yeah.
the guy, well, he had to hold my boob while he's doing this echo, and it's like,
Sorry.
so it's like
Lucky guy.
it's like 30 minutes on each side they have to do, right? And so we did the one side, and then
Mm.
on this side, it's where they drop it through, and like, oh shit, and then he like has to hold your boob the whole time. And well, I kind of dozed off because we're like, it's been forever, so I kind of like dozed off. Well, so I heard a noise, and I woke up, and I didn't know where the fuck I was, and there's somebody holding my boob, and I smacked the shit out of the doctor. Oh my god. It was just like a reaction, a horrible just reaction, just smacked the shit. And he just like was all stunned. I'm so embarrassed, and it was awful. But then it got worse. It got even worse. So after the exam, it's like, okay, go ahead and get dressed, and then we can go over some stuff. And what happened is, like, in the where my clothes were, I had it was next to a built-in garbage that is in like the cabinet. And so I accidentally knocked all my clothes into the garbage, right? So
Oh,
I
no.
go to bend over. I'm like, because you could, and then it was locked, so you couldn't open the cabinet door and like go into the garbage. It was locked, so I had to reach
Uh-huh.
my hand down in there. And as I was reaching my hand, I grabbed onto the portable light, that lamp that has like a bright light
Uh-huh.
that they use. And I grabbed onto that, but it pulled it down, and it knocked over, and it just shattered. It just glad you could just hear
Oh,
this big
no.
boom and shattered. So he opens the door like, "Are you okay?" And there I am, bent over, naked, still trying to get my clothes out, and I just trashed the entire.
Naked's good.
Yes. And oh my god, it was like the most embarrassing. I'm like, oh my god, he's going to be telling everybody about the crazy bitch that he just. I'm like, I won't, seriously. I was thinking about changing my entire heart team, because like I never want. I like, they're always gonna say, "Oh, look who's up! It's the crazy bitch." He trashed a
That's cute,
$1 million
though.
lamp and beat the shit out of the doctor. Like, oh god.
I don't know. Well, I don't think I've ever had an echo, but my daughter said they're really painful. They hurt her chest.
Do they?
Yeah. Well,
Or
yeah.
is it the
But
one? Or
she
are you
has
talking about the one where you go into the machine and you have to do the? Uh, that is a pain in the ass, because you have to lay there still, and you have to like breathe in and hold your breath, and
no,
why?
it's the echo. It's the one like the ultrasound of her heart. But she has a metal plate in her chest because when they did the heart, they break the sternum and all that. Well, all that's got to go back together. So they end up tying it back together, and all of a sudden, hers never grew back together. So, and after many surgeries of trying to get her sternum to grow back together, now she has a metal plate in there. So it's terrible. It's a lot of it is terrible. And then but a lot of it's wonderful. And I'm just grateful. I'm grateful. But if you ever need to talk about that, Ashley, I'm here. I know you've got probably plenty of people in your
No,
in your
actually,
corner, but
I really
I'm
don't
here.
have a lot of people to talk to that would maybe understand. You
Mm,
know, I don't have anybody like that. That, well, yeah, because my dad passed away. My grandma,
mhm.
both my grandmas, and my mom, she went through open heart surgery, and for her mitral valve, and so I mean she understands, like, going through that, but
Mm. Yeah, well, I'm always here. I email is according to Leanie at gmail.com. And I'm also in Messenger according to Leanie as well. Raider Rich just says to smoke weed every day. I
Smoke
mean,
weed every day.
Dave, what says
We
you?
got 34 watching and 25 likes. That's a deficit.
You probably need to refresh your page. Refresh, refresh. Did you refresh?
What's the refresh? What's the refresh? Are the
You
likes hella high?
they should be higher than that. Refresh.
I see 34 watching and 25 likes. 42 likes. Hell yeah.
42 likes, yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate, and only one person can't be bothered, and I think that was Lunch Lady, which I love it. Lunch Lady, you biatch. Um, I love it so much. Yeah. So what says
Thanks,
you,
Smart
Dave?
Bro.
Smoking
Everybody out there,
you
hit
smoking
those
every day?
motherfucking likes. That's how we promote leaning.
Right. Um 803 subscribers. If you guys haven't subbed up, please sub up.
Yeah, I
Please
just
sub up.
shared you out to a couple of my friends. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um
Awesome.
Genevieve says take a Valium first to calm you down. I'm not allowed to have a Valium anymore. It's the only drug that I've ever known what addiction was. I didn't know that's what it felt like to be high. I dig it.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Doctor was like,
I
"You're not
hate
getting no more of
drugs.
that stuff."
you lie all
Don't
you
do
want.
drugs.
I
I'm,
could easily get addicted to Xanax. I could easily see myself.
I see.
So
I have none. I feel nothing. I feel nothing from it.
A true
I don't.
story.
I
My
don't feel
uncle
addicted. I don't
was doing
feel any.
Xanax. Well, I want to tell this story, right? He was hooked on Xanax and he kept wanting to up the dose. And the doctor finally cut him off and he transitioned to heroin and died with a heroin needle in his arm.
that's depressing and horrible.
Exactly.
No,
Doctors.
I am prescribed on an as needed basis up to 3 a day. Now, I'm not going to lie, there was a time in my life that I needed that. I'm lucky if I take maybe uh 2 halves a week. I don't feel any kind of high from them. I don't understand how people get high from them. I feel nothing. The only thing, one night, RC was here, he'll tell you. One night I was doing a live on something and and I don't normally, I get jittery before the live, but once I'm here, I'm okay. Um, but this live was really important to me. I think I was interviewing somebody and I was just nervous. So I took a pill and I got through it. And then they got off panel. We started doing something else. And I was still like, I couldn't get it to calm down. And so I went and took the other one. Girl, I was high as a kite. I'm not lying to you. And it's only 1 milligram. So 2 halves equal 1 milligram. Do you remember that night, RC? I was high as a kite on here. I don't even know what happened. Everybody thought I was drunk or whatever. And I finally told Maggie, I was like, Maggie, I got to go to bed. Like, I took a
Bullshit.
whole one of those
I'm sorry.
pills.
That was a sneeze. Never mind.
Bless you.
But yeah, but I don't understand how people get addicted to Xanax because I don't feel that at all. Now, Valium, I was given that one time and I was like, man, this does the trick. It does the trick. And like 3 months later, I have to go in every 3 months. Well, I don't have to, but I make my doctor draw blood every 3 months. And
Sorry, Leanie. Correction. It was Vicodin.
oh, okay. And I went to the doctor and he's like, well, how's the Valium doing? That's whenever I was struggling like with life. And I was like, it's great. I was like, but why is it like every 15 or 20 minutes I feel like I want to take another one? And he was like, oh, you're done. You're done. That's addiction. And he's like, how do you feel? I'm like, I have not a care. I don't give a damn. If the house catches on fire, woo, let's have a look at the I was like,
Ew.
I don't give a damn. And he said, "Oh, honey," and he wrote real big letters on my chart, a red X Valium, and I've never had another one since. And then he put me on Xanax, and they don't do shit. I feel nothing.
Really?
No,
That's
nothing,
crazy. But at least,
nothing.
but hats off to your doctor for
Yeah.
recognizing that and not letting you get to that point, because that was a huge issue that happened to my mom when they tried to cold turkey her off of, I think hers was the
Yes.
Advan.
Lulu, you're right. That was the night I super chatted all my money to myself. It wasn't even my money, it was Beefcake's money. And I was super chatting money to myself, and they were trying to stop me from doing it because YouTube is taking my money, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, if you're gonna send yourself money, PayPal yourself. Well, it was
No
already too late. I'd
shit.
done spent $100, gave YouTube 35 of it or whatever.
Oh
I don't know.
no. Yep.
It was terrible, but it was funnier than hell because I was using my husband's debit card.
Oops.
So yeah, that was a crazy night. And then I just like, Max, I gotta go like now. I just gotta lay down. It was terrible. But no, I don't feel nothing like that. It for me, I just if I get to where like I'm really shitty, usually it happens when I'm pissed off. And I'll take a half a pill just to take the edge off. Like I never want to be where I cannot feel anxiety or feel a little bit of stress because I feel like I run on that, like I'm good uh,
Mhm.
with a certain amount of, I don't know, adrenaline going.
You function. You function.
Yeah, so I just want to take the edge off where I'm not freaking hyperventilating or just like
Yes.
I'm going to put my head in a wall.
Yeah,
No,
I'm a
no,
Yeah, I
hundred.
did
no,
really well like that.
no, no, no,
That's
no.
where I like I don't do those things, so I have no clue.
No, 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 Lenny. That was according to Lenny. That's what happened that
That's
night.
that's yeah. Richie says he loves being high. We know, Richie. We know.
Rich wants to come up. I
No,
think
he
Marie G
doesn't.
is out there going,
No.
"Yeah, I'll
Hey,
come up too. Let's
hey,
make this a
three dot Dave.
party."
3 Dave. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Go fire up a live. You got a channel? Yo, listen. 3 Dave is hosting Raider Rich here in about 2 minutes over on his channel. Dave, you saying goodbye yet?
Leanie, I have no clue how to do that. I'm just a video poster.
Oh my god. Somebody kill Dave. Wasn't that a movie?
Kill
Kill Dave?
me! Kill me!
I'm gonna have to private this live because of your mouth. Don't ever cold turkey off the yes. I off Clonopin protracted withdrawal for 2.5 years. Are you talking about the zaps in your head? Lolly and Pops. Um, I didn't
Yeah.
cold turkey it. I just kind of backed off it a little bit, but I think that's Clonopin because I had the zaps for about 2 years as well afterwards, and I
Rich is lying.
didn't didn't really cold turkey it.
They
Um,
tried to do that to my mom, and then she went just
Liar, pants
crazy.
on
It was
fire.
so bad for her. And then they did like a taper, but it took some years.
yeah, the I and out of all the medications I've been on, it was the Klonopin that gave me the zaps. And funny, when I went to the doctor, I was like, "Why is my head zapping? Why do I feel like I'm being zapped?" And they're like, "We don't know what you're talking about."
What the
Years
hell
later,
is
I
that?
find out, yeah, and years later, then I start hearing people talk about it. I was like, "Why didn't the doctors know about this?" They knew, but I
Exactly.
think they
Because
liked me being crazy.
they were okay with you being on it because that's
when you
how they
saying
make the
zap,
money.
when you say zap, Lenny, are you talking like it felt like electrical current?
In your brain, yes. It
Uh,
literally is like zzz,
okay. And you
zzz.
explained it just like you explained it now. And nobody
Mhm.
suggested that you go see a chiropractor or somebody to look at your spine.
No, that it was purely medication. It was from coming off that medication. I knew exactly what it was. They didn't know what it was.
Medication
Well,
makes your body work a certain way, especially if your body is not used to it, or is your body
mhm,
telling you, "Hey, man, I don't like this shit. Could you stop taking it?"
mm.
Because that's what
Uh,
happens too.
Barbara, hello. Good morning, Barbara. Everybody's asking about Mags. I think Mags is sleeping in, you guys. I did
Hi,
hear from
Barbara.
her late, 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 late. I was shocked how late I heard from Maggie last night. And she
Lollipop.
was
It's been a
and
minute.
she was still really, really late. I mean, she was still up. And so I'm hoping she is getting some rest. I'm hoping that's what's happening. Um,
She's sitting
uh,
back going, "Hey, it's happening without me."
Lolly's saying, worst thing I ever been through. My whole body thought I was going to die. I did too, because no doctors couldn't tell me what was going on. I really thought I was dying. I really did.
That's what my mom
Until it,
said too.
yeah, it's horrible because it's like you feel it in your brain, but then you feel it coming out your fingertips and out your toes. It's literally like your brain is shocking your body for just a split second each time. Bzz, bzz, and it comes and goes. It's terrible.
And it made her go into a deeper depression. It was
Mm.
bad.
Yeah, like electric shots in my brain, awful. They say it's not withdrawal, it's discontinuation syndrome. Well, no doctor told me shit. I had to figure it all out for myself, which made me think that I was crazier. Because let's face it, everybody knows I'm crazy. I'm fruitcake straight up with extra nuts, preferably. And
I
but
agree.
when a
No dispute.
right, but when a doctor's like, I don't know what you're talking about, fuck you. Yeah, you do. You've heard every patient that you're taking off this shit come in and say it.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning,
Do you
Anne.
guys know what
Hello.
Epizor is? Epizor?
No, I don't.
I know what effexor is. If it's
Is that what she's
effexor,
saying?
if
Lulu
it's a
says I was on Epizor and it did that terrible drug to come off of.
yeah,
It
I
took me
was
years, like electric shocks in my brain.
mhm.
Awful. They say it's not withdrawal, it's discontinuation syndrome.
Oh, that's great. Discontinuation syndrome.
Yeah.
That
If
Yeah,
it's a
that's
just
a
label it all.
Labels.
that
Labels.
yeah. That's a please don't come at me for getting you on withdrawals.
right.
That's what
Um,
discontinuation syndrome means.
if it is the effexor, I was on the effexor and the Klonopin together. And that used to work magic for me until it didn't. Um,
Hi, Ann. Hit the like.
oh, Anne, I hope the family's okay, honey. I hope you did get it all sorted out and you're no worse for wear. Amanda says, wow, Leanie, that's exactly what happens to me if I forget to take my sertraline for a couple of days. Sertraline, I've never taken that, but I had a friend take it and uh, she didn't tell me that that's what it feels like, but she told me she struggles with it.
See,
I've
I
been,
think it gave me kind of like vertigo when I um, used to take an antidepressant and then not take it. It gave me a
uh,
vertigo, kind of
yeah.
dizzy and just yeah, like dizzy and weird, cloudy headed. It was awful.
Um, yeah, Lulu, that's what I was on the Effexor. Yep. Terrible stuff. Just a son in SA got robbed, so had to send some money. What is SA? Just a son in SA got robbed. That's terrible. Where's SA? South Africa? Got robbed, so had to send some. Oh, is he okay? I hope he's okay. Oh, I
Isn't
got
he in
South Africa
Pakistan or
right.
something?
Y'all know he's in South Africa, and I got it right. Check me. I'm
Look
so
at
worldly.
you. I'm sitting here thinking of like San Francisco or something. And I'm
Or
like, what?
SA,
What?
whatever that
Or
means.
SA'd? Yeah, I read that wrong at first. I'm like
Y'all,
SA'd. Oh my
I'm
god, that's
telling you,
awful.
I'm becoming worldly. Like I know my countries.
Good.
Um,
I need to learn.
You know your fans.
he's hungry. And well, thank God you were there for him. It also causes sleep paralysis. Oh, it stops your sleep. Oh, Amanda, you should have been in here the other night. We talked about sleep paralysis. Yeah, we totally did all the sleep and dream stuff, and then something happened like it always does, and we got off the loop. I've had the brain zap so bizarre I could almost hear it coming right before it got me. Yes. Yep, that's exact funny. So funny. Um All right, guys, I do want to send a message if you got I wanted to tell Lulu and Melly Joe this and Lizzo. Um I figured out how to do the clock. A really good person in my life showed me how to do the world clock. Now I've got you guys all programmed into my world clock. I know exactly what time it is in your neck of the woods. Oh, now, if I could just get some cameras put around your house where I could just pop in and see you every now and then. Can you guys get
Leanie,
that
could
for
you
me?
read Barbara's last comment
Yeah, I read it. You didn't hear
about the
me?
zaps?
You didn't hear me?
No, I didn't hear it.
Yes,
What
I
does she
read it, and
mean?
I
What
told
What does that mean?
it's the brain zaps that we're talking about. It feels like zzz, it just zaps through your brain when you're coming off of
It's
that
the
stuff. It's terrible.
extremely weird feeling.
It's terrible. I never knew anyone else had brain zaps. I thought it was just me. That's because I guess the doctors aren't talking about it because nobody ever told me. I had to figure it out for myself. I found another person years later when I was scared to death I was dying of aneurysms or whatever that had the same thing. I was like, wait, what?
And
They
so
know
that's
about it.
a
They're not talking
repercussion
about
of
it.
what drug?
It's different drugs. It's all different ones. But for me, it was Effexor and Clonopin.
Okay.
Doctors are like mechanics. One knows the transmission, the other one knows the motor. Sometimes they don't know both. Same thing with doctors. Some doctors know by spinal injuries, other doctors know by hearts, and they know nothing else. It's the way it works. The
And then
problem
they don't
is,
talk to each other when you have several things going on. They never talk
yeah,
to each other, and then you get yourself in a
and the problem
really
is
messed up
that again,
situation.
if you want to know what makes the entire body tick, you need to check your spine. Your spine has receptors. They send signals up to your head and to your brain to make your body operate. If your spine is out of alignment, it can affect your liver, your spleen, even you going to the bathroom
You go
sometimes.
to the bathroom. I was just gonna say,
Hmm.
and
Okay,
they
and
make fun of chiropractors
yeah,
and stuff. They
and
and
again, they know more than actual doctors because
exactly.
they know the main chord of what makes your body function. And if it's
Yep.
out of alignment, just a little bit can cause a lot of shit. And if
Headaches.
and a family doctor would just look at you and go, well, I'm gonna give you this pill and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna send you to do this and do that, but they don't actually go, I'm gonna send you for an MRI. I want to look at your spine. Look
Mm-hmm.
for some damage. Some vertebral disc may be damaged, or the sponge is gone, and the nerves are rubbing, and that causes the shocks that go through your shoulders, the back of your neck, and your head, because it happened to me. I got metal
That's
plates and I got 34 screws in my back. What I used
wow.
to experience, I don't experience anymore. Even the doctors, he looks at me, you sure you don't want to take this for, pain? I look at him, I said, well, you said I have nerve damage, so I'm thinking that the nerve damage that I do have is what I can't feel anymore. And they
Mm,
test me for that. So there are parts of my body, if you stick me with a needle, I don't feel it. But guess
Wow.
what? My body still operates because they corrected the problem. So now I don't have those shocks. I used to get those shocks that would go down your elbow into your fingers, just like you would
Mm-hmm.
snap, like you got electrocuted. And guess what? It was the spine doing that because the spine was all fucked up.
Out of alignment too.
So once they aligned it, they corrected it. It was damaged to the point they had to put plates and screws, but it's straight now. So now I don't feel what I used to feel before, and I'm good.
I have it down my left, the that so that the electrical feelings that you say that you feel those, I have that down my arm, my left arm.
Yep.
Um and it actually sometimes will lock up my arm. And
Yes.
it is very, very painful. But so that does feel a little bit different than the zaps that we're talking about that
Yeah,
go in our
because it goes
brains.
in your brain. It's a weird
Hmm.
Yeah,
feeling.
but the thing
But
is, you guys are using words like zap. What if it's
uh-huh.
the same thing? You're not gonna know unless
Um,
you get a full evaluation of your spinal cord,
well,
because it
that's
could
I
be
mean,
that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it could be that.
yeah. I have two herniated discs in my neck that's causing my shoulder and my arm to do that. But
Yep.
I told my doctor, I said, I'm not doing another surgery until, because the part of the back, so my worst part is of course my lower spine where I've had two surgeries, my middle spine, not my neck. I mean, yeah, it hurts down my arm, but I could deal with that. I could still walk with that. Okay. There's some days I can barely walk with my stupid back, until I work it out. I get up, I move, I work it out, stretch it out, do all that kind of crap, but it still hurts. And I'm like, until you guys can figure this out, then I'm not touching why would I mess with my neck at this point when that's not an everyday struggle for me, you know? So, but the problem is I have degenerative spine disease and um uh arthritis up and down my spine and stenosis and all of that, and all these stupid things are just going to keep herniating in and out of my back. But I'm not doing it. My daughter's already had the neck surgery because that's hereditary in our family. My daughter's already had the surgery that I'm supposed to go in and have. My daddy, they've already done all the surgeries they're going to do on him. They've just told him there's no more we can do for your back. It is what it is. My sister's already had the neck surgery. I'm the only one that has had the lower back surgery. But they said that would they go back in, like they could try to clean up my spine a little bit, from the arthritis. But I'm just like, what I do is I just deal,
Scary,
deal,
scary
deal,
as fuck.
deal until I can't walk, and then they put me in emergency surgery. It's the way it goes.
Let
Can
me
I
let
give
me ask you
you
a question, Leni.
my opinion?
Did they subscribe calcium for you?
Oh yeah,
Do you,
calcium, vitamin D. All
oh,
no, 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 RC. I don't. I'm terrible.
calcium's good for your bones, correct?
I know. I know.
So
I
RC,
know.
you're the
RC,
problem.
I am I've always been the problem.
I'm curious. With somebody that has like the extended back issues that she has, would it still be okay to go to a chiropractor and get an adjustment?
No, no.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I can
can I
still
like
go,
can I just
but
like give you
it's
Dr.
not.
Dave's point
Hold
of
on. We
view?
can't. As soon as RC finished, because she asked RC a question.
All right, go
It's
for it.
I can still go as long as they don't mess with the part of my spine that has the metal plates and this and that. But thank God, knock on wood, I've never had any other back issues. Like I don't have back issues. I don't have spasm stuff like that on my lower back. My lower back is fine. My middle back is fine. It's vertebrae 3 through 7, and I'm good. I can still do most things. I just, I was a military man, so I can't. Up to age 55, I was doing 2,000 push-ups a week. I was riding about 150 miles on my bike, this and that. And then came the time that one day I just started getting these electrical shocks through my legs, my arms, my neck especially. Like out of the blue, I'd be sitting down, all of a sudden it's like somebody stuck me with an electrical wire and I would just jump. But it was a pain that just shot across my extremities. And I'm going, what the fuck was that? And then finally I delayed. One doctor told me, do you work out? Because you look fantastic for your age. I said, yes, I do. And then you know what he tells me? Without checking my spine or whatever, all he had to do was take a fucking x-ray and he would have saw some damage. He didn't even bother to do that. What does he tell me? Well, your blood test came all back positive. Everything's fine, this and that. I would suggest you slow down because, you're not as young as you used to be.
Oh my God.
And I took that as, information, but it was the wrong information. And what was it? That nobody checked my back. So when I went to a neurologist and I explained it to him, he says, what are you feeling? And I gave him the whole routine. He says, oh, shit. He says, well, I'm going to send you for an MRI. And that's when when he showed me, he says, I looked at him, I said, what the hell is that? And why is all that dark? And he goes, well, that's your spine. There's nothing there. And I looked at him, I said, what do you mean there's nothing there? Well, how the fuck have I been walking? You know what he tells me? He goes, you must be the luckiest man in the world. All I can tell you is since you're such in great shape, your muscles was actually keeping you intact. And I'm like, holy shit. So when I asked the magic question, I said, so what do we do? He goes, well, I kind of bumped a couple of people. I'm putting you up for surgery next Wednesday. And I'm like, okay, cool. Then I can go back to work. And he looked at me. He goes, I don't think you understand. I said, understand what? He goes, you're finished. He says, you got grandkids? At the time I had 2. He goes, go home and enjoy them. And then when they told me go to this department, because I went to the VA hospital, and this lady came and she, how you doing? Are you Mr. So-and-so? Yes, I am. She goes, follow me. And I'm filling all this damn paperwork. I said, what's all this shit? She goes, well, that's the military benefits. That's your Social Security, this and that, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going, he was serious? And she goes, yes, you're finished. You're done. You can't work no more. That was a hard pill to swallow that day.
Yeah, I bet.
Let me jump in chat really quick and say goodnight to Anne. Anne, thank you for coming in. Go feed them babies. And she said she has not submitted any DNA and doesn't think that she will. I was just now thinking about Rose Petal too. Rose Petal, I hope you got through the night at working and that you made it home okay. I'm thinking about you and I love you, girl. So from that moment on, RC, you were disabled.
Yes, since 2013.
Mm.
And
All right.
I'm good. I've never had the flu. I don't get sick. My daughters actually get pissed at me because you never get fucking sick. They come here, with the sniffles, and I give them a hug. Like, Dad, I'm coming down with something. I said, you know me, I don't get sick.
Yeah.
And I think it's a positive attitude. Helps a lot.
Right. All right, 3 Dot. What were you gonna say about the back issue
3
thing?
Dot motherfucking Dave! Let's go. So yeah, I have a remedy. I mean, I think I have the doctor's prescription for you. It's that apple a day, right? From my point of view, which I have actually researched quite a bit. Go for it.
Jesus.
So what I think you should do, this is my opinion of what Leanie should do, because you've had invasive back surgery type shit that really fucks with your, no one wants to have their spine tinkled with, right? I think the way to strengthen your core, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. So I would go with like your favorite if you made your favorite tunes, your favorite music, you know, like
Mhm.
50 minutes of your favorite music, where you're just like, dude, that's the shit that makes me want to like bob my head type shit, right? Make 50 minutes of that. Find a mirror,
A
focus
mirror.
on the mirror, play the music, and rock back and forth, tightening your core, right? And just move back and forth, wiggle. You're just wiggling, and you're just doing that. You're gonna break a sweat, but if you do that for say an hour, I swear to God, your core, your muscles, your fibers will all freaking build up, and you will be strong as fuck. There is no weakness there. You're gonna be like freaking like a, I don't know. You think about like my dick.
Oh my god.
your
Oh my god.
your your spine will be like my dick.
Okay.
Do you know what
Rock
Um,
I
back
think
and
you should
forth,
do?
tighten it up, rock back and forth, and you will have the strongest core. And there is no need for anything because there's no weakness there.
I think
You
you
know,
So
should stick a banana in your ass and do 20 jumping jacks, and that'll just solve everything.
everything. Yeah. Um,
wow,
this is a
wow.
this is this is perfect. You see, this is
Let's
again,
go,
Dave.
Ashley.
This is again Dave putting everybody in a box, and I don't,
Mm.
and I
This is a
love that it would.
prescription for back pain and back and spinal issues. If you want a great core, do what I just said.
Do you have spinal issues, sir?
Had
Did you
until
have
I
any?
did what I just said.
I'm not done.
No,
Did
I
you
was
have
doing
any?
okay. Let me tell you
No, no.
what I
Just
did.
can I
Hold
just
on,
finish
hold
the
on. Let me tell you
question?
what I did to
I will
myself. I
not.
injured
I
myself.
will.
Right? I was doing a twisting motion where I thought that by putting like a bar on my shoulders and twisting left and right, hella hard left and right, was gonna make me like a core strong. And I fucked my back up. I literally freaking like burned it out. So yeah, I broke it up. And also, my
Mm.
dad was also like, making me like lift concrete, do like back breaking shit,
Oh,
using me up.
oh.
So
Well,
yeah, I had back problems, and
yeah.
they're all gone now because
hmm
you know, I
hmm
prescribed
Here,
my
here,
own
here,
medicine.
here's the deal, Dave. Um, again, you had an injury. Okay. Uh,
I had
I
a few.
have. Okay. Okay. You have a few. Let's just blow it. Dave, you have
No,
had severe,
had a
really.
few.
Okay.
Had.
If you shut the fuck up and let me talk, then we can get this through. You have had injuries to your back. I have not had injuries to my back. My
I think that
back. Are you
someone
shut the fuck
surgically
up?
going
Nobody
in is
listen.
actually like injury.
Listen, Dave, you're pissing me off. Here's the deal. I talk and then you talk. You don't get to just keep jumping in. You're pissing me off. Here's the deal. Uh, you've had injuries to your back. I have not had injuries to my back. My back problems are genetic. Okay. I could work my core every day of my life and have an 8-pack and put you in the motherfucking nose and give you a bloody nose 3 times a day. Okay. And still, my back is gonna uh, degenerate.
Disintegrate.
Yes.
Whatever the hell.
To the point that my discs keep herniating. What happens when the disc herniates? It pins the nerves against the walls um, of your legs, your hips, your sides. Then you are left with, after you go and have the surgeries, you're left with nerve damage, okay, which is very painful as well. No matter the amount of how much I stand in front of the mirror and ooh and ah over myself and my 8-packs, am I going to fix my back problems. So while I appreciate you putting me in the box with you and your machine, I got nothing of it because
Yeah, well, see,
it's
that's
not a one
that's
size
you,
fits
right?
all.
You
It's
you
not a
have
one
like
size
this
fits
hard point
all.
of view. Come on, you have
No.
a really hard point of view of what you believe. You think
So do you.
that but I because I believe it wholeheartedly.
And
I
I do
know,
too because I live it.
but I'm telling you that freaking if you can build up your spine
N-
and you build up the muscle
mm,
fibers around the spine and make
what,
it stronger than steel, you won't have back problems.
Dave,
That's the way
Dave,
I see it.
Dave. Okay, but you know what? You're not a doctor. Okay,
I
you
am a
don't live.
doctor.
No, no, you're not. You
Yes, I
haven't
am.
lived what I live. Okay, you don't have a genetic problem.
Well, I
I'm not a
didn't,
machine. I'm not a machine.
you are a
I'm not a.
machine.
No, I'm not. We're
We
not
are all biological
one size.
machines.
We're not all one size fits all, and you can fuck right off. Okay. All right.
It's true
Let's move
though.
along.
At the
No, it's not
most,
true.
at the
Go
most,
to
building up
school.
her core could maybe slow down what's happening, but it would never be able to fix it or alleviate what's happening. She's always going to be having this issue and this struggle.
Well, my aunt, right? She was like a judo expert and shit,
Oh my
and she
God.
was just in a shower, like fixing something in the shower, and fell and hit her back um in the bathtub.
Again, an
She
injury.
elects hold on, she elects to have surgery and has now constant pain every day and is always in pain. Has to take
That's
painkillers
her
as a
body.
remedy. Just saying.
I'm not
Dave,
saying it's not
again,
good to build
I have
up,
thought about this shit like kind of heavily.
but
but it's not
it's
going to
not
fix
about
it.
thinking. Thinking, we can all think. It's about educating and actually living it. That's what it's about. Again,
Thinking is
your
education.
aunt, your aunt actually had an injury, just like what you did. You know
Yeah, and she
nothing.
electively
Yep.
said, "Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let the
Dave,
doctors go in there and mess with her spine." They went
Dave,
in
with
there
all
and messed up, and now she has chronic spinal injury that she's got pain 24/7 days a week for the rest of her life.
But
She's on
not the same
painkillers for the
injury.
rest of her life
She
because
didn't
she
have the same
elected to
injury as
bring.
you.
I'm telling you, man, don't do the spinal surgery ever.
I already did. I couldn't walk. Guess what? I'm walking now. Okay, Dave, I'm going to respectfully just say I love you, but I'm done. Like, I'm done fighting for words with you. You say that I am very passionate
Hold
about,
on, my best
you,
advice is
I
don't
didn't
let me
ask for
go.
advice. I'm going to let you go.
I'm a good guy.
No, no,
Don't
no,
take
no,
me
no.
away
See,
because
this
I
is why
you
we have the
love me.
problem.
You love me.
All right. That right there is why we have the problem. Um, I love Dave. I do love Dave. Dave's a great time. Dave's a great time. But when the host of any show is asking you to shut the fuck up, then shut the fuck up. Or if the host is just asking to be able to speak without being interrupted, especially when that's the respect that I give any panel guest, unless it's a problem, uh, then you should give me the same respect as well.
Absolutely.
So Dave, deuces, I love you. Come back when Dave, don't piss me off. Come back whenever uh another night because I've had my Dave fill. My Dave meter has already shot out. I'm done. I can't do enough. I
You're
can't do
maxed.
more.
You're
So
maxed
let
out.
me yeah, I'm maxed out on Dave. Um, good morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Last I saw, we had 48 likes. We only needed 2 more, and I'll shut the hell up about that.
Oh, you're close.
Uh, JB, JB, good morning, honey. Sometimes you have to have the surgery to live. That's exactly right. Because RC would have been dead without his surgery. But Dave didn't hear that because Dave only hears what he wants to hear, which is that we're all machines and we all should be one size fits all. We should all be in a box, right? Because it worked out for his aunt who had an injury and himself that has an injury, that it should work out for me who has had no injury. I've not injured my back. So fuck right off. Okay? I say that with a lot of love in my heart.
Lots of love.
I am, I have to say, can I say, RC and Ashley, I'm overstimulated.
Are you?
I'm overstimulated. Oh, I'm so happy to see JB. Good to see. You need thick skin with Dave. Raider Rich, see that pisses me off when you say, see, I'm already overstimulated. Okay, so now I'm just gonna have to talk to you. You need thick skin when talking to. I have plenty of thick skin. I will take you on, Dave on, every one of y'all bitches on. Okay. I have no problem with that. But when you're disrespectful and you're talking over somebody and you won't give somebody a chance, that's what a conversation is. Okay. Being able to go on a panel with 10 to 12 people when you're all screaming and nobody's listening and nobody's hearing, you think that's called thick skin? That's not thick skin. That's not thick skin at all. That's being somebody who just is there just to hear themselves talk, and I'm not. Okay. I have panel guests because I actually like hearing what they have to say. But when it's my turn to talk and you're going to talk over me, fuck you. So this is nothing about thick skin. This is nothing. You think this is what you got to have a PhD to come up on someone's panel? No. You just got to have some kind of morals and know how to have a conversation and how to communicate. So nobody needs thick skin. Anybody could be on panel. There you have it. Don't
Manners,
lift yourself so
manners are
up so
very
high.
important. Manners definitely are important.
Lulu says you have the patience of a saint. I have to disagree with her, but go on.
51 likes. Oh wow. So it just took kicking three dot Dave, off panel and got three more. Right. Thanks, Dave.
Come on, one more,
You,
folks. One more,
you
folks. I said,
dickhead.
shut up.
All right. Everyone off work now doing the dishes. All right, Rose Petal. Thank you so much. Lunch lady's getting in the car and she's going to work. We love you, girl. We
Have
love you.
a good
Text
day
me
at
later.
work.
Text me later. Let me know how you are. I appreciate it. Some men, no three dot, so much think they are smarter and can gaslight women, but they can't. I'm not gaslit at all. I'll go toe to toe with anybody as long as you do it right. I'm not gonna sit and argue with you when I'm fucking paying to stream.
There you go.
Freaking idiots. Let's go to yours where you're paying to stream and I'll scream at you.
Yep.
Paulie is redoing the linen press doors. He's using Leanie's hinges. All right. I want to check on Maggie real quick. RC, Ashley, do you guys want me to put on music while I check on that real quick? Or do you guys want to chit chat? What do you want to do? Don't feel like you need to do either.
Oh, it's up to you. It's your show.
Raider, thick skin. So to prove you have thick skin, you've got to have a full panel. Richie, then open you up a panel. Why haven't I seen you with a full panel? I've seen you on other people's full panels. Raider Rich, I'm telling you right now, I'll bet you $50 right now. You could not do a live, have a full panel of, let's just say, let's do 6. I'll bet you $50 you could not hold a panel of 6 people with, let's say, 30, 40, there's 40 people, 41 people. Let's say 40 people in chat for 3 hours. You want to know why I know that? And I ain't trying to be rude, but if you're going to challenge me, I'm going to challenge you. Like I said, I'll go toe to toe and we'll match energies. The reason why I know you can't do it, because I've been there when you tried. Any questions?
Ooh, that sounds personal.
No, it's not I get tired of hearing this. Listen, I take personal shit all the time. You don't think it's personal to me when I hear you got to have thick skin? Why can't you have it? You can't handle having a full panel, bitch. I don't see you opening up any stream yards. $50.
How those Yankees doing?
Hello, fallen star. How are you? And with that, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll just put on some music. Everybody will chill out.
Thank you, Fallen Star, for coming.
Yes, absolutely.
That's my buddy.
I love that you have buddies. See, now I've been a total bitch and I'm probably going to lose like 50 subscribers, and that's okay. But I'm tired of anybody talking any way they want to me. And I'm sitting here walking on eggshells and trying not to hurt feelings. Fuck you. Nobody's worried about if they're hurting my feelings by being critical. You think you can do it? Do it. I'll come and support you.
Come on,
You're like,
folks, one more and she'll shut up, damn it. Go smoke your cigarette, Lena. We're good.
Yeah, go smoke your cigarette.
Mad mods in the comments. Jokers throw a cyber blow. Subscribers flipping birds, saying, girl, don't you know? Break saying, welcome here.
Anyway, nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you
She
too.
rolls her eyes, says, y'all
She's
ain't
beautiful,
got
ladies and
food.
gentlemen. You saw her.
She'll load on, drag deep
Makes me
like
not want to come
barbecue.
back here and look at Lena. What say
Oh,
y'all?
stop it.
And a lasso. Gotta laugh 'cause she's saving, leaning from this
Yeah, but I
hassle.
guess it sucks, right?
Cigarette
We
lady,
come down with some damn disabilities and shit.
Yeah, it definitely puts a damper in your life.
breaks on demand. While the world
Yeah, because
grows
outside
big,
of the VA hospital,
eight-legged swoops
other
down.
doctors didn't want to touch me.
Y'all
And I'm like,
gotta quit.
what the hell?
Night shift
Like,
grinding.
and I know the reason. The reason is they if they make a mistake, then they have to pay.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell people, I say, well, why the hell do they have malpractice insurance? For mistakes, right? Nobody's perfect. But I got to say, the VA hospital did me justice. And I'm good.
Well,
Thank
that's good
God.
to hear. That's good to hear because you don't always get good stories.
My mother, she was like, oh, they shouldn't touch you, this and that. I said, what? You know what's next? A wheelchair. I'm not doing a wheelchair. I explained to her, I said, listen, 20, 30 years ago, since they weren't really, up to par when it came to these kind of surgeries, but now they are, or in the last, say, 15, 20 years, I'm like, no, I'm going to take a chance. I took that chance and I'm fine. So I'm half bionic. So what?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I've got a machine in me too, so I'm like a little Iron Man.
So good. But I got my mother off of 12 medications. Oh, they were taking her for a ride. Some of these doctors ain't shit, to be honest with you. When I started working in that medical facility, I had did 20 years in the Board of Ed, and I said, well, I'm still good. I can get me another pension. I made it about 11 more years. I learned a lot hanging out with those doctors. I would
Mm-hmm.
ask questions, and I would tell them, I say, hey, doc, I'm nosy, but can you tell me, explain something to me about this and that? And they would talk to me and explain stuff to me. And that's when I figured out that this whole world, for the most part, is a fucking con job, and everybody's a hustler.
Yep.
And I respect the hustle. What I don't respect is dishonest people. Because dishonest people will take you for a ride and kill you.
Yep.
So I go home one day to visit her, and she had 18 medications on the table, and I'm looking
Jesus
at her.
Christ.
It's the
18?
first, yeah, 18 bottles, and I'm looking at her. I'm like,
Damn.
uh, what the hell is that? She goes, oh, that's the medication I have to take every day. And I'm like, what? And then I said, well, what's this for? She goes, oh, that's to prevent this. And this one, oh, that's to prevent something else. And that one, that's to prevent. And I looked at her, I said, hey, mom, why are you taking shit to prevent something? Do you have this? Like, what is this for? She goes, well, it's to prevent this. And I'm going, so in other words, you don't have this. No, I don't, but it's to prevent it. I'm going like, I
Wow.
gotta, I gotta go have a conversation with my doctors that I work with, right? So I went over there and I asked her, hey, yo, why don't you ask your mother to come in here? I asked my mom, she wouldn't go. No, I got a good doctor, this and that. So one day she comes home and her doctor retired, the one that she had been seeing for like 25 years. So they assigned a new doctor. You know what the new doctor looked at her and said? He says, I just did your blood workup. I gave you a full because, I'm your new doctor. So I want to get to know my patients, where you guys are at, etc. So he turns around, he goes, I want you to do me a favor, bring me all the medication you're taking. So she put it in a bag, went over there. He put them on the table. He goes, okay, this is out. You don't need this. You don't need that. And she started, no, no. My last doctor said that I'm supposed to take that. And he goes, for what? To prevent it. He goes, look at here, lady. Nobody gives you a prescription for something you don't have. Does that make any sense to you? No, but he said it was to prevent it. He goes, I don't know who he was, but if I had my way, I'd put him in jail. He says, ma'am, you're a walking pharmaceutical.
Yep. And that's rough on your kidneys. Then her kidneys are going to go out. And
Exactly.
then, Jesus. Yeah.
So he turned around, he removed out of the 18 she was taking, he got it down to 7.
That sounds about right. But,
And
geez, 18.
yep,
God.
18. And I was like, prevent something? She goes, yeah. I'm like, Mom, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, well, you're not a doctor. I'm like, oh, yeah, but I'm going to start asking questions because something's not right here. And that doctor just had her taking all kinds of shit that she didn't need. And that's sad. That's really sad. That's the kind of society we live in. Money, money, money.
Yep. Pushing that prescription through.
And she's what? She's 19 years older than me, 20 years older than me. I'm 68. Do the math. And she's doing okay, but all those medications, she has what do they call that shit? Jacks up your stomach, colitis,
Yeah.
and that's when you overdo it on medication.
Yeah, I was going to say that right there is a majority of what causes the stomach issues.
Yeah. Eventually, she thanked me. More like 3, 4 years later, but it was too late.
Mm. Surprised
I,
her kidneys are all right.
yeah. My older brother, same shit. Hey, dude, how many medications you taking? He goes, I got to take 11 a day. Holy crap. And he's all messed up too in the stomach. That's why I don't mess with medication. Nope. No
And
way.
see, the medication that I have to be on is what that it's common. It's the common practice of what they do for heart failure.
Right.
And but they always do. They always check my kidneys. They always want to make sure.
Yeah, make sure your kidneys are operating, it's
Yeah.
flushing it
Be-
out, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, because they do know that yes, it may be quite a few medications, but it's what helps. It's what has been a known factor in helping heart patients. And so, but they still want to make sure, do the checks to make sure the kidneys are okay. And I commend them for that because a lot of doctors don't.
Even my mother, she said, well, to the medication, she told me, he says I wasn't supposed to take them with any of the medications because they can become contaminated for the body. And I'm like, so he was giving you a medication that you could not take with another medication that you was taking at the same time. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, I should have listened to you. I said, all I asked you was go see the doctors over there at that clinic. That's all. It's no big deal. He said, yeah, but and again, when you're stuck on something or you're stuck in your ways, it's hard for anybody to come and convince you to even check. Give it a shot. Go talk to somebody.
It's very true. And also getting like a second opinion or even a third opinion when they try to diagnose you with something huge.
Oh, yeah. And I've been doing that ever since they put it out there. Oh, you should have the right to have a second opinion. So guess what? You gave me you open the door, I'm utilizing it.
Mm-hmm. And it's crazy how day and night one doctor's opinion can be versus the other, like completely opposite.
My thing is that we have to make it our business to find out, well, what's actually your expertise versus the other guy. I have the right to, put those questions forward, right? Say, hey, what is your, like I said, it's like a mechanic. You do motors and this guy does transmission. The other guy just fixed the wheels, but you don't know all the things above. We got to ask these questions. I'm sorry, that's the way it works. We're not perfect. Not we have our opinions and it's all swell, but you know what? Nobody can tell you how your body feels. If you feel like
Exactly.
something is not right with your body, then that's your right.
You are
And you
your
know what's right.
strongest advocate.
Exactly. And when I see these commercials, if you took this or if you took that, I'm going, holy shit. I'm scared to drink water sometimes. If you drink the water, it's
Yeah,
actually
I think
fucking
it's
up.
scary, the side effects. This may happen. Yeah, it's like 100 crazy side effects, like anal leakage or something horrible. Like, damn. I think the problem itself isn't that bad. I don't want to add all that towards it. Jeez.
We're just like, I tell a lot of people, yeah, we're more educated, but we're actually more dumber too. That's the way I look at it.
Nope.
Lenny, you back? Oh, she's not back.
Nope. She's recuperating from Dave.
So let me ask you a question. Did you take the jab?
Did I? Well, I was in the hospital during my heart stuff, and it was basically, it was pretty. I felt like it was really forced on me
Right.
because like you couldn't even like come into the hospital. It felt like you weren't even allowed in the hospital without it. I mean, it was bad.
Yeah, because I can't blame it, but, again, nobody really knows why it happened, when you came down with your condition, but it sucks. I got to give it to you. It
Yeah,
sucks.
no, this was before. This happened before. Like I said, I got the jab after this had happened because of my situation of having to constantly be in the hospital. I felt it was forced upon me then. But no, I didn't have it and then have the issues.
Ever since, did you take another one? No?
No, I'm not up to date.
Okay, I hear you. Especially
And
when,
I mean, I really at this point I've already got whatever I've got, so I don't know how I feel about it, whether I care one way or the other if I get it more or don't get it.
Right. I had a cousin who passed away about 5 years ago from heart failure, but it
Mm-hmm.
was because of drugs.
Mm.
You know, too much cocaine.
Well, yeah, that would do it to you. But if I did something like that, I can't even drink like caffeine, and I never have been able to. Like just it makes me too jittery and messes with my heart.
You get the heart populations when you drink coffee.
Yeah, it gives
Yeah.
me anxiety and yeah, rapid heartbeat. And I already had a tachycardia, but the pacemaker really helps that.
Oh, okay.
It gives me a normal heartbeat. So,
That sucks.
did you get the jab or no?
Oh no, I don't touch any of that crap.
Yeah.
And I stood away from the VA hospital for 2 straight years. They talk about, well, we can make conference calls, and I'm like, I told them, well, it sucks to be you because I don't have a computer, even though I have. I was gonna do the computer shit. I'm like, hey man, you test me when I do go there. I, never been positive, and yet you guys are approaching me with spacesuits on, and I find that
Yeah.
insulting.
Yeah, it
And
was
then they,
scary.
it's like, you took the jab, yes, and we suggest you do. Uh, for the last 12 years, would you like the pneumonia shot, the shingle shot, the flu shots, the regular flu shot, this and that? And I'm like, no, because I don't get sick. And they don't believe me, but I tell them, check my records.
Yeah.
And
So
they go,
yeah,
well, we can't,
don't break what's not broken. So keep
yeah,
doing what you're doing.
that's it.
And I had the flu shot once, or not the flu shot, the pneumonia shot, and I almost fucking died because my arm got infected or got like a that staph infection or whatever.
Holy shit.
Yeah, my arm swelled up. Like I had to, it was like going to my heart, like the infection, and oh, it was a nightmare. So I never got that again.
That's crazy. And my thing is, they said, when's the last time you took the flu shot? I said, oh, I'll tell you right now, 1979. What? I'm like, yeah. I haven't had a flu, haven't had a cold, I haven't had a fever. And again, I swear, I don't care what anybody says, it has a lot to do with the environment. It has a lot to do with some of these places. Whether it
Environment,
be,
yeah.
the hospital, the. Am I still here?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Phone
you cut
turned
out.
off.
Hello, everybody. Good
Hi,
morning. Good
blessed
morning.
mama.
Bless Mama, how are you? Thank you so much for coming in. Um,
That should be 50. No, come on. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Lenny,
we
shut
we
up. We just need one more.
we already got over 50, babe. You got to reset, reset,
Okay, doing it now. Relax.
reset. I already shut up about it. I just shut up. Hi, Mary Jane Doe.
Yeah, we got 53. Good. Shut up.
Listen, I went outside and I smoked, and I looked at my hot tub, and I got all kind of warm feelings again.
Oh,
Um,
boy.
I did get my hot tub hooked up yesterday, you guys, and I got in it last night.
Lucky,
Did you
lucky.
get out?
Li- I didn't want to, but I got so hot and I was sweating. I was like, "Oh God!" It was. Listen, there's just something about being naked in, out.
TMI, TMI, but you go
No,
right ahead.
listen, RC. There's something about being naked in your
In
backyard.
uh-huh. I can
And you're looking around and going, yeah, there's a house over there. I mean, I'm in a screened in back porch, but and but when I stand up, like you know, you can see my tatas, and thought about it for a minute and I was like, well, if they look at these tatas, they're going to shut their curtain really fast because they're not pretty. So I think I'm good. But then I just went over and I sat down in a chair and I was like, this is heaven on earth right here. And then you guys, I remembered that my baby child was home. And yes,
Oh boy.
and and my bonus child. They could have walked outside at any moment. Do you know how they would have
They've
moved
been
out
traumatized.
today?
They would have been
Yes.
traumatized.
Well, baby child moves back on Saturday to the frat house, and but bonus child's going to be here until college is over. So, but I just thought, oh my God, I need these kids to go away so I could. It was
Yes.
so freeing.
You need to let
It
those
was,
girls out.
honey. Let me tell you, I couldn't. I had to focus to sit my ass down on the bottom of that hut because I was floating. I mean, my floating. I remembered what it felt like to have my tatas up on my chest instead of on my belly button
Yes.
because they were saluting y'all. These tatas were saluting. I was like, whoa, God, I can't breathe. Go back down.
So you didn't see anybody on the fence saying, "Hey, did you see my dog come over?"
No, no, they would have ran away really quick. I had all the lights out, but I did have the light in the hot tub on. It just kind of feels like you might be doing something wrong and somebody might see you and it might be okay and
Yeah,
might not. That kind of sneakiness. That's the way it felt, and it was lovely.
I completely understand.
You got cameras around your house? Let
Then
me see
there's
if I
that,
can
RC.
hack my
Mr.
way
Joe,
in and
oh
go.
God. I hope Mr. Joe's camera next door is not pointed towards my house, but no, it's oh God. I should just download the pictures that I took. But it was I know what naked what do you call them communities? What do you call them?
Oh yeah, nudist.
Or
What is it? At the
No,
nudist
nudist.
nudist
colony.
colony.
Yes, I felt that. I was like,
Exhibitionist.
oh, I was hello, what? I was just smoking my cigarettes and drinking my coffee out there at the hot tub in the raw, and I was like, oh, so this is what this feels like. I was digging it. I loved it so much.
I helped a nephew one time back in 1989. He says, "Hey, uncle, can you do me a solid?" And I'm like, "Sure, what's up?" He goes, "The guy that's supposed to be working with me today didn't show up. I don't need you to do any work. You can just drive." And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean drive?" He goes, "Well, I'm going to fill up the pickup truck with phone books, and we're supposed to give them out." "Well, so you work for the phone company?" He goes, "Well, it's a summer job. I'll give out the phone books. We drop at this address and that address or this community." I'm like, "Sure, let's go. I'll drive." We get to one place and there's a gate, and he goes, uh, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be back." He comes back. He goes, "The gate will be opening soon." We drive in, and it took me a few minutes to realize everybody in this fucking community was naked, and I'm going like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I said, "Hey, dude, uh, am I missing something? Because it seems and it appears to me that everybody here is like naked." And he goes, "Just
Mm.
don't stare at them, uncle." Okay. I'm just driving and minding my own business. And we were driving from house to house, and he would get out, throw the phone books, and they were, "Hi, how you doing?" And these people had no shame in their game. They were just popping up, saying hello, and I was just looking straight ahead and going, "I'm not looking."
I could not
You're
not look.
not?
I'd be
I
looking.
couldn't. Me too. I have been to a nude beach before in Germany. They have nude beaches. I didn't know I was going to a nude beach. I didn't know nothing about it. And I went, and here I am out to here pregnant with my second child. And I'm just wearing shorts and a swim top and big old belly. And I'm not paying attention to people because it's a thing. So I always looked at the ground. And I always looked at the ground. I didn't realize nobody anybody was naked, right? I sat down, I lay out the blanket, me and my little girl sat on it, and then I finally like started looking around and I was like, oh, uh, oh.
Ooh.
I mean, I it was, oh, if I wasn't pregnant already, I was gonna get pregnant off the vibe. And then I was like, oh my God, I'm having these feelings, and my baby is sitting here with me. It was terrible. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning, girl.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm okay. I was just telling everyone I've got a frozen shoulder, and it's difficult for me to pick the phone up every second. So just to let them know where I'm at. Just to let them know, Lee.
What's up,
Me.
Maggie?
What you say, RC?
I said, what's up, love? How you doing?
Oh, I'm fed up, RC, but otherwise I'm okay.
Maggie, this is Ashley. Ashley, Maggie, this is our co-host and manager.
I'm the co-host, Ashley. Pleased to
Hi.
meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Maggie.
Oh, I love
Total
your accent,
cutie.
Ashley. I
What
love
did you
your
say?
accent. I love your accent.
I love yours. You're the one with the accent.
Oh my God, you Americans say this all the time. You sound fabulous, honestly.
Hey, that sounds racist to me. Cut this shit out.
What? Oh, shut up, you RC. You know it. You sound
Hey,
fabulous to
hey,
me.
hey, Maggie. Hey, Maggie.
I'd let you
You
sing
want
me asleep, RC.
you want to know something, Maggie?
What you
Oh,
wanna? Oh,
She's beautiful.
who's beautiful?
You know what I'm talking about. Don't play me, okay? I'm tired of you playing me. The new
Are you
girl here.
talking to me? Oh,
I'm not
hang
talking
on
to
a
you.
minute. Are you telling
I'm
me that
talking.
Ashley is beautiful?
That's right. She's beautiful.
Oh, me and you are done. I'm finished. I've had enough of you. You carrying on right under my nose.
Oh, well,
God
I want a
forgive you,
divorce.
RC.
How about that? Papers in the mail.
Shite. Shite on you.
Shite. I love that.
He's always doing it to me, actually. As soon as there's a new face on panel, I'm gone. I'm history.
mm,
I'm sick. You know, honestly, I've been jibbed by that many men on panels. I give up now.
Oh, they toss you. They toss you to the side.
oh, that
Oh,
quick, yeah.
all the
Oh,
time. All the time.
Don't
I
worry about
flirt with
Ashley.
them. I flirt with them, get their affection. They give me all the love, and then a new face, and I'm gone.
Mm.
oh, that's just
I'm telling
not
you,
nice.
actually, just be prepared, love, with this RC. I'm only warning you.
I'll get tossed to the side.
He's a womanizer. He's a womanizer.
They're hard on the women that love them, that's for sure.
Oh.
Yeah,
How are
that
you
works like
anyway,
that.
Leanie?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Well, you're not doing that good, and
I'm
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I'm
I'm
okay. How was
sorry.
the hot tub? The hot
Oh,
tub? The hot tub even?
magical.
Is it great? Are you
It's
aching?
no, I'm not aching, girl. No, no.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
That's
You're
what
in
you
it
need,
on your
Maggie.
own. I do, you know, RC. I've got no room now. Got no room. I could put it in the middle of the garden, no problem. But then Alec wouldn't be able to get his bike in and out.
That's Alex's problem.
Oh, it's always his problem.
Oh,
Always his problem.
don't tell my honey I said that.
I will. Of course I will. He told me to take this picture and show you it. Hang on. I have to take this picture of him. He said, cut me head off if you're putting me on panel.
Cut me head off.
So I said, okay. So he told me this is what his workmate sent him on Paddy's Day. So hang on. Oh, why isn't it showing? Do you know what? Ah, I know why it is. Hold on, give me. Oh no, I'm not going to say give me a minute because if I go off, I'll drop down, so I'll have to show you later.
Eldon, Eldon.
Actually, we have a few minutes every day of Lainey trying to do my accent and me trying to do hers.
Oh god.
She
Yeah.
does a lot better than I do, that's for
N-
sure.
Does
no,
I
I
she?
try
can
though.
I can only do Lainey when she growls. She's got a growl when she talks sexy. She hypnotizes the men. She hypnotizes the
Oh,
men. Totally. You've got to be here, Ashley, to see it. She
I will.
hypnotizes them. Oh, you stay, girl, and you'll see. And before you know it, I tell you what, I was very quiet until I got in here, panel.
Yeah, don't cut yourself short. You do the same shit, Maggie.
Thank you.
Listen, listen, RC. I could have stayed off panel and got talked to like this. You know what I
Yeah,
mean by
yeah,
Ella?
yeah, yeah. Tell it to the mailman.
Listen, I know you love me, RC, so I don't have to worry. I know, really, you're just mad at me because I'm late.
I never said I didn't. I just don't like you.
Oh my god.
Tell
and
me
all the
lies.
and all the time I'm sitting here loving on you. You know what? I hate you. I
Yeah,
hate
that's
you
what you
Thank
not.
you.
say.
Appreciate the compliment.
That's the thing. They love us
You
to hate them though. They
you're
love it.
welcome.
They live for that shit. They like the abuse. These men here like the abuse. We don't have very many men here, but the ones that are here, they love the abuse. But they get a lot of attention from the ladies. They do.
Yeah, and sometimes they don't let us talk. For real.
Right. Because you guys are troublemakers.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you,
shut up.
Troublemakers.
well, you started it, so hey.
Good morning,
Oh.
everybody. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you so much.
So what's
Uh,
occurring, Lainey? What's happening? What are we talking about?
oh God, I don't even know. I think we started off talking about DNA. That was pretty good. I think I got out of it what I wanted out of it. I don't like DJ's answer, but I respect his right to have that answer. Um,
What was the question? Tell me.
I wanted to know if the men here felt a responsibility to give up voluntarily their DNA for uh, moral reasons, that they just might have a child out there, and that child has a right to know who her parent is.
What's the Do you think that there is children out there that people don't know about? Do you not think that? How many percentage would you say of women get in touch with men to say they're pregnant?
Oh, come on. You mean on to trap them, or because
No, no, just because, say, for instance, that they've ended the relationship and that lady's being pregnant at the end, and not neither of them knew, and she's found out she's pregnant. Do you
I think
think?
I think more women today would probably say so, but I'm saying for our
Yeah, I do.
generation, like the women didn't do it. Like men, like my older sister, she's always known that the guy who we grew up thinking was our father, she's always known that wasn't her father. He married he was in love with my mom. So my mom was, being my mom, and she dated both of these men at the same time, but she was in love with my sister's real father. Well, he was from New York, and he was getting out of the military, and he was going home. And he asked her to, this was before they knew she was pregnant. He asked my mom to marry him, and my mom was like, no, I'm not getting married, and I'm not moving to New York. She's a Florida girl. She wasn't going to New York. And my mother loved military men. So after he left and moved back to New York, my mom found out she was pregnant. So she kept dating the guy who we were raised as believing was our father. And he knew my mom was pregnant, and he still married her and raised my sister as his own. I think in our generation, that
Mm,
happened because it was still kind of shameful. You know what I
yeah,
mean? In our
yeah.
generation, in our parents' generation, that women were pregnant, without being married, so that men who fell in love with those women said, I'll raise this child, it'll be my child. So I wanted to know if men felt a moral obligation to give up DNA, um, give up DNA, and just in case they do have a child out there.
Yeah,
Don't you think the child has a right to know?
yeah. But I think that's also down to the mother to find out about him, where he is and all that, to track him down. I think maybe she doesn't want to for different reasons. And there's loads of American soldiers babies over here. Oh yeah, I've
That's
heard all
right.
the
Go ahead. Blame
stories.
blame it
Oh,
on the
shut up, you.
soldiers.
I bet it's loads. So they used to bring the women some tights and coffee and stuff over for a quick roll in the hay, Leanie. Yeah, these American soldiers were loved over here.
You got
Good morning,
fantastic.
Ethan Allen. Good morning. Well, imagine all of the people, RC. Uh, you could probably talk about this. You were a military man. How many children were left? How many military men honestly did leave pregnant women in these foreign countries?
I don't know. Maybe we should
Space it out, RC, tell the truth.
let me tell the truth. I ain't
Shut
leave
up.
no babies nowhere.
Oh, yeah, you're going to say that. I bet you am yours. Go on.
But how often did you see it happening?
I tell you what, one day my brother says, your son was talking to me the other day and he wants to know why he didn't have a baby brother. I said, well, because he got twins instead, girls. I'm sorry. And he goes, well, maybe you should talk to him. So I talked to him. I said, hey, dude, you've been talking to your uncle about it. You wish you had a baby brother. He goes, yeah. And I'm like, well, not with your mother anymore, so that's not possible, et cetera, et cetera. I said, and so far, nobody has knocked on my door with some DNA papers or child support payments. And he goes, you mean it's possible I got a baby brother out there somewhere? And I'm like, it was a joke, son.
But is it possible?
Yeah. Is
No,
it?
I don't think so. You know why? I was
Yes.
raised right.
And what does that mean?
I was raised right.
Well, what does that mean?
I used protection when I knew I
Used an
had to,
overcoat. You wore an
and I didn't want to
overcoat, as
make no
we would say.
mistakes.
Nice. Every time, RC?
Yeah,
Okay,
except
I
except
can
my
respect
ex.
that. I can
Yeah,
respect that.
and
But
it
I
wasn't,
understand what you're
and it,
saying.
yeah, but it wasn't basically because of that. Remember, we grew up in an era where HIV was the shit. So RC was scared as a doornail. So that's the reason why I make sure I wasn't going to play around because that hit my family twice. So I had two cousins who died back in the days because oh, but I get checked out every 6 months. One of those checkups every 6 months, you may get surprised, and that's exactly what happened. Me,
Mm,
I'm like, nope, that's okay. I'm going to use protection. And again, I don't know if that virus wasn't around at the time. Maybe yeah, I would have like made a mistake or two. Who knows?
right. Ethan Allen says, I gave up my DNA voluntarily the first time, so I guess I was the second. I need to know what that means. And do you feel like it's your responsibility to, you know, do you think it's responsibility of men to give up their DNA, so that if they have fathered children out there, that them children can find it? I want to know. Lulu says this is good. Many Filipino children are finding their fathers on ancestry sites with help of a program. These are children of working ladies in the Philippines. Recently saw a documentary on it. Dads found need to pay support. What says y'all on panel?
So my dad was in the Navy, and he told me lots of stories that yeah, there were tons of uh guys over there that create or had pregnancies or created a child with somebody and then just took off and went back up when home.
Mm,
So
exactly.
it did happen, and it happened a lot, according to.
Right. I agree with you. That's what my when I talked to my dad and told him that I'd found my bio father, and he told me that he would not be um that he wouldn't be surprised if somebody came and knocked on his door. Um and it's that for that very reason, and uh because it happened, right? It
Yeah.
happened. Richie says, well, many times I never use protection. Well, there is a think getting drunk or high that says just go for it. That's true. That okay, and I appreciate that honest. That's honesty, right? That is honesty, and I appreciate that coming from a man because uh listen, in the heat of the night, in the heat of the moment, in the heat of a drunk, uh I mean all of us I've had unprotected sex, right? And it thinking back, maybe the next day, I'm like, ah, shit, and not just for pregnancy, but also for STDs and stuff like that. But I mean, I was drinking. What? What? I mean, Richie's right. It happens. It happens. So, Richie, would you give up your DNA to see if you have fathered any children, since you are admitting that you have had unprotected sex at times? DJ says it's not possible for me to have children somewhere. I say anything is possible. I just do. Uh,
I I
un,
agree.
un, anything's possible. I don't know, Barton. I don't know what that means. Do you think HIV was created in a lab? Ethan Allen, we're not talking about that right now.
Possible.
That's that's a that's a whole nother subject. And I'd love to hear your take on that, Ethan Allen. During sex, so yes, I would. I love that. I love that. The 80s were crazy, but even before then, I mean, Richie said, I've been there when a chick was pregnant. I was always faithful, but she never was. I took the test and I was cleared, etc. I was not the father and I moved on. So what you're saying is the time that you did have unprotected sex, uh, you made sure she wasn't pregnant. Then you must not have done any walks of shame, honey, because I've done walks of shame.
I think what he meant
Um,
was that he was the second guy when he found out there was a first guy. Okay,
oh,
that's the
gotcha.
way that works. And
Yeah, that's what I
he
was
just
reading
wanted
it
to be
there.
sure. And if he did it right away, I call that respect.
Yeah, I
Good
mean
on
that's
him,
what
yeah.
I really feel like. I mean, I'm just being real here. I appreciate the fact that Richie came out and said that, he's gotten drunk or high or whatever before and hasn't always been the most responsible. Well, I'm here to tell you I haven't either. Um, yeah. So thank God nothing ever happened. We all know Richie has fathered a child. We have seen Rapper, we know. But if I was the father, I would man up and do my job. I believe that as well.
Yeah. And
Well, I
again, my
wasn't.
thing is,
Oh,
my,
who's
my,
Ethan Allen?
my
Who
thing
the
is,
hell?
what
Do you
happened?
see what Ethan Allen says? He said, well, I wasn't asking you, I was asking RC. Oh, no, he's not.
Uh oh, don't get Leanie going again.
Oops.
She already went off one time.
Oops.
What in the hell is going on with the men here?
Listen, the way I saw it, when it affects your family and you find out what they died of, but then think about this. Some people just didn't give a shit. They took a chance. I love my life. I didn't want to die. And before they came out with the medication that they had to give them and the shit they had to take on a daily basis, the cocktails and all that shit. I mean, when it first started, put it this way. One of my cousins was 6'1.5", weighed about 220. When he got it, in 5 years he was done. I got to see him on his dying bed. I hadn't seen him in over a year. Sister calls me and says, "Hey, your cousin wants to talk to you." I'm like, "Well, tell him to stop by the house. He knows he's welcome, even though he had HIV. I welcomed him."
Mm-hmm.
She goes, "No, well, he's been in the hospital for over a year." I said, "Well, how come he didn't say nothing or anybody?" "Well, he didn't want to let people know." 6 foot 1 inches and a half, 200 pounds. When he died, he weighed 38 pounds.
Oh my God.
38?
38 pounds. So he was just a bag of bones.
Wait.
And when I went to visit him, his sister says, and by the way, at the time I was still with my ex, "Can you make a meal for him? And this is his favorite." And I said, "Sure." So I had the wife at the time fix him up a Spanish meal that he liked or that he loved. And I took it to him. The nurse took me to the room. I looked around and I'm like, "I don't see him here." So I turned around and I raced out the room. I say, "Hey, nurse, nurse, I'm looking for so and so." She goes, "Yeah, that's him."
Oh God.
And I'm like, "Who?" "The guy that's standing over there." And then she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up." So she took me back in and she says, "You see the tape across the floor?" I say, "Yes." "You see the chair? You sit in this chair. You don't touch him. You don't hug him." She goes, "That's just the way it is." But he had his back towards me. And I'm looking at
Oh
his back
wow.
and I'm going like, "What the fuck?" And she assured me it was him. And then she says, "Are you RC?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." "Oh, he talks about you all the time."
Oh.
She goes, I feel like I know you."
Oh.
And she goes, "You're his favorite cousin." And I'm like, "Shit." So I swallow hard. I looked at him again. He had these leeches on his neck. Half of his hair was gone. He was a bag of bones. And then I said, "Hey, cuz." And he double stepped as he was turning around, like little tiny steps, like an old man. He turned around, he puts up his fist, he goes, "Hey, cuz." And what's the first thing that comes out of his fucking mouth? He goes, "Man, you used to get some good fucking weed." Like, and I'm going like,
Aw.
"What the fuck?" And then I saw his face. And it was just leeches, like these boils on his lips, on
Mm.
his nose, on his
Aw.
forehead, his arms. And he goes, "I'm sorry I can't hug you, this and that, whatever." So I took the bag of food, I placed it on the floor. He went and picked it up. Took him almost 2 full minutes just to get to the food. And he was only about maybe 6 feet away from me. So I sat in the chair. He goes, "Yeah, you got to sit in the chair. You can't touch me, this and that." And then we reminisce. for about 5 hours. Nurse came back. She goes, visiting hours is over in about 20 minutes. She goes, but you can stay as long as you want. I got your back.
Oh.
And I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I thank you. At that point, I didn't want to be there anymore because I was getting sick just looking at him and
Mm.
feeling sorry, whatever. So then she came. She goes, okay, now you got to get out. So visiting hours was over at 9. I got to stay till 10:30. And we talked about everything. Then he apologized. He wanted to apologize to the family because he also used drugs, but he got it. You know, nobody knew if it was sharing needles or just. But he did confess that he had unprotected sex, and that kind of
Mm.
angered me.
Mm.
But I didn't say nothing because he
Yeah.
was he was dead already.
Yeah. What was done is done.
Yeah.
yeah.
So then
Yeah.
I said, okay, cuz I'll see if I'll stop by on Tuesday after work this night. He goes, man, I would love that, this and that. And he goes, tell your wife the food was fantastic. And he just kept looking at me, goes, this food's slamming. And then he would go, man, we used to get high, and you always was able to find the best weed in the city. And like, yeah, cuz forget about that. Don't worry about that. That was years ago. So I go home. I get a call about 4 in the morning. It's from his sister. And I go, hey, I went to see your brother. I was like, it's all good. Hey, you realize it's 4 in the morning? As you know what she tells me? She goes, well, I'm glad that you went to visit him, but he's no longer with us.
Mm.
So he died about 3 hours after I paid him his visit.
Mm.
So I think it was meant to be
Mm.
so that he can
Yeah.
get shit off his chest,
Yep.
apologize, because he actually robbed my grandfather. He robbed a couple of neighbors, for his drug use, etc. So, at least he got it off his chest, and he wanted me to apologize, this and that. It was a closed casket at the time. They would bleach the body and they would put it in a steel coffin. So nobody got to view him. And everybody was saying, how come we can't view him? And I would tell the family,
You don't
trust
want it.
me,
You don't
you
want to
wouldn't
see him
want to
like
have
that.
seen him. Okay? They would tell me this and that. And then they started like fucking with me saying, hey, we heard you took him a last meal. Did you take him out? I'm like, nah, I didn't fucking take him out, this and that, whatever. And again, you know, humor is important to me, but it was the saddest shit of my life.
Mm.
And,
Mm.
again, seeing shit like that scared the shit out of RC. RC wasn't sticking his Johnson nowhere without some protection.
That
Okay?
would do it. That would definitely do it.
Martin says, I think HIV and the CV were both made in a lab. Mary Jane Doe says, I watched my uncle pass away from HIV in the 80s and it was horribly sad. Um, Martin says, most of the worst shit is man made. Um, Mary Jane said, I was just a kid thinking about it now. It was horrible. I can only imagine. I'm so sorry to hear that. Richie said, I only knew 3 women in my life who were married, etc. They could never have kids. They did the test with their man, etc. It was not him. It was just they could not have babies and it did bother them. Well, yeah. Mary Jane says people got it from blood transfusion in the 80s too. That's true. Um, Is it like rejection of the no, it's the virus is tainted. It was before when people were doing blood back in the 80s, they weren't screening the blood for
Right.
HIV. And so there was a lot of tainted blood that got transfused into people and it gave them HIV. Uh, let's see. So, what about y'all, Ashley, Maggie? What do you guys think? You think HIV is man-made?
There's
I've never thought of it, to be honest. I think a lot of things are though. Yeah,
Mm.
I
I,
probably would say yeah.
I don't think
Ash.
I don't think HIV is. But I do believe a lot of other things are definitely memory.
Mm. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Ethan Allen, you shit. There's your answer. And don't you talk to me like that again. Uh,
You know what they look like too. Anybody ever experienced a loved one dying from cancer? How it eats them up?
Yeah,
yeah.
my dad died in my
Is
arms from
yeah,
it.
very similar. Like I mean, if the cancer takes you out quick, it's one thing, but if you have it for a while,
Yeah.
and my other cousin, I lost four cousins to three of them HIV and one of them to heroin use. And one of the three that died from HIV, when people would see him in the neighborhood, they would ask questions like, "Is your cousin dying from cancer? It looks like death." And nobody wants to hear that shit, but
Mm,
at one time, you really didn't want to tell other people what they actually had. So you
right.
just kept it to yourself. But anyway, that's the way it goes. Do I believe it
Ha-
was something they did? I don't know. My thing is, all I can say is that, hey, our government has been accused of a lot of shit, and they actually admitted it. Like the syphilis, this and that. Uh, in Puerto Rico, they were injecting people with live cancer cells. What was the fucking reason? I'll tell you. Over the years that I learned about shit, when it comes to the tropics, like the islands, they eat better food than we'll ever eat. And their diets is different than ours. There are cancers in some of these U.S. Virgin Islands that don't exist, but in America, it's just full blast. And over there, certain cancers don't exist. You know why? They eat natural. Everything they eat is more natural. We eat the shit over here in America. Fast food or bullshit they spray with, et cetera, et cetera. And we do it for profit. And then it bites us in the ass, and then we start asking questions like later on. And we're still doing that shit today.
mm. So do you think that syphilis and things like that are man made?
Well, put it this way: when it first came out, Leni, the stories we heard, oh, it came from
Yeah.
a monkey in Africa. Oh,
Yeah.
it came
Mm,
because somebody was doing it with a monkey. Then when it got to America, we were blaming the homosexual community.
yeah.
Okay, and it just went on from there. But nobody thought to think about, let's get to the bottom of this or not or whatever. And then we made mistakes. People getting blood transfusion, nobody checked the blood or screened the blood. I mean, again, we're an intelligent species, but we're also stupid.
Mm.
Mm,
And then it bites us in the ass later on. Only thing is, back then, notice that back then nobody could sue anybody. We just accepted it because we didn't know any better. Today, now we're blaming everybody and their mother. Oh, we're
Because
gonna
you've
sue.
got a wealth of information on your hands today. That's what it
Yeah,
is as well. You can go and research and find things out about stuff that you didn't have at your hands years ago. So it was aired about, and then you had a little question, but it didn't seem to go any further. And I used to trust the government, and I don't anymore. So to me, anything's possible.
Correct. But I
I'll
mean,
say,
people are creepy and crazy, so like I wouldn't be surprised if screwing monkeys was actually
Happening, yeah.
a problem. But
see, like when the shit got here, I was able to put on Facebook the first time in January when we found out right about the sea. I put there as a military man. That's my thinking. That's the way I think militarily. I'm saying to myself, boom, I put on Facebook. As far as I'm concerned, it's biological weapon. Facebook didn't do shit. I tried it 2 years later. Oh, that's hate speech, and boom, 90 days
Exactly.
right off the back. I'm like, going, what the hell? I got away with it before. Now I can't get away. So I started doing some research, and people can do their research. There's videos out there that you can find that the virus was actually here before we admit it, okay, that it was here or possibly already here. As far as 2019, the summer over there, it already was affecting people, it was killing people, et cetera, et cetera. They kept it quiet. Another thing is, does anybody know that there's a thing called military Olympics? You should know this, Leni.
Uh,
Military military Olympics, they call it. It's not like the regular Olympics that's going on now. These are civilians. You know, they go compete this and that. They have a thing they've been
oh yeah, yeah,
having
yeah.
for
Hmm.
years called the Military Olympics, and we go to a country, whether it be Europe, this and that. Well, guess what? Military Olympics was in China in 2019, and a lot of soldiers got sick. Over 100 nations participated in this military Olympics in China, in the place where supposedly the sea came from. Now, I can't say anything further. I'll do it on the back chat one day if you like. What I found out, I said to myself, holy shit. I'll say this, if anybody can pick up on my language, was this a knockout punch? If you get my drift.
Mm,
Because
mm.
I'm not, I've said it on a bunch of YouTube channels, and people just go, what the hell are you talking about? This and that. Like they don't think it's possible. What I come up with is all but possible. As a military man, or what would a military do? What would a superpower do or try to get away with? And I'll leave it at that.
Mm. JB says, I agree. They came from monkeys in Brazil and Africa. They are still finding new types of diseases at the CDC. Um,
Yeah, but remember, Leni, are we supposed to trust the CDC? I don't. Most of the time, when the government says something, I find it hard to believe, number one. Number two, when the government says don't do this, do the opposite.
mm.
You might live longer. That's all I'm saying.
JB says, but after they are in the lab being analyzed, they have been allowed to get out of the BSLs in other country. Wow. Ethan Allen says, I do think it was lab created, but not in the US. I think it was created in a certain country to get rid of a specific demographic. Team USA. Yes, yes, yes. Kiwi, hello. Good to see ya.
Hiya, Kiwi.
Um,
But if anybody was following Dr. Fauci and his Vandera, whatever you want to call it, there's actually connections to a lab inside the United States. And again, you have to do the research. It's there. Sometimes YouTube makes it their business to make it disappear, but they can't all get rid of all of it. It's just not possible. Can they flag it? Sure. But you can still find it. It's just that you have to use different terminology. So what you're looking for, et cetera, et cetera. And they may pop up.
JB says there are 240 types of herpes now, and some will dissolve your brain if you're bit by an infected monkey in Brazil. I didn't want to say this about JB because no matter what people tell me, unless they say share it or unless they come and share it themselves, I these lips do not sink ships. Okay, anything you tell me, I it goes no further. So JB's putting it out, and I knew this about her. She was the government. That's why I was very interested in what she was going to say about it. If she wants to tell you in what section, I'll let her tell you. But yes, and you guys, I will say this: I've seen pictures. She was a fucking badass. Okay, and I'm jealous.
Calm down, Lenny.
Oh
Oh
my! If
shit!
you
I
saw her,
said the wrong word.
RC, RC. Have you not learned anything being in this chat?
I did that for
200,
DJ. I did it for
100,
DJ. Women's
D,
Haters Club. Go. New memberships coming to
DJ
your
count,
area.
DJ counted 176 cuss words in 2 minutes. Don't get me started. Now, JB, I seen some pictures, you guys. So jealous. She was freaking hot and complete bat. Y'all, listen, I imagine myself as that mall cop with my pepper spray and my little mobile thing that I'm riding around on and some really cool prescription sunglasses. JB was the real deal. She was the real deal, you guys. She had her own pew pew.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow, JB.
There's stuff you guys don't know that I find
Oh
out
my.
about people.
Hey, listen, I wish you guys would stop. And this is for you women. And I don't care how you take this.
Oh,
I
suck my
wish,
dick.
I wish you, well, I don't do that, but if you have one, Leanie, then I guess I'll be hanging out with these other two ladies. But anyway, my take is this. I don't know what it's going to take to let some of you women know that I'm sorry. I don't see it the way you guys see it. You beat up on yourself. Stop doing that shit. Because you know what? Some of you women still look fantastic at the age you're at now. Now, I'm
Some of
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He said it.
I'm sorry. Cut
Not
it
all,
out,
but
Lenny.
some of y'all
Cut
look
it out,
pretty
Lenny.
damn good.
Some of
Yeah.
y'all, and the thing is, I give compliments when they're due. I told you the other day, Leni, hey, Leni, I saw your picture. I think you look fantastic. So
You
does
think I
Maggie.
look fantastic.
Now, you may talk all the shit you want, this and that. My thing is, again, listen, your face does not change. So what? You got a couple of white hairs. Who gives a fuck?
It's right, Saucy. It's right, lad.
Your
That's right,
nose
yeah.
didn't fall off your face. Your lips didn't fold into your mouth. You still look good. Accept it.
Thanks,
Accept it, will
RC.
ya?
We're
Accept it.
We
accepting
are
it.
pretty
We're
hard on ourselves, aren't we?
too
Yeah,
hard.
sometimes I get sick listening to these women. I'm like,
What?
get the fuck out of here. No, I'm just kidding.
RC, sometimes we just gotta. Oh,
See,
JB?
see, see,
Where's
you see,
JB?
I love
Where's
it.
my girl?
you can lock me
Where's
up
my
anytime.
girl?
Can you
Uh-uh.
put the
I gotta
handcuffs in
see.
front of me?
Woo!
If you're gonna lock me
JB,
up,
did
put
you
the
see that,
handcuffs
babe?
in front of me.
Let me tell you, I'm not lying. Y'all, I've seen her pictures and she kills that right there. I mean, she just stomps that in the ground. And I can't tell you what pictures I saw, but I was so jealous and I was drooling. He's one of the most hold on, let me see what Ethan Allen says. If you don't think lab created biological weapons are possible, you're just not paying attention. I agree with you there.
Oh
I
yeah, I
do.
think
Le-
they're
Leanie,
definitely a thing. Absolutely.
Yes.
totally off totally off topic, right? But because I'm in the pictures, have you put a picture of your hot tub up?
No, not yet. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Because I've just seen them. I'm like, can I have a look?
Can't
Okay.
look.
Oh,
Ethan Allen said he's one of the most corrupt organizations in this country. Who is he?
I think
The
Fauci.
CDC.
I think
Oh,
that's
Fauci. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
maybe or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
But listen, don't you think that we got taken for a ride? I mean, seriously, by who? The government. And a bunch of doctors actually helped them. My thing is, nobody could figure out, right, that when it started, everybody had an opinion. Not only did everybody have an opinion, but let's talk about the experts. The experts were saying, not so fast. And the other ones were saying, oh no, this shit is deadly, whatever the fuck, right? But nobody could extinguish the fact that we were being bullshitted by a bunch of fucking intelligent, stupid people. My thing is, you take two experts and you sit them at the same table. What's your qualification? I'm an expert in this, this, and that. And then you ask the next guy, what's your qualification? Same shit. And now the
Mm,
government and us, the people, you know what we did? We believed one and said the hell with the other, but they were both experts to the same fucking subject. Did that make any damn sense? Not to me, it didn't. I'm going like, well, which one do I believe? That was my take. This guy is an expert. This guy's an expert. The government's saying this guy's crazy, but he's saying this guy is telling the truth. But they're experts to the same shit. In other words, both of them knew how to operate a fucking toaster. But I'm supposed to believe the guy that somebody else is telling me I should believe. Is that how we fucking
mm,
operate now as a
mm.
society? That made us look like a bunch of fucking Looney Tunes, if you ask me.
JB said, I retired from the FBI in Atlanta and worked for the Center of Disease Control and Prevention. I saw the research live. We weren't trying to kill our people, just trying to find a vaccine. Ethan Allen says, I ain't petting no damn monkey in Brazil. Is that RC and Leanie? Yeah, that's the Godfather in me. Kiwi Leanie, your mate is here. If you want me, I will do panel tonight. Kiwi, you're going to have to get here a lot earlier for that. I appreciate you. I want you to come on panel. I miss talking to you. I would love for you to come on panel. But I've been here for 5.5 hours, and so I'm going to be wrapping this. And I feel like I've said this to you the last couple of times. But the deal is, you come in at my like 5.5 hours, and I mean, I'm paneled out just about. So please come in a little bit earlier. I go live just about every 1:30 almost every night. Please come in earlier and panel up with me. I would love it.
Leanie,
Uh, yeah.
I'm gonna step down now. I'm getting a little bit, it's hurting me because I've got the headphones on and I have to lie a certain way for them to stay on my head and it's not comfy. So I'm gonna have to turn sort of over and put different ones on. So I'm gonna step down and listen. Is that okay?
No, it's not okay, Maggie.
Isn't it?
Of
Okay.
course it is, you silliness.
I'm silly joking.
Like you
All
really
right.
give a
Well,
fuck, Maggie,
Feel
right?
better, honey.
Yeah, hope you feel
I, I
better.
I will do. Do you know what? This is me. This happens every blue moon. It's just me. I'll be absolutely fine. Maybe tomorrow, the day after, who knows? It's just uncomfortable. Has anyone ever had? I just describe it as a frozen shoulder. It just happens, and that's it, out of the blue. And it is what it is anyway. But you know, when you try, I'm right-handed, but I hold the phone in my left, obviously, and then I type with my right. But I can't
Hmm.
hold my phone. I have to put my hand down and rest the phone on the back of my hand, if you can understand what
Mm,
I mean. But it's
yeah.
sore on my shoulder, like. So I'm gonna go. I am listening.
Use the
So
other fucking
beware,
hand.
RC. Sorry, Ashley. What did you say?
I
Use
just
the
said
other
hope you
fucking
feel
hand.
better.
Thanks, Ashley. And it's lovely to meet you anyway. And I hope to see you again. Oh, see you shut up.
You shut up, RC. You shut
You
up.
shut up. You broke my heart today. And I'm
You
not
broke
well.
her heart.
And you
Broke
broke my
your
heart.
heart.
And just don't, yeah, you broke my heart. Just don't try retracting tomorrow when you're in a better mood. Don't even go there.
You remember that night you called Leni a bitch? You remember that night you called her a
I've
bitch?
called
You
her a
said,
bitch
"Shut up,
loads of
bitch."
times.
Yeah,
Called
right.
her a bitch. She calls me a
Yeah.
bitch. So I say, you shut up, you bitch.
That's true friendship. If you call each
It
other
is.
bitches, that's a
It
friend.
is. We scream at each other, but I think it's funny.
Love
I
it.
think it's funny. She taught me all I know, Ashley. So, you know,
And
she's picking up what I'm putting down.
That's right.
I never called you that because RC's a gentleman. But you know what? Kiss my
Oh,
ass.
you're a
How's
gentleman,
that?
are you? You go and kiss my ass and kiss my left tit at the same time. How about that?
I'm
Oh,
trying
I'll
to work
tell
her
you
up,
what,
Leni.
Leanie.
Yeah,
What's
go
he at
ahead. Go
today,
ahead.
Leanie?
You gonna
I'm
kiss my ass?
Maggie. I'm
I'll
telling you,
kiss your
he's
ass.
Oh, oh my God, Leanie.
the men.
Never
The
known.
men. The
Never
men
known
are just
RC
having a
so bad.
night.
Never known RC so bad. I'm in shock. And here's me. I was going to chase him and say, you better give me your name.
Excuse me.
Because I have looked everywhere for your thumbs up. You're lying. I can't find a thumbs up nowhere.
Hey,
So you need to
hey.
do it on Mrs. Doubtfire. Leave me a message. Don't thumb me up, whatever it's called.
You got
You leave me a
4 icons. You got 4 icons
I
that pop
haven't.
up.
I have
When
got
I when I
two.
when I did when I did the search, it was about 30 Maggies. I'm like,
Oh,
going,
yeah.
what
Yeah,
the
I got
fuck? Which
banned.
one do
I
I
got
pick?
banned.
Is
I got
everybody
banned.
Jesus? Is everybody named Maggie in your parts of the woods? I'm like, what the
Might
fuck?
be. Well, you know what? Those Maggies are everywhere. That's what I mean. You can't get away from me.
You
But
just have to give
listen,
her the
you've
Doubtfire one.
seen, you've seen the Doubtfire. You've got to send me a message, right? If you've got Leanie's message, Leanie, and tell her to send it over, and then I can have a gab to you. Then you can call me everything straight to my face, and I'll call you it back. How about that?
Nini put the picture on the screen. I put it. I saw it. I'm going like, okay. I sent you a couple of messages. I said, this
You've
is
sent me
me.
messages.
Yeah.
Well, it must be to the old accounts then, the ones that are lost, because I swear down, I've still got that one with the Mrs. Doubtfire on the book, and the other one I've got it just in case, but I don't really use it. Although some people had added onto it, I don't know. I don't know how I did it. But if you message me on the Mrs. Doubtfire one, I promise I keep going. I have looked in both accounts and I got locked in the other account the other day and I couldn't get back in. I'm like, oh shit, how do I do this? Because I was looking for you that much. But anyway, if you said you messaged me on that one, you've sent him. I can't understand it.
I messaged you on the first two. I got no response.
Okay, so when you finish, will you give it to Leanie in back chat? Will you let spell it out for Leanie and I'll go looking for you?
After you just finished talking shit about RC, you want
Shut
me to
up, you
try again?
started it. You started it. Don't give it if you can't take it, RC.
Oh, I can take it, sweetheart. You go
Oh,
for it. What you got?
Mm,
oh,
What
I
you got?
like it.
sweetheart. It was the
I
sweetheart got
like
me.
it. It was
I
the
want to
sass
know.
that got
Hey,
me.
Maggie,
I
never
want to
mind.
know.
I
Never
wanna
mind,
know.
Maggie. Lizzo just sent me an invitation. I'm done with you.
Ooh, Lizzo.
See, he does. He tosses you right to the side, doesn't he?
See, he does.
Oh my God, I can't keep up with RC today.
Get him back of the line again. I'm done with you.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, I'm going because I need to sort this shoulder before I scream. The sweat is coming out of my head. It's hurt me that much. So
Go
I'll
get a
see. I
massage.
don't
You
know
got a
what to.
husband? The hell's wrong with you?
Oh, you're joking, aren't you? He wouldn't dream. He wouldn't dream. I've got a little massage there. I bought off TikTok. It was all right, 9.99. I'm not messing. It's a
And
bit,
it
but I
actually
think.
works.
Oh God, yeah, honest, actually it does. It's like a little black one and it comes with different heads. And it was 9.99. I swear down, comes in all different colours. And it does work. It's brilliant. It's got one that looks painful, like two prongs. And I thought, oh, That was the
Ooh.
best.
And
That was the
hell,
best, Ashley. Go for it, girl. I'm telling you.
that's a good price. Shit.
Honestly, I swear. Get on TikTok. I've had loads of bargains off there.
I was just worried that nothing worked. So it's good to hear that something actually
No, it
works.
is. It's the same with Timu as well. I mean, you get some crap, just send it back. It's so easy to do. And 9 out of 10, God help, they say to you, oh, you don't have to send it back, just keep it and we'll refund you. I feel
Hmm.
terrible then when they do that, actually. But yeah, honestly, get on and get yourself a massage, a massager. It's great. You should get one. Oh, mind you, you've got your
Yeah.
hot tub now, Leanie.
Yeah, mine it just went to shit and it started on fire. Like it's that old.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it started zapping and yeah, almost
Oh
burnt
wow.
the shit out of my hands.
Oh,
So
we'll get,
I
oh no, get one of these. And it's small, Ashley, as well. They said they're really handy to, to use. The brilliance. I've used it on my leg and everything. But I don't know whether I'd cope with it on my shoulder right now because it's really sore.
yeah,
But I'm going to have a go. Honestly, it really is good for 9.99.
hell yeah. Thank you.
Maybe
Okay, love.
yours
Well,
was
you
made
take
out.
care and I'll speak to you soon. What else, say?
Maybe hers was made in China. That's why it burned up.
Well, it
Well, this
lasted
one's
for
made
20
in China
years.
as well. This will probably blow up. But
Well, for $10, I mean, as long as it works for a little bit, I'll be happy.
yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, it was £10. So how much is that in dollars?
Well, anyway, Maggie,
I
you're
don't know.
back down to. I'm gonna do a Richie on you. You're down to number 3. You're my favorite third person.
Oh
Who's
no.
your first? Who's your first? Who's your first?
Who? Tell us who the competition is.
Hang
We
on, I want to
gotta
know.
we
I
gotta
want to
know who
know.
to hate.
Who's the first? Spit it out. Come on.
What are you talking about? Who to hate? You guys hate us all. We know
Who's
that.
number one? Look, the way he's, see the way he's not telling. Who's number one?
That's the secret.
Oh yeah, he's quiet.
Ah. Oh, he's quiet, all right. He knows. He knows the score. He knows his cause war now. I'm watching every woman in the chat. I'm watching, Ashley. I'm watching.
Hey, Maggie, you got ice around? Put some on your head because it's swelling up again.
Listen, if I had ice on my head now, I'm telling you now, it'd be melted because I'm on fire. You
Go.
could,
I love
uh,
you.
Yeah, go
okay.
lay down.
I love you too. Thanks very much for letting me up for a bit. Everyone in chat, keep your eye out for me, please. Find out who's number one. Thank you. See you later, Ashley. See you,
Bye.
Leanie. See you,
Bye, baby.
Darcy.
Love you.
Love
Feel
you.
better,
Bye.
Maggie. Feel better.
Thank you. Bye.
Y'all say a prayer for Maggie. Seriously.
Yes.
Let me jump in really quick. Martin Rose said, "Yeah, but a monkey can have a disease and can bite a human to pass it on. Any monkey can." Uh, Ethan Allen and JB said, "Damn right, RC." JB said, "Of course, we're creating bioweapons, but not HIV. SARS was a worry 20 years ago. We monitored people as they came into Atlanta airport for that." Um, I know you're ignoring me. Kiwi, I am not ignoring you, love. Not at all. Um, Not at all. Come in earlier. Come in earlier. Is there any way? Am I just going too early, too late? I mean, I'm trying to make sure to hit, people's timelines that are all over the world. And I believe I'm hitting yours. Listen, if you're hanging out in other chats and you're just coming here late, that's on you, Big Daddy. Okay? Let's just be honest. Uh, Busy making clips about Bighorn Betty, Brittany J, and T Rev. Oh God, that's a mess going on over there. I would leave it alone. Um, yes, I've had it, Maggie. Good morning, Jimmy. Hello. Um, Let me just get through this really quick. Sorry. Expert equals reading enough books to convince people that I am. It's all bullshit. Um, go to toe with professors, and they thought they were at Burton. I was convinced they were just highly paid idiots. Nice. Oh, my battery's at medium. Used to come from experience, not the books. That's true. Or expertise, yeah. Uh, I have some people coming to do work on my house. See you later, sweet chat, Leanie and Maggie. JB, have a good day. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. RC's ignoring Lizzo. Lizzo, they're hard on the women that love them. Blessed Mama says, wasn't there some monkeys that escaped a facility that doctor had access to? I
Yep,
think
I
I
heard about
remember
that.
hearing that. I
Yep.
think I do remember hearing that.
And again, it sucks. YouTube in a way sucks because when this should open up a pandemic box for us, because there's a lot of shit that's being discussed today that's been around for decades. We just didn't know about it.
Mm,
And that's why old Hillary, when she was in Congress, this is another thing. A lot of us human beings, we can't remember shit. I don't know if it's because we choose to or just say, well, it doesn't affect me or apply to me, but it does at the end of the day. Hillary Clinton sat in front of Congress and she wanted to regulate the internet and she wanted to cramp down on it. And what was her response when they asked her, why are you so dead hard on, the internet? And she banged her fist on the table. What did she say? There's just too much damn information out there. And I go, there you go. That's an admission that they're nervous about what? That we're talking, we're asking questions and nobody wants to really answer. We don't know nothing, but now we kind of like woke up and we're paying more attention to who?
mm.
The hustlers.
The hustlers. Hey, RC, don't talk about me like that.
Well, you're a hustler in your own right. I respect your hustle.
Mobile mechanic, we're barely, well, I'm barely up. I'm barely up. I'm gonna show you guys two pictures of my hot tub, my birthday gift. And then I'm probably gonna close this one down because I am tired.
Quick question. How many people can fit in that hot tub?
3.
Three.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need three people. We just need just.
I knew it was coming. I
Oh,
was
that's
waiting. Don't
nice.
you get me in trouble with Maggie. She's listening. She'll be like, oh, Levy's either number 2 or number 1.
That's beautiful. Oh, I
Thank
would
you.
always be in
That's
that.
that's
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
Yay!
Oh, that's beautiful. What a great setup, too.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited about it. I really am.
But
So
yeah,
now,
you need to boot those kids out so you can free the nipple all you want.
well, baby child will be leaving on Saturday, and usually, my bonus kid, he's only off he works night shift at Amazon, and then he goes to school in the day. So I don't barely see him at all. It just happened last night that he was off. So there's that. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. In fact, I'm gonna go get back in the damn thing before I go to bed.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm excited because I don't have to tell. I mean, I could tell my doctor, that I'm not going to join the blue hairs at the Y. I'll just hang out in this thing over here.
Oh.
Looks like Al or AI. Don't know.
There you go. Well,
Thank you. Hi, SA. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome back. Lena, you could fit you, Dave, and Dave's dick.
Oh no.
Ah, Martin. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. I'm doing good too. It's been a minute, SA. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Um, Leanie does want it. I want to know. Um, you made the funny. Yeah, good job, Martin. Good job. Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it for me. I think
Well,
that's
thank
it.
you for having me up. I enjoyed
Oh,
my time here.
Ashley, anytime, honey, I'm live almost every night. If you want the link, get the link. Come on up. You're easy to talk to. I love it. I don't have to fight.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna argue with you.
it's draining.
Yeah,
Draining.
too draining.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Hey,
Um,
hey, is Maggie still listening?
oh, she's probably listening. Yeah, she's not letting you go, RC. Just
Okay. But anyway, Ashley, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you too.
Thank you so much. And you take care of yourself, and you're beautiful. I hope Maggie heard that. But anyway, you're beautiful, and don't let anybody tell you you're not.
Thank
See,
you.
she's 40 what? 40 what?
40. I'm 46.
46, you said?
Yeah, 46 going on 96.
Oh, stop it. In your brain maybe, but it's okay. Lainey, good show. Thank you for having me.
RC, thank you for your wisdom as always.
No, I'll
Uh,
just be talking a
you
lot
are
of shit. That's all.
no, you're very revered here, and your wisdom means a lot to every one of us. I know that. That's why you're the godfather.
To you guys as
RC,
well.
RC, I'm gonna need you to check your messages, honey. Okay.
Okay, you got
All
it.
right. All right. I will talk to y'all later. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, RC and Ashley. All right, y'all. That is another one. Thank you to the mods, the mad mods. You guys rock the Casbah as always. Um, uh, the Cash App. Thank you so much, Aussie. And chat, thank you so much for getting involved in this one. I liked hearing. Listen, we don't have to agree. We never have to agree. I just like everybody's opinion on it. But also why you have that opinion. That means a lot to me. If you can explain it. I appreciate it. I think it was a good one. Who knew?
Absolutely.
Who knew? All right, we'll
Hey,
do it
hey,
again
Lainey,
tonight. Yeah, baby.
before you leave, you know what? The hell with the membership. Is it okay? I'll just send you a nice donation. I've done it twice already so far. I think that should cover the membership more than anything. You know what I'm saying?
RC, are you not a member?
No, no. I who was it? Wild Angel said her car was compromised. So was mine.
That's
So,
right. That's right. Don't worry
so
about it. Do not
yeah.
worry. Do not even worry about it. Listen, even if you did not support the channel through what you've done, you nobody ever has to buy a membership. I appreciate just everybody be all I ask is just the likes. If we could get 50
Yeah,
likes,
no, but put it this way. What I'm saying is that I'd rather send you a donation, which covers the membership and more. So
yeah,
why
it
do two
does.
angles? So I'll just send you.
Yeah, I think you're up like 3 years, RC on membership. So no worries, honey. We're good.
Yeah, but because I sent you a donation on the 6th, I believe, and one
Yeah,
before that. So I'm
that's what
good.
I'm saying. All the money that you've already sent me will cover about 3 years of memberships. 3, 4, 5 years. So you're way good on membership.
Uh, and there's more coming. Don't worry about it. Like
And
I
I
said,
appreciate
I like it here. I think you guys are wonderful people. Little crazy, but I'm okay with that.
we're fruitcakes and we admit it. We
Yeah,
admit that shit.
yeah, you sure do. That's for sure. No shame in your game. I respect that. I respect your hustle. Spot on.
Thanks, RC.
You're welcome.
I
Anyway,
love you.
good night, everybody. It's swell as usual, and I'll catch up to you guys tomorrow.
All right. Same time, RC. See you then.
You got it.
Check your
Take care.
messages. Check your messages.
Okay, where am I
Um,
checking on this back chat,
mess
right?
message app, your messenger.
Oh, okay, you got it. Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Take care.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. So, anyways, the Mad Mods, the whole reason why this channel goes on. Thank you so much to the Mad Mods. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate that more than you know. And all the panel guests. I appreciate that. Dave, as much as you work my freaking nerves at times, you know I love you. And Ashley, thank you for coming up. And you guys say a prayer for Mags. Please, please say a prayer for my girl, our Maggie. Um, I hate seeing her in that much pain. Um, thanks, guys. We hit it out of the ballpark again. Same time later tonight. I'll come up with something to talk about. Lena, you can play any of my songs. I own the copyright. Well, I'm gonna have to run over and grab them from you, Kiwi, and see what they're about. I play pretty much here. We play Lunch Ladies, beautiful music that she's made for us. But I will check yours out as well. All right, guys. Y'all be good. If not, be good at it and send me pictures because I you know, need some content. All right, guys. Have a good night, good day, good evening.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time.